Right, so that's now moving. The lines are now moving.
Testing, testing, testing.
And I can see my decision-making councillors are all here. Is anyone missing from the public gallery that you were aware of that's not here now? Looks like you're all back. Good, okay. Right, if you make a slide then, please, Claire. Right, thank you very much. So welcome back to Planning Committee. Sorry for the delay. There was a technical issue. So we're back and back on the agenda. The agenda item we were up to was agenda item 4, and that's the minutes of the meeting of the 24th of April 2024. May I sign those as a true record, councillors? Nodding, yes, okay, thank you. Okay, so let's get on with the business then. So the first item of the day is item 5. Actually, it's item 5 and 6 because they're related, but the officer will explain that. So if you're ready then, Aaron, I'll just draw attention to the speakers. So we've got Susan and Jim speaking, Susan speaking against, I think, Jim Pollard for the council speaking on behalf of the application. This is item 5. I've got Jim Pollard here. Oh, and Ian Ross, yeah. And the agent, Paul Belton, and then councillors Bennett, Tong, and Holloway speaking. And then on item 6, perhaps I'll go through this when we get to that item, because we will do separate items. Okay, Aaron, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. For those that don't know me, my name is Aaron Coe. I'm the Principal Planning Officer at the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service and Case Officer for the first 2 items on the agenda today. So the 2 application references shown on this slide are linked planning applications, but will be determined separately at today's Planning Committee. The first planning application proposes the construction of a new bowls club facility and an enhanced multi-use games area at the Abbey Leisure Center. These new facilities are proposed to replace existing provision, which are located at the Barnwell Local Centre. Should committee be minded to refuse the application for the new bowls club and enhanced mugger, then the second planning application would need to be removed from today's committee agenda, as the redevelopment of the Barnwell Local Centre, which is proposed under item 6, is contingent on the application for the new facilities at the Abbey Leisure Centre being approved. The applicant for both applications is the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill, which was set up in 2017 with the goal of delivering high-quality homes and community facilities in sustainable locations. Both applications are Regulation 3 planning applications. I'll now move on to the presentation of the first application. So as mentioned, this application proposes the replacement of the existing artificial pitch with a new multi-use games area, including a tennis court use, and the construction of a new bowls green with a pavilion and associated works. So this slide shows the site location plan. We've got the existing overflow car park at the Abbey Leisure Centre in the eastern parcel, and then to the west, you've got the existing artificial pitch. So this slide shows an existing photo of the overflow car park where the bowls club and pavilion are proposed to be re-provided. Then moving on to the western parcel, this is the existing undersized artificial pitch, which currently has a damaged surface and has been deemed not fit for purpose for the use proposed. So as you can see on this slide, the overflow car park is abutted to the north by the allotments, the Abbey Leisure Centre to the west, and an RSPCA facility in the northeast corner of the site. So Pool Way forms the main access to the leisure centre and aligns the site to the east. This part of the site is designated as protected open space within the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. However, the site has been in long use as a hard surface overflow car park, and there are no environmental or heritage designations on the site. This part of the site falls within flood zone 1. And moving on to the artificial pitch to the west, the location of the existing artificial pitch is also designated protected open space, along with Coldham's Common. The line of the green belt follows the northern edge of Coldham's Common, and this part of the application site falls within flood zones 2 and 3. This slide just shows the existing provision at the East Barnwell Local Centre on what will be referred to as Site 1 in the later presentation under Agenda Item 6. So you've got the Bowls Pavilion, Bowls Green, and you've got the tennis court provision. Moving into the details, more details of the proposal. This slide shows an illustrative site layout of the Bowls Club, the pavilion, and the proposed car and cycle parking arrangements. And we've got an aerial view of the CGI of the proposals. The proposal will provide an enhanced new natural grass bowls green with a modern pavilion, which offers the opportunity for indoor bowls also. The proposals have been assessed by Sport England and considered to meet the playing fields and MPPF policy requirements. Car and cycle parking is conveniently located at the entrance. We've got a pedestrian path around the perimeter of the bowls green, which also provides access to the pavilion. And then areas for spectating as well for members. So there'll be seating, and part of the pavilion has a lean-to roof which will be covered for people to spectate the bowls. In respect of the enhanced mugger, as mentioned, the existing pitch is undersized, damaged surface, and not fit for purpose. It's substantially narrower than the Sport England guidance for a five-a-side football pitch and has width restrictions for other sports. The proposed enhanced mugger will be increased by 3 metres in width to be in accordance with Sport England guidelines and offer the ability to use the mugger for tennis and other sports also. Mentioned, Sport England have assessed the proposal and support the proposed new facility. The improvements to the usability and quality of the space will be significant and will greatly enhance the provision of sporting facilities in the local area. The proposed development will result in the loss of some trees across the site to accommodate a bowls green of an appropriate size as required by Sport England and the Bowls Club, and to prevent any encroachment into the allotment land to the north. The trees proposed for removal are Category B and C trees. To mitigate the loss of these trees, compensatory planting is proposed to the edge of Coldham's Common, and the replacement tree planting details is secured by Condition 5. The Council's tree officer has raised no objection to the proposed tree removal subject to conditions. In respect of biodiversity, the applicants have submitted a BNG report, Biodiversity Net Gain Report, which demonstrates the proposals result in a net gain in habitat units, however, a net loss in hedgerow units. The applicants are committed to a net gain of 20%, and this is secured by Condition 3. The Council's Ecology Officer has been formally consulted and has considered the details to be acceptable subject to condition. A key concern raised through the application process from residents and interested parties relates to the impact on the Abbey Bowls Club during construction. This issue is addressed by Condition 59 on Agenda Item 6, the redevelopment of the local centre. This condition requires the applicants to submit a delivery and phasing programme for the new facilities, which will also include the details of the location where members of the existing Abbey Bowls Club will be provided with an access to a bowls green for training and fixtures during the construction of this enhanced new facility at the Abbey Leisure Center. So to conclude, the proposed development will provide a high-quality development with new and improved sports facilities open for the existing and future community. The relocation of the facilities will offer significant social benefits by providing an enhanced, high-quality sporting facilities, which will add to the visibility, flexibility, usability, and attractiveness of the new Bowls Club and multi-use games area. The benefits of the proposals are considered to significantly outweigh the harm, and officers recommend Planning Committee resolve to grant permission subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, just to be clear, hang on, just to ask a Yeah, sorry about that. So, so just to be clear, we'll debate and decide this item first. This is the one that we're talking about now, and I'm expecting to hear about this item from speakers and from councillors before we get on to the next item. Aaron mentioned the MUGA, which is an acronym which stands for Multi-Use Games Area, and that's also listed as an acronym in the papers as well. So, right, speakers. So first up is Susan. You want to come to the public speaking microphone there, Susan, please? That's it, great, yep. And you press the button on the right-hand side and it will light up and then you've got your time to speak. And you're the only speaker speaking in objection, and I've given 6 minutes to this. If you don't need 6 minutes, that's fine, but I've given up to 6 minutes because there was a bit of uncertainty about how many speakers there would be before we started. So over to you, Susan. Oh, and just before the end, half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. Right.
Hello, my name's Susan Coyle. I'm a member of the Abbey Bowls Club. I'm actually the secretary at the moment and speaking on behalf of the members of Abbey Bowls Club who are objecting to the proposed plans. We were not informed that these applications were going to be submitted, and we had not been shown the final details of these plans before we actually just found them online. Abbey Bowls Club has an ongoing contract with the council to maintain the bowls green, and we have a specialist contractor who does this for us. We are paid a yearly grant to help the club fund this from the council. So we feel as if we have a great interest in what is happening to our bowls green. This application involves the resurfacing of the existing mugger and providing a considerably smaller bowls facility than is already existing. The new tennis court, the developer has chosen no new land for this, and this in total with the bowls green results in a loss of 2,300 square metres of recreational land. The bowls facility is being placed on the overflow car park, which is correctly shown in the council's 2006 register as open space. Parking associated with the facility can be so designated. This was recently removed from the register, and the developer is proposing with this application to use the overflow car park as new open space. The application fails to meet the requirements of policy sections 67 and 73 of the local plan. The overall planning application for the proposed bowls green and pavilion is smaller than the current bowls site. The Abbey Bowls Club rejected the site due to the size at a meeting we had in March 2023. This was also confirmed by the developer and Dales, a bowls green consultant whose layout for the green could only provide us with 6 rinks by 3 rinks, when 6 rinks by 6 rinks is required to make this equivalent. The proposed site is not large enough to accommodate the green and pavilion, giving the Bowls Club equivalent or better facilities. At the start of the consultations with the council, talks were around improving the facilities for the Bowls Club. Now everything has been compromised by trying to fit it into a smaller site. The proposed size of the playing green is 200 square metres smaller than the current green. This is a compromise that the Bowls Club did agree to with the council, but the surrounding of the bowls green is not being agreed with. Policy 73 stipulates that the loss of sports facility will be permitted if it can be demonstrated that the facility can be replaced within the new development or relocated to at least its existing scale, range, quality and accessibility for its users. This has not been met by this application. We will also be losing all the open space around the bowls green that gives a feeling of openness and well-being for our players during games. The developer claims he is providing a 1.2 wide footpath all around the green. But if you look at the proposed site plan 3.7, this is not the case around the northernmost corner. Our current green has 500mm grass strip around the green and a much wider path. Equipment, scoreboards, pushers, and other equipment will be sitting on the perimeter path during a game. This will be a safety issue for anyone trying to access the pavilion or viewing area once a game has started. The site will be unusable by disabled players or disabled spectators. These issues were raised by the Abbey Bowlers at earlier meetings with the council and developer. The proposed pavilion is larger than our current 70-year-old hut, but fails to meet the needs of modern bowls facility. Each changing room will fit 10 players, when a team can be made up to 24 players. At an average, 10 players is less than what we will normally have. So this facility doesn't meet our needs. At an earlier meeting, requirements for the pavilion were discussed with the developer. A room with tables and chairs to cater for 50 people was asked for, along with changing rooms, toilets and kitchen. The recreation officer was in agreement, as this meant the pavilion could be used all year round by other groups as well as the bowls club. The pavilion of the proposed size will not accommodate these requirements.
Finish up now, Susan, that's the end of your time to sort of finish your last bit. Did you say everything you wanted to say? Was there anything at the end? Do you wanted to finish your sentence or anything? Normally, if it's the end of time, people just carry on with their sentence to the end of the sentence.
The only other thing was the premium internal space in the pavilion is being used as external storage for the water tank room, and the size of pavilion is limited due to the size of the proposed location.
All right, thanks, Susan. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Right, next up is Ian Ross. Morning, Ian. So, and Paul Belton as well. You share the time, are you? Yeah. So there's 6 minutes between you. Divvy it up between you, however you see fit. And as I said before, half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. When you're ready then, guys.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I'm Ian Ross. I'm the Sport and Recreation Manager at Cambridge City Council. I'm supporting the application today. The Abbey Bowls Club, based in Barnwell Road, hosts a traditional bowling green and a dated pavilion and associated storage facilities. The whole site is not publicly accessible and is a gated facility only open when the Bowls Club are playing between May and September. The facility is mostly obscured from the general public view and as such does suffer from a lot of vandalism, antisocial behaviour, both in and out of seasonal use. Just over half, 57% of the 35 club members are city residents using this facility. The City Council has 7 lawn green bowling facilities across the city's open spaces, and the new draft playing pitch strategy indicates that current and future bowling needs of this, as the city grows to 2041, are already met without needing additional facilities, but it does recognise that investment is needed to update the facilities. The bowling greens are all kept and maintained by the individual clubs, but with support from financial and maintenance support from the council. This application seeks to invest and secure the future of Abbey Bowls Club and bowling within Abbey Ward, and will provide a new modern facility at the Abbey Leisure Complex utilising the overflow car park. These improvements will provide an open, accessible and observed natural grass green bowling facility that exceeds Bowls England green size specifications. An energy efficient and sustainable pavilion built to modern standards with it being modelled on Trumpeton Bowls Pavilion. It does include changing rooms that are to specifications for Sport England and a large open plan multi-purpose room for a range of activities including short mat bowls for indoor use out of season. The new on-site car parking is also in close proximity to the rink rather than parking on the local grass verges, and can be used by both the club and the RSPCA facility. The Bowls Club has been engaged in a range of consultation for the re-provision of the facilities, mainly with the previous chairs and secretary, who were supportive of the scheme, and there has been a range of on-site meetings with the clubs and members since. There is also a range of views and comments and feedback from the club, and these have been integrated into the emerging designs as much as possible. We will seek to minimise disruption while the new facilities are being built and delivered by the facility, and deliver the facility as quickly as possible. The club and its 35 members show that there is capacity to host them and their games and club use at other bowling facilities around the city during the interim period. This approach for ground sharing is also supported by Sport England. The second part of the application is also for the re-provision of tennis to the rear of the Abbey Leisure Complex by the AstroTurf. This will replace and extend the current undersized recreational space and provide new hard courts and range of multi-purpose facilities such as tennis, basketball, netball and football. The facility will be supported by close proximity to the Abbey Leisure Complex, and it will remain free to use, with also programming and booking now being available by the Lawn Tennis Association's Club Spark system. There will also be improved access with new links to the court via the new 3G pitch, and floodlighting will remain on a push-button time access. As a closing statement, I firmly believe that these investments in the range and will improve all the recreational sports facilities, and will also maintain the quality and diversity of offers for residents, and also help secure the future of the Abbey Bowls Club within the ward and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Belton. I'm the planning agent representing Cambridge Investment Partnership. In truth, I haven't got a great deal to add to what Mr. Ross just said, but just reiterating that we have done a lot of consultation with the Bowls Club. I'm aware there have been changes within the club, so we've been speaking to different people at different times. We've worked closely with those who have engaged with us, and we believe we are putting forward a sporting offer that will enhance the facilities, both for the sports club, Bowls Club, and other users in the city. We've also worked closely with officers in respect of Policy 73 and the protection of open space, and I think that's covered very comprehensively in the committee report, so I won't go into that in any more detail, but thank you for the time.
Right, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Ian. So if you want to take your seats again now. So in terms of councillors speaking, first up is Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, you probably should have sat away from the decision-making area, but if you're, in terms of access, is it better you sit there? I'm happy to move,
but I think Councillor Tong was speaking before me.
Not on my list. So you can stay there if it's more easier for you just to speak there. I don't think that's really a problem. Or else go to the ward councillor, whichever you prefer, really.
Thank you. If I can, I'd rather stay here. I first met the Bowls Club soon after I was elected in 2021, and they told me of their very ambitious plans to try and make their Bowls Green more accessible. Ian is right to describe it as a sports facility, but a lot of members and residents view it as a social facility. I have residents who only have two social outlets, their church and the Bowls facility. So keeping the club together and having continuity is really important to the ward. Ian Ross is right to say that initially club officers were quite favourable to redevelopment. They are keen to move on. The vandalism problems he's mentioned are very real and have meant that the club members have not been able to meet regularly. However, the Bowls Club is not, at Abbey, is not the only Bowls Club that has been impacted by vandalism. And if there is to be continuity during the building works, then I think we need to ask for an informative stating exactly what those provisions are going to be, because I believe there's at least one other bowls club that is currently still out of action from vandalism. The other thing I want to talk about is I don't think it is a good use of space to have a water tank in the building rather than elsewhere, such as on the roof. I'd like to add an informative asking if that water tank could be moved to free up space within the pavilion. I'm also about the use of pathways to accommodate disabled bowlers. A lot of bowlers are over 70. There's a high proportion of bowlers with multiple disabilities. However, equipment needs to go on the path because it can't go on the green during matches because it would damage the green. So if there's any possibility of squeezing in a bit more space, at one stage, I believe officers were talking to the Allotment Society to try and swap out the top corner of the plan to ease in a little more corner. And I have no information as to whether those negotiations have broken down or whether there's a possibility for them to be continued. And I wonder if we could have an informative over that. I do think the plans to replace the Muga, I always call it a Muga rather than a Mugger because I don't like to alarm people. And we also note that there's been some improvements to the RSPCA car parking shared facility, which will allow disabled residents to get large dogs to their appointments comfortably, which we're pleased to see. I do want to say one thing, which is that facilities like Bowls Club depend on the goodwill and energy of volunteers. You know, nobody pays Sue and Jackie to be officers of the Bowls Club, to do everything they can to be called out of hours when there's problems with vandalism. You know, that enthusiasm, energy and goodwill should not be squandered, and anything that we can do by adding informatives or conditions to the application to make the new Bowls Club more suitable, I think we must try to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So just to be clear, I use my chair's prerogative there to allow Councillor Bennett to stay where she was, because normally councillors that speak on behalf of an item or about an item but do not vote would sit away from the decision-making benches, but today we didn't do that. Next speaker is Councillor Tong, so if you want to come to the board, Councillor Tong doesn't wish to speak. So Councillor Holloway, is he online, is he? Yeah, so Councillor Holloway is the executive councillor for this item and wishes to speak in that capacity, I believe. Councillor Holloway, hello, good morning. Yeah, thanks, councillor, and thanks to all the speakers. All very useful information, so thank you. Just before we start with the debate with councillors, I want to pick up on, yeah, thanks, councillor Bennett, good. So councillor Bennett's going to sit away from the decision-making area now, because that's what we normally do. I just want to pick up on something that a couple of the speakers said with you, Aaron, before we get on, to get some things clarified. So, especially with regard to what Susan said and what with what councillor Bennett said. So, in terms of what Susan said, she said that they weren't informed of the final details. So there's a short list for you here to respond to. Not informed of the final details, that it was considerably smaller, although later on she said she agreed to it being smaller, but I may have got a bit confused there about what was smaller. Clearly, most of the speakers have spoken about some aspects of it being smaller for sure. She also referred to it as Arab Balls Green, so I presume it's a city council facility that's then rented to a user, i.e. Abbey Balls Club. Also, Susan said it was not usable by disabled people, so that's a concern. And finally, she said that teams of ballers, in terms of the changing area size, were up to 24 people, which I thought a balls team was 4 people usually, but I don't know much about balls, so it'd be good. I don't know if you can answer that, Aaron. And in terms of what Councillor Bennett said, she sort of, to a certain extent, redesigned the scheme on the table with the water tank being moved to another place from where it was, and the pathway being bigger, although that was subject to negotiation unknown with the allotment holders, I believe. So there's any update on that. So any of those things, Aaron, that you can enlighten us about a bit more before we get into general debate? And obviously councillors can pick up those things as well if they wish.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, the consultation process, I was informed that a detailed consultation process had been undergone with the previous chair and secretary of the Bowls Club. However, during the course of the pre-application process, I'm not sure exactly what point, but the chair and secretary changed at the Bowls Club, so that's the explanation I've been given on consultation. The size of the bowls green is 35 metres by 35 metres, which is in line with Sports England's guidance. So the technical experts at Sports England are supportive of the size proposed. The council facility is on council-owned land and is let to the Abbey Bowls Club, and that will continue to be the case on the new provision at the Abbey Leisure. Changing facilities. Again, Sports England are accepting of the proposal and have confirmed it meets or exceeds the existing quality of the pavilion at the existing Bowls Club, so we've accepted that detail. Your question on the disabled access?
Susan said it was not usable by disabled users or visitors, I believe.
I don't believe that's the case. The path around the perimeter, the access from the disabled parking is acceptable. So my understanding it is usable by all. The tank has been located in that position as designed by the applicant team, who are well informed of the requirements of the Bowls Club. So I wouldn't propose redesigning the scheme at this stage.
Thanks for that, Aaron. It's very useful. Obviously, councillors will debate those matters themselves. So, councillors, over to you. Who wants to speak first? Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the speakers. Very interesting. A couple of things.
A bit closer to your microphone, please, councillor.
Can you just it doesn't seem to be, there's 8 bike parking for the green and 6 for the mugger. And does 6 for the mugger does seem very low. I know it's really, I guess, the connection between the leisure centre, where they've got a lot more bike parking, and these 2 facilities. But I think muggers get a lot of use and really great by young adults and older teenagers, and there can be a lot of bikes lying around. So I just wondered if, it's particularly for the mugger, whether that was adequate. And also it doesn't seem that there's entrance into the, it may be a safety issue, but it seems to be a fenced around the facility with a double gate from the parking area. which is away from the Abbey Leisure Center. So I wondered, it seems a shame that there's not an entrance on the other side, so that there was better connection for walking or families to go into the leisure centre. And I wondered if the officer thought that actually may be something that could be picked up through the landscaping condition. And can you just confirm that again, I think the green is natural grass, meaning it's not a plastic surface, because I think I can see why the mugger needs to be a non-natural surface, but I hope the bowls is, that's the only clarification. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corling, I think you had your hand up.
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to pick up the point about the cycle parking, because I had the same thought as Councillor Thornborough there about there not really being enough for the mugger. My other question was about condition 59 on the other application, which we're about to go to, because it was referenced in the officer presentation as being linked to this one, in terms of the phasing and the the information about how the bowls club will be accommodated in the meantime if this application goes ahead. Because on the online planning system, when I was reading through the comments, there were quite a lot of people concerned about that, and people thinking they'll be sent to some quite distant facility. And just, although that information is yet to come forward, is there any indication as to how that provision will be provided in the meantime? Even if it's not set in stone, I think it would be good just to have that aired.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porrer?
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Carling's point. Could I just confirm, the RSPCA had objected to the parking, but I think it was suggested it is like-for-like replacement. If the officer could just confirm that, that would be helpful. In terms of the Bowls Club objection, that seemed to relate to the size and how that relates to policy 73 for re-provision. So I think, looking at the two applications together, that we're losing a site that was 2642 metres squared and replacing it with a site that was 2292 metres squared. So it is a little bit smaller. So I'd just be grateful if the officer could talk about the impact, because I think, I'm not an expert in greens bowling, but the understanding is there will be fewer lanes, though I do know that Sport England was supportive. My other question was about loss of trees. I mean, I understand this has to happen sometime, but it is 16 trees. That's quite a lot, even if they are category B and C. I think we might have Joanna on the call, but I would be grateful if the officer or the tree officer could just show us on the map where they're going to be lost and where they're going to be replaced. And obviously any comments about how that's justified. And I think the other two comments, there was a mention of the path around the green and how equipment would be left on that. Is that something that happens at the current place as well? And is there anything the officer can suggest that might help to address that? And finally, with the biodiversity net gain, I think some of that is off-site. So if the officer could just confirm the split between on-site and off-site, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Very good. I'll go back to you now, Aaron. I think that's enough to go on with. And by the way, if you get any questions, Aaron, that you would like to defer to other specialist officers, please do. I don't think that's happened so far very much, though, but if you do. So, Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to pull up some of the relevant slides. So, the existing cycle parking for the multi-use games area 0 was an artificial pitch, so the uplift of 6 spaces for the enhanced facility is considered acceptable on balance. For the access arrangements, I'll just try and find the... So there is also a pedestrian entrance from Pool Way as well. I know the CGI slide I showed wasn't particularly clear, because it looks like the double gate entrance is only from the eastern side, but there is also another pedestrian entrance in this corner which isn't shown very clearly on the CGI, but when you look at the hard works plan, there is clearly a 2.146 metre footpath along that boundary to access the pavilion. And you've got 3.3 metres along the northern edge as well, and 1.5 metres along the Pool Way boundary alongside the proposed hedge. So the access arrangements around the perimeter is considered acceptable in terms of the measurements proposed. Councillor Carling, I think that's all of your points, Councillor Thornborough, is that correct? Councillor Carling mentioned condition 59. So the reason condition 59 is only imposed on the agenda item 6 for the East of Barnwell Local Centre redevelopment is because obviously the existing facilities will remain as existing at the moment. If this application is approved, there's no requirement to replace them unless they're lost through agenda item 6. If that's is that clear? And then in terms of the capacity, the locations for the facility during construction, there are other bowls clubs within the city which have capacity. Ian Ross is obviously present to confirm that that's the case. And there are other facilities in surrounding villages which also have new bowls club facilities that might be appropriate for the Abbey Bowls Club. As was mentioned by Ian, a lot of the members do travel a distance to train and go to fixtures at the existing provision in the Abbey ward. Parking for the RSPCA building. Obviously, the existing provision at the moment is an overflow car parking area for the Abbey Leisure Center, so potentially the RSPCA might make use of that overflow, but the provision of forced dedicated spaces specifically retained is considered acceptable, and obviously, as set out in the report, there's a significant number of other spaces nearby within the Abbey Leisure, which aren't obviously dedicated to the RSPCA, but should they use them and be enforced. As already mentioned, the smaller size of the bowls green, yes, it is slightly smaller, but it meets the Sport England standards and will be an enhancement and a much better facility than the existing provision. Ian and the team can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is a natural grass, not artificial, being proposed here. Loss of trees. Let's pull up a slide. How do I make that full screen? Sorry, let's try and... Sorry, just try and make it larger so everyone can see that clearly. Just zoom in. So yeah, we've got Joanna on the call, so I think I'll defer to Joanna at this stage to talk through the loss of trees. But as set out in the report, 16 individual trees are proposed to be lost. But we've got condition 5, which secures a replacement planting scheme. Indicatively, we've been given 2 locations within Coldham's Common where this planting is proposed, but that finer detail will be secured at a later stage. Anything to add on that, Joanna? Thanks, Joanna. The next question was on biodiversity net gain. We've also got Guy Belcher on the call. So we have got a commitment through condition 3 to delivering biodiversity net gain. From recollection, I think it's a loss of hedgerow units, but a gain of habitat units on the site, but I'll let Guy explain that in more detail. Thank you, Guy. And the last question was about the equipment. As I've mentioned, it's considered there's sufficient space around the perimeter for the equipment to be placed as shown on this plan. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. More questions. So, Councillor Baden, you haven't spoken yet.
Chair, just briefly, the Bowls Club secretary raised the point about disability access and the ability of people who wanted to play bowls and who wanted to spectate. Perhaps the officer could explain a little bit about that. Thank you.
Okay, hold on a minute, Aaron. Councillor Sombra, did you have some questions as well? Yeah.
One is I think it's great that the B&G, the increase in B&G is going to be aiming to be 20% because, that's what the city asked for, that the legal increase is only 10%, so that's really great. But this is a bit of a comment about all of the applications that we're getting with B&G because there's a condition that they go away and they are developed. But I don't know, as a committee member, I think the others may feel the same, we're really interested in where the increase in B&G ends up eventually. And I know there's talk about where they might go, but could the committee have 6 monthly updates on B&G and where eventually if there's off-site B&G gain, could we be kind of kept informed about where these are happening and if they are in the city particularly, but again if they're outside of the city. And then another point was, is it possible? I don't think it's possible to have it as a formal change in the planning application, but it would be really great if we could have a water refill point on the building so that people can refill water bottles so that we can encourage water rather than fizzy drinks. So it's just really the officers here, if they can note that, because I've asked before and we've been told we can't ask for it formally, but if they're here and can listen to us, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Councillor. B&G is biodiversity net gain. And I take your point about off-site provision of trees and hedges and things like that, not on the site, which is what Councillor Thornborough is talking about. I suppose in a way it's a bit like building control. We do things in this committee, then someone else does something in another area, or officers or committee or whatever, and so we don't always get to see everything. But yeah, I mean, I think ideally I'd like to see it right now, not even in 6 months' time. I'd like to see what's happening. And I'd like to see it ideally on the site or very, very, very close to the site, like in the surrounding streets or something like that. But yeah, I'll leave Aaron to answer your point. I think we can do a few more. So, Councillor Gilderdale.
Yeah,
I just wanted to pick up on a couple of issues. One was the trees and whether if we are going to be replanting trees, whether it's possible to require them to be more mature trees rather than very kind of new trees. It seems like we're losing quite a few, and it might be nice to kind of make sure that we have more mature trees. My second question was around the use of the mugger, and it was mentioned by Ian Ross that it will be accessible to the public. And I just looking at it, obviously there's an equipment store, and it's now going to be much more closely related to the Abbey complex. And I wondered, obviously the previous tennis court is just public access, but whether, because it's now becoming a more specific space, whether there will be kind of, I know that booking was mentioned, but whether this will also encourage more teams to use the space, and how we can make sure that we're balancing kind of public use, people being able to just rock up and use it, with also people needing to pre-book it, and what that means for the use of the mugger. Thank you.
Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you. I've got a part comment, part question, and it might sound like something quite technical, but it would have some impact on the planning decisions. So in terms of sustainability, obviously the building is quite small, and therefore it wasn't considered reasonable to require BREEAM. However, the building has got a number of good energy efficiency measures, including fabric first approach and air source heat pumps and photovoltaic panels. What I kind of couldn't figure out from the information provided is how the building is going to be ventilated. I could suspect that it's natural ventilation. However, there are no openings on the southeast elevation, because it's going to be used for indoor bowls, and I don't know how many people are going to be in this room at one time. I'd just like to see and understand how this has been considered by the design team. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Poro.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the trees, I do accept the tree office argument about some of the trees being stunted, but I'm wondering, if we're looking at the screen, the bottom edge along Pool Way, I think that will be replaced with hedging, but I think that is quite an important screen. So I wondered if the officer or Joanna could talk about what is going to be planned to be replaced there. And I would quite like a particular reference to that in the landscaping conditions, so that it's something that does sort of screen it slightly and replace that green cover is there, even if it isn't trees, it could be hedges. And I'd also like to request that hedges are included in the 5-year replacement, because we've got the normal condition about if a tree dies. But I think in this area, if it is going to be hedging, it is important that it thrives and remains there to sort of screen the road. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wright. I think that's it. So, Councillor Lokomatova mentioned BREEAM, so that's an acronym: Building Research Establishment Environmental Assessment Method. So that's just a way of checking sustainability for a building. So back to you then, Aaron, please.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Bajent mentioned the accessibility of the facility. You can see on this slide there's ample accessible car parking spaces within the Abbey Leisure Center, within a short walking distance. This area that's shown as drop-off is also allocated disabled car parking. I'm not sure why it's just labelled drop-off, but there's 2 allocated disabled bays in this space and a further space here, and it's clearly marked disabled parking on the hard surface. So the accessibility of the site is fine and meets the requirements, and I don't see why members of the public with accessibility issues wouldn't be able to play here. So I think satisfied with the proposals in that respect. Be it biodiversity, net gain, in accordance with the hierarchy, the starting point is yes, delivering on site where possible. As you can see from the site constraints and the size of the bowls green required, it's difficult to achieve net gain on the site. So the next option is to go off site, and we're fortunate that the Coldham's Commons is in close proximity to the site where planting and enhancements can be provided. So that's satisfied. The question about more mature planting, we've got the condition that requires the details of the tree planting. So through consultation with the tree officer, we will ensure that the proposed tree planting is acceptable and they are of sufficient size, and they will need to be to sort of contribute to that net gain figure and the commitment to 20% as well. My understanding is that the multi-use games area will remain via a booking system, Ian? Can I defer to the recreation officer at this stage? Councillor Smart? Chair.
Say that again, Aaron?
Can I defer to the recreation officer to answer the question about the booking system for the multi-use games area? My understanding is that it will become a bookable.
Just answers the question, yeah. Can you come to a microphone then, please? Thanks. Just do it there, that's fine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The existing facility is just basically turn up and play. We are working with the Lawn Tennis Association to use their Club Spark system now, which we will be introducing at Jesus Green and Christ Pieces, but also now for other courts across the city. And it will allow people to actually pre-book it, and we do get a lot of the public asking us to be able to book tennis courts in particular. And so what we will be able to do now is program the use of the mugger from there, so we can set it up as specifically for tennis, or we can set it up for netball or basketball or football, so we can actually start to program some of the use in there for spaces. And that will also enable us, as I say, as some of the comments here have been, around not being overused and just local clubs and teams turning up to use that facility and basically not being available for local residential use. We're very much seeing this still as a residential facility so that the local can come and use it and basically still drop in and use it. There won't be a gated control, so again the gates will still be open, but we are looking to implement a booking system on it if possible. And it also helps us now to track usage, because again, a lot of these open facilities, free use facilities in the open spaces, we just really don't know the numbers of people using them. So again, this facility will also help track and hopefully say how well used our facilities are. We know they currently are.
Thanks very much for that. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. And the next point was on the BREEAM requirement, as set out in the officer report. Given the small scale of the pavilion building here, it's 131 square metres roughly. It wouldn't be reasonable to impose a BREEAM condition. So it looks like sort of natural purge ventilation for the pavilion. We've got some roof lights as well and openable windows facing the bowls green. There's no reference to other forms of ventilation within the submission, but it's quite often we get mixed mode of ventilation for these type of small facilities. So that's considered acceptable for the scale of development proposed here. Next question or comment from Councillor Porra. Happy to impose the further detail on the condition to require the details of the hedgerow. So that can be added. I believe it's condition 5, but let me just confirm that. So condition 5 is the replacement tree planting condition, so we can insert hedgerow to that condition, and then condition 4 is the hard and soft landscaping condition. So we will secure the details of the hedgerow through that condition. And I believe they were all the members' comments and questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nearly there, I think, yeah. So, Councillor Thornborough?
For the replacement trees, could we consider the total loss of the girth of the existing tree, the cross area of all of the trees we're taking out, and say that it's actually the cross section of all the trees has to be replaced, rather than 5 trees coming out and 5 trees have to be replaced? That's what they do in some of the London boroughs now.
I've never heard that before, but it sounds like a very sensible approach. I feel as if you're making up policy as we go along. If it's not a city council policy, it will be a tricky thing to just initiate for one item that's on the table today. I think not fair on the applicant, possibly. But I'll put it to Aaron, who might want to defer. Aaron.
I'm happy with the existing wording of condition 5, which requires the numbers, the species, the size, location, and the date of planting. So I think through consultation with the tree officer, we can ensure appropriate tree planting is secured. Thank you.
I think you lost that one, Councillor. And also, Councillor Teodoro did ask about more mature trees. I don't know if you, did you respond to that? I don't know if I called that.
I believe I did, Chair.
Apologise. Okay, so Councillor Colling.
Thanks. Yeah, that's an interesting idea about the alternative way of measuring the trees. I mean, could look at it in the next local plan maybe as an option. In terms of more questions on this one, the disabled access has come up a few times in the discussion because it was mentioned by the Bowls Club Secretary, but nobody seems to know what the details of that were. So I know it's unusual, but I wonder if it might be sensible, Chair, to hear very briefly from the Bowls Club Secretary about what the specific issue is. I do have a couple of other questions. One of which is just the colouring of the pavilion. Just following on from Councillor Lokmatova's question just now about ventilation. That building is like, it's sort of very dark black colouring. I mean, is that likely to cause overheating problems? There's potential there, and I do wonder why that decision's been made. And then just to follow up very briefly on the point I made earlier about the replacement provision, just to sort of emphasise, I think you mentioned a lot of different options there, and in many ways I think that's what's caused some of the concern in terms of people being unsure about what might happen to the provision in the meantime, be it in surrounding villages or other clubs in the city. So just to emphasise, I think it's important that the club is properly consulted on those options and is kept. Now, that's not really a question, it's just a plea, really, to make sure that they're taken on board and sort of this is done with them, essentially.
All right, thanks, Councillor. I think the case officer has already answered that question and said that the facility is accessible, and there's no, the access officer, City Council access officer, has not felt the need to comment on this application, which means that it is accessible. He'd only comment if there was a problem. So I think we're all good on that, really. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? No. Oh, Councillor Thornborough.
I completely agree with Councillor Carling's point about the black cladding, and I don't know if there's a condition regarding material where we have been concerned previously about overheating and the urban heat island, and the black cladding would make it hotter if you're sitting around the building. And the other point about the pavilion is, do we have a green roof policy for the building as well? Because part of it is a flat roof. Would that be a green flat roof? Thank you.
Right, do you want to respond to that then, please, Aaron? So flat roof, greens or not?
Condition 21 secures the flat roof to be green.
And black cladding?
And on the black cladding, I think it's just it's a design. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Let me just bear with me. So the design is considered acceptable, and the materials proposed are the fibre cement cladding in a black anthracite. Again, given the scale of the building, it's 131 square metres, overheating issues aren't considered to be significant. The building also does benefit from we've got a roof overhang and surrounding green infrastructure that's proposed, so I'm satisfied that the proposals are acceptable in that regard.
Councillor Thornborough.
Sorry, if the client came back and asked for a lighter colour cladding, would that be a planning issue? Could they change the cladding to a lighter colour without coming back to planning?
Aaron?
I think we could put a materials condition on so we actually get that final detail of the cladding, so that can be negotiated through the condition stage.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Is that consent? Yes, good. Okay, Councillor Carling.
Yeah, basically, let's have a materials condition if that's okay. And can we specifically mention the kind of the urban heat island effect in that? Because it's not just about inside the building; it's also those walls will become extremely hot. That could be a safety issue for people as well if people sort of lean on the building or something. So there's a variety of problems with it being that colour, I think.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any more? Any more hands up? No. Okay. Good, robust debate. Thank you very much. So, in that case, let's go to the recommendation then. Toby. Oh, hang on. Just before we do, Councillor Thornborough, you mentioned about more bicycle racks. So I note that in the report it does say that the bowling club commented that no cycle parking was required, but you were talking about the MUGA, the multi-use games area, having more cycle parking, that would be good. I think that is a good idea. Did you want to maybe put forward an informative to double it or something like that?
Well, yes, I think we should be maximising parking, cycle parking for oversized bikes as well as ordinary bikes. And if there was space for that, I think that should be considered. It would be great if it was an informative to increase if possible.
And I think that goes, in terms of informative and available space, that goes for bowling as well, because some people that maybe want to use that facility may wish to cycle. We don't know, do we? We can't make presumptions. So I'm happy to support that. No one's speaking against it, as far as I can see. Thumbs up. Okay, so that's an informative then. Okay, so in that case, Toby, if you can give us the recommendation, please, and we'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 22 of the officer report. That is to approve, subject to the conditions. Those conditions are set out in full as an appendix to the amendment sheet, and it's with a variation to condition 5 to reference hedgerow as a possible replacement. It's with reference to an additional condition in relation to materials to ensure that the finish is appropriate given the urban heat island effect, and with reference to an additional informative to encourage the applicants to provide, where appropriate, additional space for larger sized bikes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toby. I was reading something then, Toby. Did you say the informative about? Well, yeah, you did. Thank you. Okay, so that let's vote then. So the recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? It's unanimous, so the item is approved. Right, councillors. Now we'll have a little break. So say 5 minutes, I presume, unless, councillors, you were concerned about this next item, which could be longish. It's going to go into the lunch sort of time area. So I presume it's probably best just to carry on now, and then we'll have to have lunch a bit later today. So if you need to have a snack or a drink now, do that. Councillor Dryden. Yeah, break now, yeah. Okay, so let's have a 10-minute break then, so you've got a chance to have a decent, walk around, because the next one is going to be at least an hour or two, I guess. All right, thank you. So come back at 10:02, please. Claire, and we'll get started. So welcome back to Planning Committee. Just had a short break after the last item before we get going on this item 6. Next one. There were some IT issues earlier, which hopefully are now all resolved, we believe. So apologies to anyone listening online that had issues there. If there's anything that's missing from the debate, it should hopefully be added later, either by adding it to the bit technical, I'm not quite sure, but somehow adding it, or I think it might be written in the chat possibly, or it's been recorded. Recorded on computers, so it'll be added later. So anything you've missed, you will have access to later. But as I said earlier to the people here in the room, this is the decision-making chamber, the meeting's here. This is where you have to hear what we say, and you have heard it and made a decision. So that's good. The next item will be at least an hour or two, and then we'll have lunch, and then we'll get going on the afternoon session. So for people aiming to join items in the afternoon, after this item, I mean, that won't be until at least 2:30 after we've had lunch and come back to this meeting. So just so you're all aware of that if you're listening online. So next item, Aaron, you're the case officer on it, East Barnwell. We've got speakers, so just say there's now got Patricia objecting, Scott objector, Paul objector, and then I think it's Ian Ross, isn't it, for the applicant? Jim Pollard, and then Paul Belton as well. And then we've got councillors, Councillor Bennett, Abbey Ward Councillor, and Councillor Tong, and Councillor Bird. Right, okay, so Aaron, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this planning application reference 23/04687/FUL. The application seeks planning permission for the demolition of the existing buildings and hard standing on the site and the erection of a new community centre, library, preschool, shops and/or cafe, 120 new affordable homes, car parking, cycle parking, landscaping, substation and associated works. So this slide shows the site location plan as existing. The application site consists of 2 separate parcels of land. Site 1 located to the west of Barnwell Road, Site 2 located to the east of Barnwell Road, and that's how they'll be referred to throughout this presentation. So this slide shows an aerial view of the existing uses across both sites. As we've determined this morning, the bowls green and the tennis court is proposed to be relocated to the Abbey Leisure Center. And then on Site 2, we have the existing library to the south of the site, a parade of shops with residential accommodation above, which front onto a hard landscape space with car parking and a separate block of flats to the north of the site. So car parking and servicing area here, as shown on this slide. In terms of site constraints, Site 1 is designated as protected open space, which I'll come on to in more detail later in this presentation. And part of Site 2 is designated as a local centre. The sites do not fall within a conservation area. There are no listed buildings on the site or in the immediate vicinity. Site 2 is within flood zone 1. The entire site is within flood zone 1. There are a number of trees within the site. However, none of these trees are subject to tree preservation orders. Moving on to the proposal, as I've mentioned, the application seeks permission for the demolition of the existing buildings, construction of new community facilities, preschool, shops and/or cafe, and 120 affordable homes. So starting with Site 1, we've got 4 blocks of accommodation proposed, which includes 54 affordable homes. This is blocks A, B, and C, which form part of one larger block, which are interlinked and seeks to create an active frontage along both Newmarket Road to the north and Barnwell Road to the east. Blocks A and C are proposed to be 4-storey in height, while stepping up to 5-storey at the northeast corner of the site. And then we've got Block D to the south of the site, which is proposed to be 3 stories in height, and will include a commercial unit and preschool at ground floor. The blocks are proposed to front onto a public green space, which will include street furniture, play equipment, cycle and pedestrian routes. And we've got a new vehicular access, which is proposed along Rawling Close. This would serve the residential and community vehicle parking. A total of 32 spaces are proposed, including 4 accessible bays and 1 loading bay. Moving on to Site 2. Site 2 proposes 66 new affordable homes with commercial uses at ground floor of the blocks. Block E is proposed in the northwest corner at 6 stories in height, which is the tallest building in the proposal. Block F is proposed in the southeast corner at 4 stories in height. Block G at the northeast corner is also proposed to be 4 stories. And then we've got the existing green space, which is proposed to be enhanced as part of the proposals in front of the Stepneys block, just here shown on this aerial view. The vehicular access to Site 2 is proposed to remain via Barnwell Road, where the existing junction will be improved and a new car parking area proposed. A total of 45 car parking spaces in total, 4 accessible bays, and again, 1 loading bay. This slide just shows an illustrative landscape plan. As mentioned, Site 1 introduces the new community green space with play equipment and an enhanced open space within a plaza area to the front of the commercial units on Site 2. And this slide just shows the distribution of uses across the site. The applicants explored various options through the pre-application stage, and this option was considered the most appropriate. So we've got the community and library on Site 1, fronting onto the public green. A small commercial unit, also fronting onto the public green, preschool facility, and then residential above these uses and also along Newmarket Road. Site 2, as mentioned, commercial at ground floor, replacing the existing parade of shops, residential above, and a standalone residential block, again fronting Newmarket Road. This will be a deck access block of flats, and likewise, Block A will also be deck access. This slide shows the ground floor block plan. As mentioned, 1 vehicular access on both sites. Underground iceberg bins are also proposed, and the applicants have worked closely with the shared waste team to ensure the waste officers are happy with the proposals, and the correct vehicle has been tracked to show that the vehicle tracking works to service the development. These are conveniently located within acceptable distances of all future residents. This slide just shows the roof plan. All roofs are proposed to be green, with PV panels where appropriate, as shown. So the next few slides will just run through the proposed elevation, and we've also got Anne-Marie de Boom, the urban designer, representing the council, who will be able to input through the slides as well. So along Newmarket Road, this shows the north elevation of blocks A and B, which are linked to create a continuous frontage along Newmarket Road. They've also been set back to allow for additional tree planting. This is supported to create a strong urban form to Newmarket Road with a deck access housing typology, which has been introduced to reduce the number of single aspect units within the proposal and ensure there are no single aspect north-facing units within the scheme. As you can see, Block A is proposed to be 4 stories in height, and then stepping up to 5 stories in height for Block B. Whether you can't see on the elevation, Chartwell House is located to the west of the site and is a 3-story building, so it's an appropriate transition to step up to 4-story. There is also a buffer distance between the two buildings. So as mentioned, Block B steps up to 5-story, as shown on this slide, towards the main junction. This helps create an additional massing around this node. The step in the story height also reflects the introduction of the community centre at ground floor, which is designed to appear as a single-story volume that has slid underneath Block B. This development block is slightly pulled back from the edge of Barnwell Road with a walled garden, which has been introduced at the corner. And then we've got Block C, which is proposed at 4 stories and linked to Blocks A and B at ground floor only, by means of the entrance to the community centre and the library. Block C also creates the western edge of the public space and screens any views towards the car parking from the public open space. And the 4-story building is considered to provide a good level of enclosure to the public square and also provide an appropriate transition to Block D, which I'll show in the next slide. So we've got Block D, which is, as I've mentioned, a 3-story block, which will have a nursery and a cafe at ground floor. And the heights proposed for Block D is considered appropriate, taking into account the existing two-storey properties along Rawling Close. So suitable separation distances have been included in the proposals to ensure there's not an impact on the residential amenity of the existing properties. And then moving on to Site 2. Site 2 consists of proposed blocks E, F and G. Block E, shown on this slide, is the tallest building within the proposal at 6 stories in height. And then we've got commercial at ground floor and 5 stories of residential above. This block is located on the corner of Newmarket Road, and as I mentioned, is considered an appropriate location for a building of this height. Then we've got Block F, which is a 4-storey block. Again, commercial at ground floor, 3 stories of residential above. This lower height provides a transition to, again, the 3-storey building block to the south, and a slight kink has been introduced in the building that reflects the change in direction of the orientation of Block E and the existing buildings on Barnwell Road. And then we've got Block G, again, another deck access block of flats, which fronts onto Newmarket Road. Its alignment follows the existing flat block on the site and ensures the existing trees can be accommodated. This is considered appropriate. And again, the single aspect units is reduced by the introduction of this deck access arrangement. The overall development form, layout and building heights proposed across the entire site are considered appropriate and acceptable in accordance with the local plan policy requirements. The next few slides will just show the floor plans proposed of selected apartments. We've got a 1-bedroom, which the applicants are describing as an enhanced single aspect. So whilst it's still within my assessment defined as a single aspect unit, they've included an additional opening where additional light can come through the balcony space. Then we've got 3-bedroom maisonettes, so across two stories of 2 floors of accommodation. So they're within Block F, and they're considered acceptable with decent amount of external space as shown on this slide. So we've got a terrace area with a cycle store and a balcony as well. And we've got the deck access 1- and 2-bedroom flats. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Anne-Marie de Boom to talk about the materials and the design process that we went on through the pre-app stage and application stage as well. So, over to Anne-Marie.
Hi. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, great. Just one comment on the elevations I wanted to say. Sorry, Aaron, you can stay on the slides that you were on. I just wanted to point out in this plan form, which you can quite nicely see that some of the blocks, so for example, Block C. Now, when you look at the elevation of Block A and B, seen from the south, as it's drawn, you will never see it like it's shown in the elevation drawing, because you have Block C that sort of is like a T extension to it. And the same when you look at that eastern elevation of Block E, you'll never quite see it as it's shown in the elevation drawing, because a large part of it will be obscured by Block G. So I just want to point it out because there's to the front of the elevation, so the elevations that are fully shown and face the road, you would notice there's a lot more little architectural detailing introduced to enhance the quality of the elevation. So we've got the wide bending around some of the windows, the details around the entrances, and there's also, it's harder to see in this elevation, but detailing in the brickwork to make it, to get that additional level of extrusion and create a bit of shadow play on these buildings to help to sort of improve the visual interest of these, quite large blocks in some cases. But on the rear of these elevations, there is less of that detailing in, and that's partly because some of that is very much obscured and only smaller parts of these buildings are visible. So that was one thing I would like to say. In terms of materials, we're looking at a variety of materials palette, and we wanted to create a balance in both we want to make sure that these buildings talk to each other and it feels as a sort of one local center. And that was always very much the design concept. So, there's the side of the one side of the East Barnwell Road, which is more the retail and the shops, and the other side of Barnwell Road, which is the open space and the community facilities. And the two really good pedestrian links between the two. And you would have noticed from the landscape plan that the routes and paths between the two are very much aligned and directed with the idea that people sort of can circle around the center and can use both sides of the center as a sort of single destination, if you like. At the same time, we didn't want it to be all the same. So we also want to make sure there was some variety in the architecture, in the style, and in the materiality. And that's why these materials which will all be subject to condition, but the very much the idea is that there will be different colors of materials that pick up on the great variety of architectural styles and materials that can be found in the surroundings. So next slide, please, Aaron. Yeah, and this is just highlighting some of the little details that we've worked very hard with the applicant team into trying to introduce and to sort of lift up the visuals for this development. And this is a small example of the block that includes the library and community center, which will sit at the base of the development, and which is highlighted in a sort of more purpley blue brick at as I said, on the ground floor. And then there are these white bands of white brick that sort of highlight individual bays, and that is used both in the library but also on the other side of the round around the retail unit. So that provides that level of sort of consistency and cohesion throughout the local centre. And then especially on these corner buildings, there is the white detailing around the windows, which sometimes it's a white line band that goes around different shops, sometimes it's more of a block of a white. And again, this is on the corner of the block from Newmarket Road and East Barnwell Road. And on the other side of East Barnwell Road, the 6-story building have some of these similar features, even though it's got a different color block. So there is sort of this talking to each other. There is the as Aaron was saying, this is a deck access unit. One of the more recently introduced regulations with deck access unit is that the balconies, the balustrades and the balconies have to be completely solid. That's to do with fire regulation. So that sort of just pose certain design constraints and constrictions on what these buildings look like, but with some sort of 3D detailing on these railings, again, are added to add a bit of shadow and light play and make it more interesting when seen in real life. Thank you. Were there other slides?
No, that's it. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Yeah,
that's great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come back later.
So I'm now going to move on to the assessment of the principle of development. So we've got policy 3, which seeks to ensure that residential development is appropriately located. And this includes with respect to surrounding uses, accessibility and access to facilities. The application site is in a sustainable location, surrounded by residential uses and in close proximity to facilities and good transport accessibility. With the above in mind, the proposal is considered to comply with policy 3. In respect of protected open space, this slide shows the existing protected open space on site 1. The total amount is 5,615 square metres. The application proposal seeks to induce a replacement 3,600 of enhanced open space on the site itself, and then we provide an additional 2,361 of additional open space off-site at the Abbey Leisure Center, which is approximately 500 metres from the site. The Council's policy team has confirmed that the hard service overflow car park clearly does not and has not offered a space of recreational or environmental importance either now or in the past, and therefore the replacement of this hard surface overflow car park with the bowls green will enhance the space and is supported. As mentioned, the replacement bowls facility will be located 500 metres from the existing site, and whilst this is more than the 400 metres distance recommended by policy 67, on balance, the re-provision of the enhanced replacement facility in this location is considered to meet the policy requirements. So policy 72 is also relevant and ensures that local centres retain their function in providing important services to local people. A key focus through the design process has been ensuring the scheme retains at least the existing amount of commercial floor space, and the proposal would achieve this by re-providing slightly more than the existing commercial floor space on the site. Condition 61 has been recommended to ensure an interim strategy is in place to ensure the existing businesses can continue to trade through construction. Subject to this condition, the proposals are considered to comply with Policy 72. Policy 73 stipulates that the loss of community facilities will be permitted if the loss can be replaced within the new development or relocated to at least its existing scale, range, quality, and accessibility for its users. The existing community centre is located just to the east of the application site and measures 331 square metres in area. The existing library is located within Site 2 at the moment and has a floor area of 144 square metres. So this equates to a total floor area of 475 square metres. The replacement facility for the community centre and library will measure 515 square metres and is therefore considered to meet this policy requirement. And then the existing preschool is also located to the east of the site, temporarily relocated to the Galford School. This facility at the moment measures 181 square metres, whilst the replacement is proposed to increase this provision to 184 square metres. So overall, the new facilities are considered to be greater in size, quality, and will enhance the existing facilities in accordance with Policy 73. So in terms of the proposed affordable provision, the scheme proposes 120 affordable new homes, which exceeds the policy requirement of 40%. As set out in Policy 45, a minimum of 40% should be proposed. We've got 100% affordable here, and that is given significant weight in the planning balance when assessing this application. The scheme includes a mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom properties, which is supported by officers. And overall, the proposal is considered to introduce an acceptable mix of dwelling sizes which respond to the local need for the much needed affordable homes in the city. It is acknowledged that the Council's policy seeks to ensure that affordable housing provision is not clustered in one location to ensure that a mixed, balanced community is achieved. However, as mentioned in the report, given the scheme proposing an above policy provision, it is considered in this instance that exceeding the clustering policy requirement is acceptable and is outweighed by the need for affordable homes in the city. As set out in the comments made by the Council's housing strategy officers, the City Council's housing management team are content with the cluster size proposed and the tenure, which will ensure a sustainable, long-term balanced community is maintained. So the entire development is proposed as affordable rent with an indicative affordable mix, so this is indicative at this stage, proposed to be 40%, 48 units at 60% of market rent, and 60% of the development, 72 units, to be 80% of market rent. Overall, the proposals are considered to be in accordance with Policy 45. The next few slides will just go through some of the CGIs that have been submitted. Clearly, the CGIs show the buildings will be much taller and more visible than the existing arrangement on both sites 1 and 2. However, the CGIs are considered to demonstrate it is capable of taking the addition of these larger and taller buildings without detriment to the character of the site or having an adverse impact on the Cambridge skyline. Scale, height and massing proposed is supported by the Council's urban design and landscape officers and is considered acceptable. So 34 out of 120 dwelling proposed to be single aspect. However, none of these properties are north facing. An overheating analysis and thermal comfort assessment of the single aspect units has been carried out and assessed against Parto, and all of the units achieve compliance. Overheating has been minimised through glazing specifications, the depth of windows, reveals and external shading proposed. So these slides just show the location of the proposed single aspect units. We've got Block A and B along Newmarket Road, which will include 8 one-bed single aspect units. These would be south-facing single aspect. Block D at the end of Rawling Close, fronting onto the open space and Barnwell Road, 2 one-bedroom single aspect units, again south-facing in that block. 15 one-bed single aspect units that will be west-facing in Block E. 7 one-bed single aspect west-facing units in Block F, and 2 3-bedroom maisonettes. So obviously these are over 2 levels of residential accommodation, but 2 of those would be single aspect and east-facing. So a total of 34. It's just another slide to show the locations, which we can come back to later if needed. All properties meet or exceed the nationally prescribed space standards. The entire development is designed to Passive House Principle standard and will have access to private external amenity spaces. 214 secure and covered cycle parking spaces are proposed for future residents within the ground floor of the apartment blocks. This amount exceeds the local plan policy requirements. We've got 6% of the total number of cycle parking as cargo bike spaces, a total of 13, and a further 82 visitor cycle parking spaces have been across both sites to ensure they're conveniently located in appropriate locations. There will be dedicated cycle parking for staff members within secure internal stores also. Car parking proposed, we've got site 1, 23 spaces in total for 54 homes, so a ratio of 0.43 spaces per dwelling. Site 2, 28 spaces in total for 66 homes, 0.42 spaces per dwelling. 4 of these spaces will be allocated to the accessible M43 units, and they are located conveniently within a short distance from the spaces. 9 visitor parking spaces on site 1 for the commercial and community uses, including 2 accessible bays and a loading bay, and 7 visitor parking spaces on site 2 for the commercial uses. 2 of these proposed to be accessible, and 1 loading bay again. This slide just shows the arrangement for the M43 units internally. So of the 120 dwellings proposed, 4 of these are proposed to be M43 wheelchair accessible homes. The design team have appropriately located these within the development in close proximity to the accessible parking bays, as I've just mentioned. Whilst it's acknowledged that Policy 51 seeks to secure 5% of the overall affordable housing component as M43 dwellings, it's considered appropriate to bear in mind that a scheme of 120 dwellings would only be required to provide 48 affordable dwellings in total, and this would equate to just 2 M43 units. So it's not considered appropriate in this instance to request that the 5% total is provided for the 120. So we've got 4 wheelchair accessible units proposed in this application, and condition 5 is recommended to secure this provision. Moving on to the impacts on trees. So the applicants have submitted an arboricultural impact assessment which identifies a proposed development would result in the removal of 17 individual trees, 1 area of trees, 3 groups of trees and parts of 2 additional groups, 1 hedge and 1 section of another hedge. However, during the course of the application, the arboricultural impact assessment has been updated to demonstrate that parts of G4 and T34, as shown on this slide, can be retained. This was requested by the council's tree officer, and the applicants have responded to ensure they are retained. The trees proposed for removal are mixed in value, the majority being Category C. No Category A trees are proposed for removal, and a total of 92 new trees are proposed within the landscape works. The council's tree officer has acknowledged that the new trees will improve the diversity of the site's tree stock and has raised no objection to the application. In respect of biodiversity net gain, the development has demonstrated a net gain of 21.25 habitat units is achievable on site. However, again, similar to the first application, a net loss in hedgerow units of 37.12%. However, the applicants are committed to a net gain of 20%, and this is secured again by condition. Condition 64 of this permission. So to conclude, having regard to the planning balance in this case, for the reasons set out within the officer's report, and as mentioned in this presentation, officers consider the benefits of the scheme significantly outweigh the harm, and approval is recommended, subject to completion of the Section 106 and conditions. Lastly, I just need to bring members' attention to some of the updates on the amendment sheet. So a number of the conditions were updated to enable phasing to take place. So phase 1 is proposed to be delivered ahead of site 1 is proposed to be developed ahead of site 2, and the conditions have been amended accordingly to enable this to take place. An additional contribution of £10,000 towards weighting restrictions was requested by the Transport Assessment Team, in addition to the £278,000 to the Eastern Access proposal. This was in the original consultation response, but the £10,000 was missed in the draft heads of terms in the report, so this needs to be added in to the recommendation. The scheme has also been referred to the Secretary of State to determine whether it's appropriate to call in the planning application. So if the Council's minded to approve, the Secretary of State will make a decision on whether it needs to be called in or not. An FOI was submitted to find out the reason why the application was called in. However, a response has not yet been received to confirm why the application was called in. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
Right, thanks, Aaron. Thank you very much. Very good. So speakers. So first off, projectors, we've got, I understand Paul Fiddler isn't here, so we've got Patricia and Scott, projectors. Hello, hi. Do you want to come to the public speaker? You are here, are you? Oh, sorry. I was told you weren't. So if you want to come to the public speaker thing at the back there on the right, so you can speak in the... Sorry? 6 minutes in total. So I understand that you were going to defer, Paul, to other speakers to speak, but you wish to speak now, is that correct? Oh, okay, right, okay, thank you. Okay, so Patricia and Scott, do you want to come to the public speaker thing there in front of you? Can you manage that? Is that right? Or I can bring the microphone to you if it's a bit difficult to get there. All right, take your time, no rush. That's it, good. Okay, so you're objecting to the scheme. There's 6 minutes to speak in total. So you can either have 3 minutes each or split it up however you want between you. The officer here, Sarah, will ding the bell when it's half a minute before the end, so you know you come into the end and obviously finish your sentence then. So whoever wants to speak first, if you press the button on the microphone in front of you, it's the right-hand button, and it will light up red. That's it. You don't have to stand unless you wish. That's it. And you have 6 minutes to speak. Over to you, Patricia.
Our house in Malden Close overlooks the lovely Barnwell bowling green, but I'm not strictly speaking as a NIMBY. I do appreciate the urgent need for the new housing and vital community facilities planned on Site 1 of the Barnwell project. But what I do object to is the sheer scale of this high-rise, high-density project. 54 dwellings on about half an acre, when even 50 on 1 acre is considered high. And new flats will be substandard, as they have only a single aspect, unhealthy in hot weather. Moreover, according to the noise impact assessment, Site 1 is wholly dominated by noise, being adjacent to the busy Barnwell junction and its traffic pollution, not to mention light pollution at night. The new flats would need to be triple glazed with heavy-duty curtains. Site 1 could be in danger of flooding. Over the past year in heavy rain, a torrent of water has gushed down into Malden Close, lapping ankle-deep outside our house and neighbouring properties, right next to the bowling green, where there is, according to the Flood Authority, a dominant gradient from the Newmarket Road down the steep steps by the tennis court. The proposed high-rise flats are out of character with the domestic low-rise architecture of East Barnwell, which has the air of a garden suburb, and the design of the new flats is very plain and boringly beige. They look more like offices than homes. How long will it be before they look run down? It is true that a small green plaza will be provided for the amenity and recreation of the new residents, but it will face the Barnwell Road and suffer from traffic pollution and not be a safe play space for the children from the flats. Instead, the buildings on Site 1 could be realigned to provide an inner, more secluded space, a green piazza away from the road. Moreover, local social will be put under extra strain with more residents to serve. The health centre is already oversubscribed. The City 3 bus service has deteriorated. There's no direct access to Addenbrooke's. Sadly, there will be no local shops while Site 2 is under construction, but I realise that is changed. Site 1 is described as brown field in the planning application, but it's 90% green, apart from a small pavilion and shelter in the hard, well-used tennis court. When we bought our house, our solicitors gave us a map showing the bowling green to be a protected site, but when we recently asked them for advice, they refused because they were acting for the developers. On a personal note, the Site 1 plans show an electricity substation directly behind the hedge we share with the bowling green, about 4 metres from our house, when the minimum safe distance is 8 metres. It could make a humming noise to disturb the peace of our garden. Could this be relocated safely elsewhere on Site 1? In sum, the plans for Site 1 should go back to the drawing board for the benefit of both present and future residents.
Good morning. I'm Scott. I'm a resident of Rawling Close. I've lived in the ward all my life. Having spoken with several of my neighbours in the street, it's quite fair to say no one wants to stop any modernisation of the East Barnwell Centre. However, it's become very apparent that the majority of people share a common objection to the current proposal. Many residents have chosen to live in the area because of the open space associated with Site 1, a status afforded with its current protection. The plan proposal strips the majority of this status. Yes, the submitted plan does indicate areas of open space across the sites. However, no amount of superior landscaping will make up for the vast area of protected space that the local centre will lose. The distance to the proposed new bowling green and tennis court at Abbey Sports Complex, as mentioned previously at 500 metres, is outside the scope of Policy 67, and the land already has protected open space status, regardless of the use currently. The Bowls Green also do not want to relocate to the new site. With only small pockets of open space planned on the sites and relocating the large areas outside of the scope of the planning rules, the proposal was failing to re-provide and protect the status of the open space sufficiently. The proposal outlines 3- and 4-storey buildings, 5-storey and 6-storey buildings. This is not in keeping with the character of existing surroundings of the area. There are currently no residential buildings over 4 storeys within the ward, including those on the new Marley development. When discussing the CGI modelling that we saw on the screen earlier of the new buildings, the common response from neighbours and people living in the area was overwhelming, overdeveloped, too high. The ward does not need to be landmarked with buildings of this size or nature. We have other buildings in the area already doing this for us. The proposals also tower over the local roads adjoining private gardens and take away the privacy from the neighbourhood. A large number of local residents want to see the building heights reduced to protect the privacy. Parking was assessed at times of the day that was not conclusive with the actual use of the roads. It was performed twice during the night time. This doesn't reflect the use of Rawling Close, Rawling Road, and these need to be readdressed and performed at times that do reflect how the roads are used. With the new status, with the new development going on to Site 1, there is fear of increasing traffic and increasing parking, no matter how the sites are managed parking-wise now. And it is also insufficient spaces for the sites, Site 1 and Site 2. What I'd like the committee to review is the protected open space status across the sites, reduce the building heights.
Want to finish off now? That's the end of your time.
Last point.
Bring it to a conclusion.
Yes, and vehicle parking and the traffic flow in the areas of the sites. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Patricia and Scott. Thank you. You can go back to your seats at the back if you wish. I think it might be best because we need other speakers. Thanks for that. So next to speak is it Jim Pollard and Paul Belton? So you two are speaking on behalf of the applicant. So Jim Pollard is the applicant and Paul Belton agent. So you have 6 minutes as well, so when you're ready.
So I'm Jim Pollard. I'm a Senior Development Manager with the City Council and with the Cambridge Investment Partnership, who are the applicants. So Barnwell has a strong local community that includes some of the most deprived areas in Cambridge. Proposals for regeneration go back many years, at least to the local plan 2006, when land was first allocated for redevelopment. But meaningful change and investment has failed to be delivered in those 20 years. The facilities in the centre are disjointed, poorly connected, and in poor condition. And this application seeks to address this. Community engagement a few years back led to a document, Framework for Change, which opened the way for a stronger and more vital centre, also flagged the opportunity to improve the sports and recreation offer at the Leisure Centre, which has already been discussed. It also revealed public consultation fatigue due to the lack of action. So the City Council and the County Council are together now proposing a massive investment in Barnwell, over £50 million, not in private interests, but in the community. Since Framework for Change, we've had a lot more consultations about the specific proposals and discussions with a lot of the local stakeholders, and there's been a lot of support locally. The proposals respond to individual concerns in a way that's fair to everyone. But as I say, the bigger picture is that these proposals do have support and can finally deliver for the community. So Abbey people, who are a major local community group really, and the library service have been involved. And in response to local views, we have located the preschool back with the community centre and the library, which is something they very much wanted. The building housing the preschool has been limited to 3 stories. It's well set back from the road and will have a screen of trees, all designed to improve the relationship with Rawling Close. The Protect Open Space, which has been commented on, that's been re-provided. The current privately managed space and the problem verge that used for unauthorised parking, which is there now, will be replaced by a welcoming public space in the centre of Barnwell, open to everyone, like a town square. It'll be well related to the community facilities and shops. The provision for sports and bowls has already been discussed. The acceptors say that there is, of course, the condition in this application to support the transition. The commercial centre is protected also, as Aaron has said, and these proposals are a positive investment in that centre. New premises in sustainable, modern and flexible buildings, better connected to other uses. The existing businesses are very important. They'll be offered first refusal. The short-term impacts will be managed closely with the traders who, depending on their position themselves, they each have their own businesses to think about, will be supported to maintain continuity of service, and there's a condition to reflect that. And a temporary provision plan will be created before phase 2, so the eastern side of Barnwell Road will come later after phase 1. There's a new commercial unit on the open space in site 1, which will create some new opportunities, and we're putting some maisonettes behind the shops on site 2, which will greatly improve the setting for the residential areas there. At the moment, the Stepneys look out onto the back access to the shops. And then we come to the housing, 120 high-quality affordable homes. It's a remarkable opportunity to address the housing crisis and the climate crisis in terms of the quality of these homes. The greater density is appropriate to this area. It will bring vitality to the centre, support the local businesses and other community facilities. So overall, this proposal has been, from the community's perspective, many years in the making. It's required many parties to come together to form a cohesive plan. It's vital for Barnwell that it progresses. It's a massive investment of over £50 million, and we're aware that some local objections have been received. You've heard of some this morning. But we have worked closely with the community stakeholders and officers to fully understand and robustly respond to those concerns. As set out in the committee report, a carefully considered and justified final scheme that responds to the site's opportunities and constraints has been achieved, and we're very proud of it and hope you will support it.
Thank you. And just to add a few points, just following on from what we've heard a moment or two ago, very interesting points raised by the local residents, and all of those have been considered in the extensive design process that we've been through with officers. We have looked at things like the location of the open space, whether that should be in front of or behind buildings relative to Barnwell Road, and we're of the view that its location is the correct location. It will add vitality and interest to the local centre and allow those uses to thrive. We've also spent a lot of time looking at the relationships of buildings, their heights, how they step down as you go towards the edges of the site, and how they relate to neighbours, looking at separation distances, the use of fenestration on the more sensitive edges, including obscured glazed windows and fixed windows. We've also spent a lot of time looking at some of the environmental constraints, including noise. Newmarket Road is a generator of noise, and the design of the development has been brought forward to reflect that constraint and is positively addressed through how the buildings are laid out. The substation has also been considered in that detailed noise report. So hopefully all of that information assists with your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, for the speakers, we've got councillors. So Councillor Bennett, you're first on the list. Do I understand from your, Councillor Tong, from your I'm fine, are you not speaking? You're not going to speak. Okay, so Councillor Bennett, and I've got Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. I want to apologise for the disjointed nature of speech I'm about to give, because over the last few weeks there has been much toing and froing as we've tried to get some final things agreed before this meeting. So please ignore the pauses while I skip out large chunks of what I was intending to say. Seen from Patricia and Scott, some very reasonable concerns about the developments. I will add that when we first started the consultations about this, we had very high rates of resident approval. These have unfortunately been chipped away as new problems have emerged with the proposals. And I'm going to start with the height and blockiness for new buildings. I appreciate the work being done by Anne-Marie with materials to make them appear less blocky. But residents are right to say there are no four-storey buildings, residential buildings in the ward at all. I think the nearest buildings approaching that height would be the Mark. It's not in keeping with the local character. Appreciate we cannot design developments on the table, but what I would like to ask is for a condition removing the permitted development rights from the new blocks of flats. As members will appreciate, that would not block a further increase in height, but it would mean it would have to come back to planning. And I'd be very keen to see that come forward as a condition. Other residents have raised concerns about the vehicle access and the parking. I mean, these have been covered by the statutory consultee. So the only thing I want to say is that because the GCP has live proposals to update the roundabout to a four-way pedestrian junction, so-called Cyclops roundabout, and also to move all the bus stops, it is really difficult to say what the transport layout is going to be once this scheme is built, because the two projects are meant to run together. So my question for my planning colleagues is, how can we build in some process to ensure that we update the highways plan to reflect what will be there when the new development is opened rather than what is there now? And we also have similar issues with the bus stops and bus services, which we're also expecting to move, but we don't have the details and probably won't have those details until 2026 and 2027. I now turn to consider the community space. It's true that, as Jim says, that it's been a very difficult project to bring together, and ward councillors would like to thank the officers for not giving up on this and for continuing to persevere to get a plan on the table. We really appreciate how difficult it is, but there have been some casualties along the way. Our food hub in Abbey is now getting over 50% of the average visits we had in lockdown, and the need is continuing to rise. It's not going away. We have no provisions for the food hub in the new community space. We have no provision for a community cafe in the space. That unit looks like it's going to be taken for commercial space. These are not optional extras or nice to have, they are need to have. If they cannot be accommodated in the new community space, they must be accommodated as close as possible nearby. The food hub visits also produce knock-on business for the local grocery store. Residents will go to the food hub to get what they can, and they'll then go on to the sort of spa shop to get the bits they can't have in the gaps. And that actually increases footfall in the spa shop and means it's available to many of our local residents who cannot travel large distances, who do not have cars. 40% of the ward does not have cars. We're also an elderly ward. The average age in Cambridge is 31. In Abbey Ward, it's 61. We have a very high rate of residents with disabilities and multiple problems. We aren't so flexible as many of the central Cambridge residents, you know, to continue to need our local shops and services. We also continue to need our community spaces. Abbey People may be a tiny community organisation, but it provides a really, really long list of services, from the Frazzled Friday, a morning drop-in for harassed and stressed mums, to food hub, to green space planting, to mental health projects. Some of these activities require some privacy. The open plan community space does not appear to include suitable accommodation for that. Again, if either the community space needs to increase or off-site community space needs to be found. And I'd like to see an informative added to that purpose. I'll now turn to consider policy 72 in the commercial tenants. I appreciate that we have condition 61 to try and protect the continuity. And I just want to explain why I don't think it does that and what I'd like to see added. The condition starts that prior to the commencement of a development, a detailed interim commercial unit reprovision strategy shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. With respect, it's not the local or planning authority that needs to approve this. It is the business. So I'd like to amend that condition to call for written business continuity plans to be agreed with all the existing tenants who have stated that they wish to continue on the site. That would be a
Councillor,
standard.
if I could just interrupt. Of course, it's your prerogative to speak for as long as you wish and also to say whatever you wish. But remember, you're not on planning committee, so in terms of introducing informatives and amending conditions, it is up to the decision makers here in this meeting. But by all means, carry on.
However, I am simply suggesting my colleagues could do that. I'm not introducing them myself, with respect, Chair. I will try and make this as brief as I can, but there's a lot to cover. Okay. Apologies. So I do think business continuity is a really difficult subject. I think whatever your background and skill set, you normally need to get outside advice in because it's a very multidisciplinary thing. You know, I cannot, as the chair has said, impose an informative, but as well as the, you know, if my fellow councillors agree, a condition to impose the requirement to have a written business continuity plan agreed with all the commercial and community tenants. I'd like to see an informative, if my colleagues so wish, to suggest that an appropriate business professional should be consulted, such as a retail sector business recovery specialist, to ensure that the best possible advice is given. And the reason for that is that without vigorous commercial tenants and community, the new local centre is not a local centre, it's just a big empty building. Finally, I also want to add that in my previous correspondence with Paul, we've talked a lot about how difficult the retail and small food and beverage sector is at the moment. Continues to be difficult. It's really not recovering from lockdown. The tenants who are currently on site at Barnwell Parade, as commercial tenants, have shown that they can adapt and flourish in what is a difficult secondary location, which has lost a lot of shops over the years. They should not be treated as commodities, but as a precious resource, which should not be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, next, Councillor Tong, you're not speaking today, are you, after all? So next is Councillor Bird. So Councillor Bird, you're online. You're the Executive Councillor for Housing. You wish to speak on this item. Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak today. I know a lot's been said about this development, but this development is very, very important. We are going to build 120 homes, which again is important because we have a high number on the housing waiting list. And these homes will help so many people. We've got some accessible homes, which I'm pleased about, 4 wheelchair ones. The community centre, again, very important for this area. Like's been said before, the East Barnwell has been on the cards for years. I can remember when it first came up. And at long last, we're here. We've got all the design, everything's been thought through. We've got the library, we'll have the shops once they're built, and and there'll be some provisions put in place for some of the shops. We'll also have the community cafe, which is very important for the residents that live there now, but also for the new residents who will move in if this application is approved. I'm sorry, I don't agree with what some things have been said. I think this is going to enhance East Barnwell. It's such a deprived area, a lot of old buildings that need looking at, and that corner will look fantastic once it's done. And like I said before, these homes are desperately needed, and it's 100% for council tenants, which is the most important thing. The community centre, again, that will help a lot of people around that area. As it's been said, that there is a high percentage of elderly people there, disabled people. But I think once everything is starting to come together, they'll find that the disabled and elderly will use this community centre. They'll be able to have meetings, bingo, whatever they feel like they need. The open spaces is important, I agree. And I think a lot has gone into how much open space will be available. And of course, with the housing as well, they've got the way the sun comes in and each of the blocks of flats. This again is important for the residents. I'm glad there's plenty of cycle parking because that's important for active travel. And also, of course, we need some parking for our disabled residents who use the community centre, the library, the preschool, and also for the flats. So a lot has gone into this, a lot of thought, been a long time waiting, like I've said before, but also we've got to think of the area around there. There is some flats at the moment which are quite high, and I'm sorry, I think they're about 5 stories. I may be wrong, but so we're replacing them in a way, and that corner there, it really needs tidying up too. So I'm asking the planning department to please think of these vulnerable tenants that are on the waiting list, desperate for their housing. I won't keep going on, Chair. I think a lot's been said already.
Right, thanks, Councillor. That's all very useful. Thank you to all the speakers. So let's get on with debate. I just want to clarify a couple of things before we go forward with that. So, Aaron, the objectors, Patricia, Scott. So, Patricia highlighted the fact that there are single aspect dwellings in the proposed development, I think 28% from memory. Perhaps you could talk about the harm that can be said to cause. And obviously councillors may wish to bring that up later as well, but I just want to get that clarified. And no shops under construction, so how long will that period be? And the solicitors is a civil matter, Patricia, that's not for us to consider. And with Scott, he said that the parking arrangements weren't tested at the correct time, so perhaps you could just comment on that, Aaron, or maybe defer to Tam, who's here today as well, who's a specialist in highways. And then I will just touch on a couple of things that Councillor Bennett said, just to be clear. So she said that we needed to update the highways plan and that bus stops wouldn't be added till 26, 27. So just if you could confirm that to be the case or not. And the community space wouldn't have a community hub or community cafe. If you could just clarify that, please, Aaron. I hope I'm not talking too fast. I'm nearly there. And whether there's any pertinence in the comparison that she made on the average ages of this area and the rest of Cambridge, i.e. 31 in Cambridge, 61 in this area, as in we have a city with about 50,000 students who are mostly young people but not living in Abbey Ward, and if that would be a factor. The community space would not have private accommodation either. That was part of the Food Hub and Community Cafe, lack of facilities, comments. And finally, lack of community plan, informative required on the business professional required. So basically all about getting the business side of things working. There was a lack of confidence there from Councillor Bennett about us doing that. Can you confirm that will be done efficiently and effectively, or are you not sure? Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned through the presentation, 28% is proposed to be single aspect, a total of 34 units. The applicants have gone through the design process to do their best to design out as many as possible. The introduction of deck access flats. We've also got Emma Davies on the call who can have input from a sustainability perspective, so not just design but sustainability. And officers should also, and members should also bear in mind a recent decision on the Brookgate appeal. 25% of that scheme was single aspect, over 100 homes. Although it doesn't set a precedent for them being acceptable, there isn't a planning policy that we can resist single aspect units on at the moment. Obviously, we've got the Sustainable Design and Construction SPD, which should seek to design out single aspects where possible, which the applicants have tried to do here. But where the densities are high, where we're trying to achieve as many affordable homes as possible on the site for the residents that are on the waiting list for affordable homes, we need to give weight to the housing numbers over the single aspect impact. Anything to add to that, Emma?
Well, actually, let's hold off with Emma for the moment, if you don't mind, because other councillors will no doubt want to talk about this. I just wanted a brief touch from you, really, in terms of these factors.
Okay. The construction period is unknown at this stage. It's understood that the applicants intend to deliver site 1 ahead of site 2. But what that construction period would involve, I'm unsure at this stage, but we have got a phasing condition to secure that detail. Parking, yes, I'll hand over to Tam at this point to talk about the parking surveys that were completed. Thank you, Tam.
Yes, the Tam Parry, Cambridge County Council Transport Assessment Team. Good afternoon. So the parking surveys were to assess how much residential parking there is at night time. So we followed a normal methodology for doing that, which is to do the surveys in the night time. That was the objective. And what the parking survey showed was that there are available spaces in the surrounding streets. So if there is some overspill from residential parking, then that could occur. Having said that, I think the scheme provides an adequate amount of parking for vehicles and obviously for cyclists.
Thank you, Tam. And then there was a question on the bus stop arrangement. So the City 3 no longer serves the Malden Close stops. However, this site is still accessible from the Newmarket Road stop, which is only just over 100 metres from the site, which is well within the Chartered Institute for Highways and Transportation recommendation of a 400-metre distance to bus stops in residential areas. So the bus stop provision is considered acceptable. The commercial floor space question, the applicants have worked really hard to retain the existing provision of commercial floor space, which is a planning policy requirement by Policy 72. That has been achieved. How that floor space is divided up and amongst tenants is a commercial matter for the landowner to decide, and the council are committed to engaging with the existing businesses that wish to remain operating and trading from the site to ensure their requirements are met as far as possible. There was a question about the cafe, so that would be a Class E use, so it would be a commercial floor space use. It doesn't have to be a cafe within that space, it's just what's been indicatively proposed. There wouldn't be a condition to restrict it to that use, so it would be a commercial floor space that could be occupied by one of the existing businesses on what is Site 2 within the parade of shops. the average ages question, it's not something that's really been considered as part of the application process. It's not a material consideration to my mind that needs to be given any weight. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Aaron. Right, debate. Councillors. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to see now we're providing temporary accommodation for the shops, the commercial people there. Is that offer for all the commercial tenants that are there at the moment? And we was talking about agreements. In Cherry Hinton, over the last few years, we had a similar developments there, demolishing flats and building new shops and that. And they had agreement there, which seemed to work very well. So could we not use the same agreement?
Thank you, Councillor. That's an important question. Can we just get that answer straight away, please, Aaron?
Yes, so this was mentioned through the pre-app process, and the Colville Road development in Cherry Hinton was pointed to as a good example of re-providing the facilities during construction. That would need a separate planning application if they are to be in porter cabins for a temporary period, and how and where that would be provided would need to be agreed through a separate permission in the same way it was achieved on Colville Road. And that's where the condition, which condition? Sorry, I'll just find the number. 61, so the interim commercial, that's something where the strategy would need to be come up with to address that condition, and then a separate permission would need to be granted if the same approach was taken as Colville Road. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Okay, next, yeah, Councillor Locomotive, over. Sorry.
And a few questions and a few comments. And first of all, I would like to commend the development for all the kind of good things that it's bringing to the community and the board. And I would like to compliment the team for trying to achieve the passive house compliance or standards. But what I'd like to speak about, and this is going to be my kind of professional opinion as someone who's a passive house designer in my day job, I would like to bring everyone's attention to the risk of overheating. And I know that the applicant has carried out the Part O assessment and it's compliant. But what I'd like to draw everyone's attention to is that it's minimum statutory compliance. So if I say that the development was tested with this weather file, 2020 weather file, this scenario, moderate weather, we kind of tick in the box. But what it means in practice, out of 3 weather scenarios for current weather, it was only tested for 1. And I'm just not comfortable that is going to be sustainable development in just a few years' time, because we're already experiencing those weathers. And it's a bit ironic to talk about this today on a cold day like this, but if we remember how hot summers were in 2019, in 2022, so we currently don't have evidence that the development is going to pass, because it's not part of the statutory compliance, but as part of our local plan policy 28, we need to make sure that the development is designed for climate adaptation and future climate. And second thing is there is some evidence in the sustainability statement that development is likely to achieve passive house energy standards, which is very commendable. But there is also an indication that it's going to fail the passive house overheating criteria. And I can point out where it is. It's the blocks C and E, which indicate that those blocks will overheat. And it's an interesting situation, because normally passive house criteria is less onerous than Part O. So I would only be comfortable approving this development if there is evidence that it's been tested for at least the current weather scenarios, kind of high heat weather and kind of long hot spell. And if it's proved that it would achieve passive house compliance for overheating. And I don't want kind of to design here on the table, but there are some kind of obvious things that could have been done. I wasn't part of the pre-app process, but things like vertical shading on the west elevation, which is something that could either be introduced now or designed as a retrofit strategy. I don't know why it wasn't considered, because in essence, the horizontal shading that is currently proposed is not effective for low western sun. And also the full height glazing on the elevations. Anyone who's done like building physics modeling would say that it's very bad for overheating and it's not very effective for daylighting. So just two immediate things that could be brought into the discussion. So yeah, just to boil it down, it's the evidence that it's not overheat in just a few years' time, because with those weather files, even though we would say weather for 2050, we'll start experiencing this in just 10 years' time. So when we make a decision today, I'd like to make sure that we're comfortable that when we are proving this, and we know that there will be some kind of vulnerable tenants and there going to be council housing, that has been addressed. So it's not kind of opposing the development as a whole, but I would like to see this evidence, whether as a condition or as an amendment. So, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Very useful. Was it, when you suggested full height glazing being a problem, was it on the west elevation?
It's particularly problematic on west elevations.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear for anyone listening in, passive house is a method of building that insulates buildings better, so occupants spend less money on energy and use less energy. So it's a good thing.
Sorry, may I just add that passive house is also a comfort standard. So in terms of designing for vulnerable residents, it's something that ensures that the environment, that the housing is comfortable both in the summer and in the winter.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I made a mistake there trying to say what passive house is when you are here, so I apologise about that. There's quite a bit there. Let's take some more questions. Councillor Thornborough.
I would like to back up what Councillor Lockman-Tover was saying. I think in 2019 there's a passive house design scheme in South Trumpington where again the cooling element didn't meet standards, so it was actually 4 or 5 degrees hotter inside on the south facing rooms than it was outside, and it was 38 degrees outside, so it was 44 degrees inside. Those rooms were just not habitable, and the standards, the building regulations allow for a certain number of days over the design standard, which means something like 5 to 10 nights a year. It's supposedly acceptable for having that kind of level of heating, surpassed what the methodology, but it's just not acceptable. You can't sleep in rooms that are over 40 degrees in temperature. So, and I think one of the things that we're finding is that even with the new building regs for overheating, there's a lot of reliance on the methodology rather than actually stopping the building's heating. So the suggestions about the vertical shading and not having full height glazing, really, really practical solutions. That it's not difficult, but it's you change the elevations to stop the heat getting into the buildings. So I think those suggestions were I would really support that, and I think this was my biggest worry. Still, I know that you're saying it's only 28% single aspect homes, but I'm concerned about that, and there is also quite often the front door was on the opposite side to where the windows are. Even things like in the past, people had fan lights above front doors just to get the cross ventilation, because that makes such a massive difference. Or designing in some passive house stacks, which, again, I think on Devonshire Road they did that. So they designed in some stacks so that there was natural ventilation, so that the single aspect homes could actually be cross-ventilated. So these are not difficult things. And I think I don't know if it's the Councillor Lockmatoba referred to policy 28. I would very much support a condition that asks for the overheating aspects of concerns to be dealt with as a part of the information that needs to be required before the buildings, well, at some stage, ideally before any works above slab level, or certainly before occupation. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we've got two architects here commenting on the scheme, so I hope everyone's following because there's a lot of detail there. I think it's worth saying that I think the starting point for this problem, so it is a problem, or set of problems that have been illuminated there, is climate change, not the scheme on the table. But the scheme on the table could mitigate better, perhaps. That's what's being said. So next up, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions. I totally agree with both councillors who've spoken. My biggest concern is the single aspect because of the viability of putting vulnerable tenants in there for what I hope will be many, many decades, because these are high quality homes. So can I start with a few easy ones, hopefully? Condition 10 talks about a welcome pack. Would the officer accept an addition that the welcome pack should actively explore sustainable travel options for residents moving in? Condition 58, the letterbox condition, well loved by councillors. Can we please delete the little exemption that has appeared on that now says only if it works? Sorry, letterboxes should be accessible, full stop. There should not be an LPA exemption for where that is not possible. And I don't like it's crept in. I hope it won't creep in for future ones, but we haven't asked other developers to have that exemption. So would the officer agree to deleting the second part of condition 58? And condition 61, which I think is picking up on what the Chair and Councillor Bennett said, this is about the temporary relocation when we decant the commercial. Could condition 61 have something explicit about how the new locations will be advertised on site? So I think Councillor Dryden mentioned there was a good example in Cherry Hinton, wasn't there? So that when someone comes up to find their spa shop, there's something on the old site that says it's down the road, because I just think that's helpful. I also just want to check, I think one of the speakers talked about the substation being 4 metres from their house when it should be 8 metres. I can't work it out from the plans. So could officers just confirm if that is compliant or not? And my last point of information really, I'm not quite clear why this has been called to the Secretary of State. I've never seen something of this relatively minor scale being called in. So could someone explain? In terms of my comments on the application, it is disappointing. It seems to be very parking heavy for what will be in the future a very sustainable site. And I think I agree with CamCycle that more cycle parking and cargo bikes could and should be provided. I appreciate it's policy compliant, but the applicants are here. So I hope that some of that car parking might be moved in future and turned to cycle parking. I'd also be grateful if Erin could just show where the cycle parking is, because I can't see it. I'm assuming it's in the basements, but there's nothing on the... Could you just confirm that? My other biggest concern is we've only got 4 M43, so those are fully wheelchair accessible and usable things. I see the planning officer's point that, 40% would be 4, but this is 100% affordable, and our policy is clear that if it's affordable, it has to be 5%. So I want 6. And obviously this is a developer, but it is also the council. We are committed to inclusivity. And for me, that is a big sticking point because we are not policy compliant. It should be at least 6 by my maths, but I'm sure Councillor Beja will correct me if I'm wrong. Other thing, as Tam is here from the highways, there's some talk about how the buildings are kinked and aligned to allow people to funnel towards the crossings. I wasn't quite clear where both the crossings were, and I just wanted to make sure when we're doing the landscaping, we're not having desire lines created where people will just trek over the green. I know in my ward, I'm sure Councillor Carling knows too, every time there's a bit of fence taken off on Christ Pieces, a desire line appears within about 2 days, which destroys the green space. So I don't know if Tam could just let us know where the crossings are proposed to be so that we can make sure the landscaping conditions align to make sure we're not directing people to somewhere where it's easier to hop over a fence or walk through our green spaces. And then I just wanted to check about tree loss. Same question as previously. What's going and where is it being replaced? Because I know some is off-site. And the final point, we talk about full-height privacy screens, and I think it was block G. I'm assuming that's only to one side of their balcony and not the whole balcony, because otherwise, obviously, it would be a bit pointless having a balcony if it's completely obscured. I think I've understood that it's only the privacy screen sort of to the right as you're looking at the plans, and the ones going out over the other green space would be okay. But if the office could just confirm, that would be brilliant. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, that's quite a long list.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Councillor. So I'm inclined to go back to the officers. Quite a lot there from all those councillors that have spoken. But Councillor Bajan, I know you did want to speak. Was it on this matter of, yeah, do you want to say your bit then, and then
Yeah,
we'll go
Chair,
back to...
I've got a lot to say, but right at this moment, I'd like to say, when we look at the single aspect homes, when the officer answers on that climate change sort of question, could he indicate again, I know he did already, where those single aspect homes were, and what size are those single aspect homes? Are they the 1 bedroom, the 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom homes? Because I think that's very important. And could I also suggest that when we talk about the disability 5% or 4%, whatever it's going to be, what homes are they going to be? Are they going to be the 1 bedroom homes, or are they going to be the 3 bedroom homes that are disability accessible? Because I think this minutiae is really, really important. This is a magnificent development, and we need to get the minutiae right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor. So just to say before we go on that Councillor Locomotive, you spoke about not redesigning the scheme on the table, which is what we say in planning, so well done, you know, in terms of like changing the scheme that's being put to us by an applicant, and you're quite right in that. But we can, to a certain extent, we can change little things. Big things we can maybe put an informative on, and you could suggest an informative for things that you really think would improve the scheme. For example, you spoke about shading, and
Yeah,
also...
I think
Yeah, let me just finish a minute. And you also spoke about full height glazing, which is a thing we see a lot of these days, and that's another good point. So those things, we can come back to it, speak again in a minute. Those things can be suggested as an informative, and the applicant might think, hey, that's a good idea, I'm going to change something. So maybe they would. So we don't sort of necessarily inhibit ourselves from changing things for the better if we think we can. And obviously you're a very experienced and knowledgeable person in that regard, so listening to what you've got to say. So Aaron, there's quite a lot there, and obviously you might want to refer to Emma on some of that as well. So over to you.
Yeah, just to tackle the single aspect homes issue to start with, I will hand over to Emma and probably some input from Anne-Marie on the design process as well in that response. But just want members to be assured that we are really pushing the Cambridge Investment Partnership to design out single aspect units everywhere we can at pre-application stage and future-proof these schemes as much as possible. The difficulty is at the moment, until that's a policy requirement and a statutory requirement, obviously Part O is the current statutory requirement through building regs, which, as Councillor Locomotive made clear with her professional and technical knowledge, there are design changes that can be made to enhance the scheme. But I think at this stage it's right to hand over to Emma to give a sustainability overview on the consultation response that Emma's provided on this application.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we're okay.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, I think if we start off with the shading query, I think I absolutely agree with regards to the potential for more in the way of vertical shading on the west elevations. It was something that I did raise in my consultation response on the proposals and talking about how I would recommend, as part of the detailed design stages, the next stages in the process, they do actually look at whether those western elevations could actually benefit more from vertical shading, be that an actual shading device or whether they look at the potential for the depth of window reveal possibly. But I do agree. I think, you know, some vertical shading on those western elevations, I think would be beneficial. Now, I'm mindful that we do have an informative that's been developed in relation to Part O. So if Aaron was happy with that approach, we could possibly utilise that informative, which then does talk about that kind of further design evolution. If I move now, and also just to say as well, there were a range of other mitigation measures that were being proposed, which I was supportive of, and the heat pump units that they are proposing as well, they are also able to provide some cooling as well to temper the incoming air to provide cooling. If we move now on to the more kind of technical aspects and the Part O requirements, I am going to be honest, I absolutely share the frustration of councillors with the Part O assessment requirements. We did raise, as part of our recent consultation response on Part O, that there is an urgent need for it to take account of future climate scenarios, because those future climate scenarios aren't really future climate scenarios, it's what we are already experiencing. But what I do have to say is that in terms of planning and overheating, national policy is quite clear in that we have to use the Part O methodology. We are not able to require through planning any other technical requirements for overheating assessment of new homes. So it is the Part O requirements that we have to defer to. And in this case, you know, information has been provided to demonstrate that the units are able to pass the current Part O requirements. So while I do share frustration about that methodology, it is unfortunately the methodology that we have to be guided by, albeit, as I say, I think there is a little bit of further design evolution that can happen or that could happen with regards to those kind of west elevations and the kind of the facade design on those elevations, which I think could potentially be dealt with through an informative. Is that okay for now? Were there any other points you wanted me to pick up on?
Thanks, Emma.
You just got your list there, Aaron, so you go through it.
That worked through. Condition 10, raised by Councillor Pora. Happy to add in encouraging sustainable transport modes, so that's down as an amendment. And likewise, condition 58, removing that. That was pulled from the Fanshawe Road report, that condition there. So we can remove that. Where are we? The M43 homes issue. This has been raised on other sites with the Cambridge Investment Partnership, Aylesbury Close and Colville Road, I believe being the most recent, where the over provision of affordable, and we have accepted a slight under provision below the 5%, but that's not to. We shouldn't ignore the fact that the other schemes like Fanshawe Road has over delivered on the number of M43 units above policy. Although that's not sort of directly relevant at this stage, it's still worth considering in the realm that the Cambridge Investment Partnership applications have over delivered on other sites for the M43 units. The query about the Secretary of State calling, again, Councillor Pora. The assumption is it was due to the impact on the local shops. However, that's an assumption that's not been confirmed, and as I said, there hasn't been a response to the Freedom of Information request that I put in at this stage. But a scheme of this scale to be called in is quite unusual, as you say. That's worth noting. Tree losses. I'll just pull up the relevant slide. Have I got? So this is the relevant slide that shows the trees to be removed. I don't know if it's a good point to hand over to Joanna to talk through the trees proposed to be removed and also mention the trees that we managed to retain through the application process.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Chair. Yes, again, the tree losses, the extent of tree loss is not ideal, but we have worked hard with the developer to retain as many of the trees that are most significant to public amenity, and also create the space for replacement planting. The trees that are currently within the space north of the bowling green are relatively small and quite replaceable, and they will be the replacements there will be predominantly part of the new open space that will be going in between Barnwell Road and the buildings. The primary loss of trees from a visual perspective will be on the east side of Barnwell Road. There's quite a significant level change there, and that's what makes it difficult to retain trees. Obviously, also the increased scale means that it's not possible to retain trees. But there is significant replacement planting along the Barnwell Road junction with the development. So on the east side of Barnwell Road, there will be significant replacement planting. I don't know, Aaron, if you've got the landscape plan sort of shows that a little bit. Yes, so in front of Block E and Block F there, you can see that there is fairly significant replacement planting. It's mixed planting. There's hornbeam going in. There's prunus. There's prunus there at the moment. There's also prunus going in. There are smaller trees where there are pinch points like Amelanchia, which obviously aren't going to give you the significant canopy cover, but there is also space for larger trees to provide the canopy cover. Obviously, there are no trees currently between blocks A and B and Newmarket Road, so that's new planting that's going in there, and new planting going in where the Bowls Green is, which is going to be the new park. So it is again another balanced decision. But because of the capacity for replacement planting, there's no formal objection to the removals required. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. There was another question about the substation, I believe. The impact.
The question was around 4 or 8 metres, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I've got a slide that shows that, I believe. Where is it? So this is the objectives property. It's 6.2 metres from the rear elevation of the conservatory, 9 metres from the elevation there on the east. It's a UK Power Network building regs requirement for the details of the substation. Obviously, there are permitted development rights for substations, but the size of this proposed here does exceed that PD right and needs assessing. However, it's covered by separate legislation that's separate from planning for that requirement. Just trying to find the technical response to that one. I've got a technical response here. So a substation is proposed within Site 1. However, this will be designed to ensure noise generation is kept to a level that will not cause harm to the amenities of neighbours. Any fire risk associated is dealt through standardised designs of substations governed by the UK Power Network and controlled through the building regulations, separate to planning. The hedge alongside Malden House, along this boundary, is outside of the application site but will be retained and managed by the City Council. And there's no rights of access into third-party land in Malden Close. So there's no gate or right of access proposed as part of the application to the western boundary. Thank you.
Was there something else, Councillor Borough?
It was just to say the resident mentioned 8 metres and you said it was 6.2 to the conservatory but 9 to the house. Presumably if it comes back as not compliant with their own, can we move it, I suppose, because obviously we're approving it today, but obviously I just want to be confident that that is in a legally, in the place it should be.
Aaron?
Yeah, so that's covered by separate legislation, but if a change was needed, it would need to be either through a Section 73 or a non-material member, but that would be assessed and decided at that time. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So, more questions. Is everyone okay to carry on? Any need for a comfort break? I mean, it's a long item. Are we good going? Okay, are we? Yep. Okay, good. Okay. Councillor Thornborough.
Just with regard to following up after Emma Davies was talking about the climate crisis weather happening now and being restrained, being unable to do what we really want to do. There's policy 57, designing new buildings. Subsection C says that high quality new buildings will be supported if they're constructed in a sustainable manner and are easily adaptable. So if for the features which actually change the elevations to keep the buildings cooler, like vertical screens and panels, rather than full height windows, you have a panel, or solid masonry at the bottom. Can we have a condition that if these features are not part of the design, that they can be adapted? Because this is one of the problems. It's very difficult, unless the details are designed in to put in external blinds or canopies, it's really, really difficult to do it later. And in the same way, we have the condition for kind of retrofit ready for if someone applies for a gas-fired boiler and it's ready to put in an air source heat pump that we have now. Can we ask that this is retrofit ready for these important fixtures that can be they can be put in afterwards? That's my one question. Sorry, I've got a few more. So the question about the substation does feel very close to that home. Could we not ask as an informative that they consider swapping the car parking and the substation so that the 3 parking bays are closer to that dwelling? I don't know. I think I'd rather have a car parking space closer to my garden than a substation. I've got a few more. Sorry. I think one of the points raised by Councillor Bennett about removing permitted development rights for building over, I think that is actually quite a good point. We've had that in some schemes where the PD rights means they build a floor over. I don't know, maybe because it's council owned that maybe never happened, but it might be worth considering. The Councillor Bennett also raised comments about the community centre and use for things like the food hub, and I know that from the food hub that's been successfully used in a very small community centre in Trumpington, it's been successful because it had storage space, not because of the community use space, but being able to store the emergency food that's long life. I don't know whether we can get into that level of detail now. Probably not, but I thought I'd raise it. I wonder whether there's any provision for community cars. I think if we allow for community cars, a high number of community cars in a development, there's much more likelihood that people may choose not to own a car because they have accessibility to cars. And finally, there's a verge planting scheme going on in this area called the Seeds of Hope, and I just hope that this scheme, I don't know if it's within the red line boundary of the scheme. It's very close to, is an Abbey People project. And if that's so, has that been taken into account when the landscape schemes are being considered? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Baton.
Thank you, Chair. I think that overall, it's absolutely wonderful to see such an important and much needed development come to this area. I think this is magnificent. It's great to see that the Labour Council are planning for such an impressive increase of 120 council homes.
So
I have a question.
We don't need to talk about the political persuasion of the council in this meeting, Councillor.
Sorry, Councillor.
That's right.
Sorry, Chair. I'll try and avoid the fact that the Labour Party are sponsoring this. Great to see that 40% are council rent. My question is, the rest are 80% market rent. So which homes are...
So, may I interrupt? That's not correct, Councillor. So it's 40%, 60% and 80%. That's the mix.
Oh, it's 40% and 60%. And that 60% are all 80% of market rent. Am I not right? I think I'm right. So I'm just asking which of the 40% council rent, are they all the one-bedroom places, or is it a mix across all of them? I do have a few more queries that are aimed really to provide a better proposal, as I think all the debate has been so far. As a planning committee, we are considering an application that actually is sponsored by our own council. So we are in a bit of a unique position to push and squeeze a bit. So after I've made these questions and perhaps the answers that come back, it may be, given these queries, and especially the queries raised in regard to climate change, worth us considering as a planning committee, deferring this application to go back. So instead of having all these proposals and recommendations and requirements, it can all be considered and come back as a really full of proposal. So the Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy 2024 to 2029 is about to be renewed. It comes up at Housing Strategy Committee on the 18th of this month. So I'd like to know, in particular in regards to the clustering and the tenancies, would this proposal influence the application if it's accepted? Because I think we have to accept that probably that proposal will be accepted, and therefore it is relevant to this committee. I really welcome the 42.42 spaces per dwelling. I wish it was 0, but there we are. We do need to provide parking spaces still. But I do want to ask, we've had some problems in the development in my ward, which I think we could avoid in this development. How will it be allocated? How will it be charged? Will people be charged to park in this car park and in the open space as they are in Timberworks, or it's proposed in Timberworks? And most importantly, can we ensure that the people that are taking up tenancy in this new site, this wonderful new site, they are aware of the proposals about car parking? Because in Timberworks, a lot of residents are saying, I never knew this was going to happen. I never knew I was going to be charged to park my car on site. Now, they're now saying they don't want to live there. Well, I think that's a bit strange, but I think it's important. And then there's a cycle path going round the front of the building onto the main road. I'm really concerned that there'll be fly parking there. Really concerned, because cars can just pull up on the cycle path and go into the shops. So I think that, can we try and put something in the way to stop that actually happening? I don't want this area to become another Mill Road where everybody uses the pavement or the cycle path as an area just to fly park. So as I said, this is really good. I really support it. But I wonder if we might consider, after the questions are answered, whether we should defer this back and try and make it into a much better development. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'll go back to the officer. I'll just say a couple of things about what you said first. So So in terms of deferral, we'll consider that later. You've suggested it, you'd need a seconder, we'd have a vote on that if we were going to defer, which means that we push it back to the applicant and they reconsider what they're proposing, and then they come back to a future meeting of this committee. I'm not keen on deferral for that reason myself. We can do that. I prefer to defer because we need more information. I don't see that we need more information here, but it's up to you members to decide that. In terms of what you said about pushing and squeezing, i.e. increasing the quantity and quality of what's being provided, potentially provided by the applicant, I don't agree with that either. I feel that, and I've spoken about this before in terms of biodiversity, where, for example, we've had a statutory requirement for 0% or 10%. That's the net gain, so more trees and shrubs and things. And we've provided, or wanted to provide 20%, say, for example. So more than industry standard, more than in other applications. I feel that that we should consider all applications equally. So I don't feel that we should consider that we can, with this applicant, say that they need to provide more than any other applicant that comes to this committee. That's my opinion on that. So, so in terms of responding to climate change, we can certainly do. Thank you. So Councillor Bajent just said he was asking the officer. I will go to the officer in a moment, as I've said. In terms of responding to climate change, we certainly can do the best we can with regard to that. It's a challenge for all of us, climate change, but the officer, Emma, has already spoken about needing to adhere to Part O in terms of that calculation. But back to you then, Aaron, for that and other questions that have come.
Thank you, Chair. And just to echo what Councillor Smart just said, Councillor Bajent, we really, as much as we want to encourage the applicants as being in the partnership with the council to go above and beyond policy where possible, we must treat them the same as every other developer team and applicant. And if policy requirements are met, then as such, approval can be recommended, and that is the case in this application. The overall balance tilts in favour of supporting the scheme. On the matter of deferral, I think the tweaks and amendments that are being raised by members can be addressed by condition. I don't think there's any need to consider a deferral. For example, the substation location, if that's considered necessary for relocation, we can do it notwithstanding the approved plans landscaping condition to secure a new location for that substation. So I can request delegated authority to amend the relevant condition and secure a new location for the substation. The addition of external shading, I think again that an informative wouldn't be strong enough to secure that. It would need to be a condition that would look at the overheating, further modelling with climate change scenarios, and the ability to implement these architectural features like the vertical fins. So that would need to be an additional condition, and then assessed through the condition process for the design impact on the scheme.
I missed that bit, Aaron. What was the last bit you said about it would need to be a condition? The second bit, I got the shading.
It would need to be a new condition for the
shading.
But
was there another thing
any
as well?
vertical fins or external shading features on the west elevations? We'd need to consider that design impact at condition stage.
Just clear then, if I can interrupt. So that would be a reasonable condition for the applicant. All conditions, just to be clear, everybody, need to be reasonable. We can't just inflict a condition on any applicant because we choose. That's why we have conditions and informatives, and I'm presuming that a condition in this respect would be reasonable.
This might be one for Toby and I to have a separate discussion about, possibly, on the 6 tests.
I think it's reasonable, Chair, and it's within the scope of policy 28. And government guidance is relatively clear, and Emma referred to that in terms of Part O, but this scheme's designed to passive house principles. I think Councillor Lockwood has raised a valid point in terms of some of the detail contained within the applicant's sustainability statement. All that members are seeking to ensure is that those passive house principles and the overheating scenarios are adequately catered for through the design. Something like an external fin would not significantly alter the character or appearance of the scheme necessarily. There may be other architectural features internally, such as fan lights that Councillor Thornborough has referred to. So my view is that is within the scope of members' powers to condition. I think if we were to place an informative on the Commission, it wouldn't have any teeth to try and improve the overall sustainability credentials of the proposal. So that's the recommendation.
Okay, thanks for that then, Toby. So, Aaron, you carry on before we go back to councillors.
Next on my list is the Housing Strategy Guidance Documents 2024 to 2029. At today's meeting, the relevant guidance is the 2019 to 2023. That's the latest guidance that's in place. So at the moment, I know it's coming forward at future meetings. At this moment, that is not relevant. It's limited weight at this stage. And it is still guidance. As I've set out in my presentation and report, the housing strategy team have been consulted and commented on the application, and the clustering is considered acceptable in this instance. The mix of units, that's indicative at this stage. The units meet the definition of affordable homes. What that split is unknown at the moment. That's something for the Council's Housing Development team to decide upon. So the indicative figures I have been given are, as Councillor Bajent correctly referred to, 60% at 80% market rent, 40% at 60% of market rent.
Hang on, Councillor. Come back in a minute when he's finished. Aaron, carry on.
PD rights, there's no need to remove PD rights. Flats and apartments don't have permitted development rights, so there's no need to remove that at the moment. I believe that's everything on my list, but please correct me if I've missed any. Cycle parking, sorry. Yeah, community cars. I've got a slide for the cycle parking. So this slide shows the location of all of the cycle parking. There is in the light pink colour for the residential shared cycle stores. The light blue, which is down on site 2 for block F for the maisonettes, are individual cycle stores within the terrace spaces. And you've got short stay visitor cycle parking, which is spread across the site. We've got a condition that secures the detailed design of the cycle parking. And we also have a car parking and cycle parking management plan condition as well to secure that further detail. I'll hand over to Tam to discuss the cycle parking and parking restrictions arrangement. Thank you. The car parking along Newmarket Road and Barnwell Road, the cycle park, cycle path. And any restrictions?
Sorry, having a senior moment then. Yeah, so the cycle path I don't think is designed, it's just designed as it is at the moment alongside the road. So there are design solutions to prevent vehicles from pulling up and parking in the cycle path, so perhaps that could be an informative error in that the applicant is advised to implement cycle lane protection measures to prevent parking in the cycle lane on Barnwell Road in conjunction with the design being brought forward by the GCP. And on that matter, I do know that the applicant has spent a lot of time working with the GCP to ensure that the landscaping of this scheme and the GCP scheme are coordinated together. So by all means, the applicant can probably tell you more about that.
Yeah, just to reiterate that the applicants have been through extensive engagement with the Greater Cambridge Partnership on the Eastern Access appraisals to ensure the scheme as designed at the moment works with the existing arrangement, but also works with the future current proposal for the Eastern Access scheme. believe that's everything, Chair.
Right, thank you, Aaron. More hands? Oh dear, quite a lot of hands. Now, councillors, we've been going a fair while. Do you need to have a comfort break? Yeah, I mean, it's either we carry on, you know, for another half an hour or something and no break, or whether we have a break and come back. I feel might be good to have a couple of minutes break and then we come back, yeah? 5 minutes? Well, I know we need to have lunch, but we need to have the item, you know. So we can stop for lunch if you like, but I was thinking maybe we do the item before lunch. That's the plan. Yeah? Okay. So why don't we just have a few minutes break and then come back and finish the item, then have lunch? Does that sound okay? Yep. Okay. So come back before 2 o'clock then, please. Don't discuss the item. We're still in the middle of it. So no Claire. Thanks. Right, welcome back. Just had a short break, comfort break. So we're still on the East Barnwell item 6. And so, councillors, who wants to speak? Hands up. So almost, not quite everybody. Right, okay. Okay, let's move. All right. Not me and not Councillor Dryden. Okay. So last round of questions then, councillors, and follow-ups, and then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Bailey, you said you wanted to follow up on something.
Yeah, I think it is significant that we should know that the 40%, how many of the 40% homes and what they're going to be. I think it is significant for this application because it is 100% council tenancy. So I think that when the officer says he's not sure, we should perhaps know, are the 40% going to be all one-bedroom flats? I think that's significant. I also would like to know about the car park allocation and the way that it's going to be charged, because I think it's important to do that. I'm really pleased that we're talking about cycle lane protection measures, and I think we should make that a condition, because otherwise the cycle lane will be parked in. And so that's me sort of done, but I just wanted to make a point in support of the interim measures for business. I think that perhaps should come to chair and vice chair and spokes before it's actually finalised, that part of it. But I'm not going to die in a ditch over that. But I still believe that this is something that could go back and be considered and would be considerably improved after a month's thought by the developers. I'll leave it there.
So in terms of what Councillor Baden said, Aaron, does our policy require us to know that at this planning meeting?
Planning policy requires us to know that it's over the 40% affordable, which is required by policy 45, which we have secured and will secure through the Section 106 agreement. It meets the definition of affordable homes. What that split and division is on the 100% affordable scheme, it will be in the 106 agreement when we get to that stage. We don't need to, I mean, we've got the council's housing development team here. It might be an opportunity for them to confirm why it's indicative at the moment. At the chair.
So policy doesn't require us to know it, Councillor Baden. Do you wish to push, or are you happy with that? Councillor Baden said he's pushing. So is the housing officer able to tell us why it's not known at this stage? Can you come and speak on the microphone, please? Don't normally ask speakers this, but it may be useful in this instance.
We will have to go through a process of, as we bring forward the grant application to Homes England and think through how exactly the financial aspects of this scheme work, of finalising this so we are not absolutely finalised on what the split is. But I can say that we will not be in a position where the lower rents, the mix of rents will be spread across the different property types. That's what I'm wanting to say. We will not be putting one type of rent on one property and another on another, which I think is the councillor's concern.
Thanks for that. I think that's pretty clear. Yep, thank you. So next up, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on a couple of questions I had originally I don't think got answered. One was condition 61. Is the officer happy to add in something about advertising the new locations of the commercial units? And just to confirm, the screening that's full height on the balconies on the side of the G block, just to make sure that is screening only on one side, so they'll be able to look out. And I asked about Tam whether he could comment on the crossings and just to make sure that the pathways and the landscaping plan. But I do take very seriously what the chair says in that this is a developer. It doesn't matter if it's a council or not, we treat them equally. But for me, the number of single aspect homes is really concerning, and I take Jim Pollard's point that we don't know for sure, but they will be mixed. But part of the planning balance for me is if we're going to have lots of affordable, I want to know that they're of a high quality and, that all the single aspect aren't going to be the social rent ones, for example. But more importantly for me, this is not M43 compliant. Now, I take the officer's point on Fanshawe Road. It's a good point, but I think the understanding on Fanshawe Road is we were replacing and there were none, but we're not replacing here. It's 102 new homes. So even if you only did M43 compliant on the new homes, it should still be 5 or above. So for me, I think there's a good reason to defer this because I want more information and more justification for why there aren't more than 4. Because there's 102 new homes. They are all affordable and our policy is very clear, need to be M43. I can understand why it might be 5, not 6, but I can't understand why it would be 4. So for me, I would find that reason to justify a deferral because I don't want to vote against affordable homes, but it isn't policy compliant at the moment, in my view.
Right, do you want to respond to that straight away then, please, Aaron? Is it policy compliant or not, yes or no?
If it was 5% of a 40% affordable scheme, then it would be policy compliant. So we're 2 units short of about 5%. But as I've said, in the round and in the balance, we've accepted a slight under provision on the M43 units. The accessibility officer has also been consulted and understands the reasons for that as well. It should be in the report with those comments, and that has been considered and assessed. And on balance, the under provision of M43 is considered acceptable in this instance.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to be clear on that, Aaron, you said already that part of the construction of those numbers comes about because all of this scheme is for social rent. Is that the appropriate term?
Affordable rent.
Because normally we might have, say, 40%, so 40 and 100 might be social rent and the 60 might be sold. But in this case, the applicant is aiming to build all of the houses basically as council houses. But
exactly.
So do you want to say something as well?
Yeah, I just really wanted to emphasise that, Aaron's kind of indicated that it's not strictly in accordance with that policy. It's a minor deviation from what that policy might require, but you need to look at this scheme in the round in terms of the fact that it's 100% affordable scheme that has a significant benefit that's before you. So just because it may conflict in members' minds with one policy does not automatically mean that is a reason to refuse the application. It has a lot going for it in terms of exceeding our policy and requirements and also in terms of its sustainability credentials. So that all needs to be put into the mix in terms of the planning balance members.
Thanks, Toby. And was there anything else, Aaron, you needed to respond to in terms of what Councillor Farrar said?
Car club spaces. There's one 750 metres from the site, and I've discussed this with Tam Parry from the Cambridgeshire County Council Transport Assessment Team, and an informative to encourage the applicants to consider a car club space if there's demand at a later date would be reasonable and acceptable. So an additional informative to consider a car club space. On the car parking management and allocation, we've got condition 70 on the updated list that was circulated ahead of committee, which requires the applicant to submit a car parking management plan, which will explain the allocation, how it's going to be managed once occupied. And anything to add to that, Tam, on the management arrangement? No. Thank you. Have I missed any points?
Chair.
Oh, the signage, sorry.
It was condition 61, the balconies and the crossings on Barnwell Road.
Yeah. Happy for the signage details to be added to condition 61 on that phasing condition. I'll just share my screen with the location of the privacy screens. So as you can see on the key, the full height privacy screens are in the areas in green. So over to, it was block G you were concerned about, I believe. So it's just on the south elevation of block G.
Is it on block E as well, in the corner?
Yes, but I think Councillor Porra was just concerned about block G.
Okay.
Yeah, all the areas in green will just have a full height privacy screen to prevent any overlooking or interlooking between properties.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Is that it? Yep. So, Councillor Porra, do you want to come back on anything?
It was just the Barnwell Road crossings from Tam, just because I was saying about the desire lines, and I just want to make sure that the crossings that are proposed are going to align with the landscaping plan, and if not, we put a condition to make sure they do. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think that condition is required because I think the two design teams for GCP and this applicant have been working really closely together to coordinate the design for the crossings and for the landscaping. But, Aaron, I think you're aware of that as well and you're comfortable.
Are you content with that, Councillor Porra? Thank you. Okay. So next, Councillor Corley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think most of the points I wanted to make have been raised in the last sort of hour and a half or so. But there's a few. Just on the M43 standard, first of all, or M40, I accept the arguments being made about, it is a minor deviation from the policy in the context of a much bigger scheme. But the problem is, when it's only 5% in the first place, missing 2 out of 6, that's a third of what should be there is not there. That's actually quite significant. And I think what's bothering us is that this is not the first time we've seen this. This particular one keeps coming up. And, I do just wonder, how hard can it be, really, to add in another 2? That policy is there for a reason. So, I'm not saying, as I think someone said, I wouldn't consider that a reason to refuse the application, but it is extremely annoying and something that keeps coming up and that is bothering us. Councillor Baton's just suggested conditioning it. I don't know if that's possible, but it would be interesting to hear that from officers. On the single aspect housing, I've agreed with the points that have already been raised about making sure that we don't have the social rent houses all being the single aspect ones. I think that would be unacceptable. I would like to know, because we saw this image before about I think it was called by the developer, an enhanced single aspect, where you have the little balcony that provides a bit of extra light coming in. And I think that is actually very helpful in the context of the single aspect homes. When you're building huge numbers of flats like this, clearly it is going to be required. You're not going to be able to get rid of all of them. And I think that's a helpful workaround. But can I just ask what proportion of the single aspect dwellings have that balcony space that provides a sort of quasi-dual aspect sort of feel to it? Because if it's all of them, that would be excellent. And then my only other point was my favourite point, which is about the colour scheme again. Everyone's used to this by now. But if we look at blocks, so the elevations of blocks A, B and C on the ground floor, the dark blue brick, I am a little bit worried about overheating again from that. Is it worth having a condition on that one? Because I see that, aesthetically speaking, to have the contrast in colour is very helpful to the design. I think it adds a lot to it. But the colour could be lighter rather than darker than the rest, and it would still have that sort of quite aesthetically helpful contrast. So is there a particular reason that they've used dark blue brick there, or could we have a lighter material that's less likely to cause overheating there? Thanks.
One word on that, Councillor Graffiti. Do you want to respond to those points then, please, Aaron?
I haven't got it to hand exactly how many units are enhanced single aspect as defined. Happy to take that away and find that detail. On the material, we've got that secured by the materials condition, what the exact colour of the community centre at that ground floor will be, what tone of blue or other colour. That could be decided under the materials condition. Councillor Porra, I don't think I've responded yet to your signage question. Have I covered that? We covered that by condition.
You did that, yeah. Something else Councillor Carling said, I think.
Just to come back on them briefly, I think the other one was just the M4 compliance point that I think others have already made. I was just adding to it, so I don't necessarily need a response to the officer. Apart from, on Councillor Bajan's suggestion of whether that could be conditioned. Just on the colour scheme again.
Can I just stress that straight away? So that can't be conditioned. It would basically a redesign of the residential accommodation to accommodate M43, because they have to be of a particular size and layout to meet that requirement. Yeah, just to stress that if they were providing a policy compliant 40% scheme here, it would be 2.4, so it'd be 2 units required. But we've got 100% affordable here. They're providing 4, so in the balance, it's considered acceptable.
Yeah, and I think we all appreciate that point, but at the same time, and I know, again, appreciating the Chair's point that if we have to treat this like any other developer, we do expect full policy compliance from our own applications. And just because we've overperformed very well in one part of that doesn't mean we get to underperform in others. And so, really, I think this, maybe not with this application, but I think this is really something that we are going to start getting frustrated with if we keep seeing it happen in future KIP applications, because I think it's getting to the point now where we're a bit frustrated. That's a good term. Just to get slight clarity on the colour point there, you're saying that there is a colour condition, which is helpful, but on what grounds will that colour be decided?
On design grounds,
right?
Whether it's an acceptable material and palette to meet the urban design condition requirement.
And overheating?
We can add that. I think we've added that.
Could we add that if it's not there
in
already?
Yeah.
So the potential for overheating and the urban heat island effect is also considered as part of that condition.
Yeah, I think we're done there. So just to say, Councillor Carling, what you require could be an informative. I'm not quite sure if that would achieve the stated aim of the informative, because the condition couldn't achieve it very easily anyway, unless there's a redesign of the scheme. The only other option open to you would be to defer the item on the basis that you want a different scheme to come forward, which included more disabled units in the scheme, and that would be your other route, I guess.
Sorry, Chair,
come back.
Which of my points are you suggesting now?
About the disabled
that.
units.
Yeah. I don't want to press for a deferral or a refusal on those grounds. I just want to express, I think, on behalf of quite a few of the committee, that we really need to stop doing this with KIP applications.
Right, okay, I can't quite remember doing it many times myself off the top of my head, but so like I'm saying, you could propose an informative, which might be helpful in terms of encouraging the developer to do a different thing.
I don't necessarily think that's needed in this case, because it's been heard and it's about future applications rather than this one, so I don't think that's necessarily helpful.
Right, thank you. So who wants to speak next? There's a couple of others still. Councillor Thornborough?
Just in relation to M42 and M43, M42 is accessible and adaptable dwellings, so they need to be shown to be adaptable for people who become older or disabled. So I think, again, outside of this meeting, it may be we can actually have a look at what a really good M42 design is and how it can be adapted going forward. So, but my question, I questioned about the community centre and how I think it's the success of the community centre is based on how much storage it has. I don't know whether, again, I don't think you got back to me on that. I don't know whether it's an informative to say when the detailed design comes in, please look at the storage, because that makes a huge difference to the success of the public spaces. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Can you respond to those points, please, Aaron?
Happy to add an informative to encourage sufficient storage for the future tenants of the community and library facility, as requested. Sorry, my brain's gone to sleep there. The first point you make, Councillor Thornborough, sorry.
It was maybe, again, just we're an event for us so that we can learn more about M42 and how it is, are they truly adaptable for when people are older and disabled? So how far can an M42 be adapted?
Yeah, condition 4 ensures that 100% all of the other properties are M42 compliant. But happy to add an informative to ensure the developer takes that forward as well and can demonstrate that all of the units are achieving that requirement. It's secured by that condition. Thank you.
Sorry, are you saying, Aaron, that you're going to put an informative in to say that the developer has to adhere to a condition?
Condition.
If that is the case, let's not do that. We
Condition
don't need
4 secures the detail. But I think I was more referring to the M43.
Okay, right, yep, fine, do it. Yep. And did you want to come back on anything, Councillor Thornborough? No? Okay, so who's next to finish off? Someone else, wasn't there? Yeah, Councillor Over, yeah.
So yeah, sorry, I would just like to wrap up on the adaptation for future climate. I'm still of the opinion that compliance with Part O doesn't provide this, so this is where it's at odds with kind of local plan. And as we said, it's only one climate file for current weather. And even within the guidance, it says that at kind of client's request, you can model for future climates, and Aaron would know that it's part of TM59 methodology, and it's reasonable to request this. So that's my first point. I would like to suggest that we word the condition that it's very clear what we want to be modeled, and based on this, we kind of then review the proposals that come back to us. This will probably cover the point that Councillor Carlin made about overheating of a particular unit. So then we'll be able, if we do have an entire development modelled for future climates, we'll see if there are any particular problems with those units that have got the darker colour on the external walls. So that's one thing. Another thing that hasn't been raised is that the water strategy completely relies on low flow fittings. And I know that it's not unusual, it's just to really raise the awareness of the risk associated with this, that anyone changing the shower head or tap, because people would be able to do it, because we don't have any kind of site-wide infrastructure that would address our water scarcity issue. It's just the risk, it's all those risks that this development posed to the council. And I do note like all the amazing things that development is gonna bring, but it's a very difficult decision to vote for it, knowing that certain things will become outdated just within maybe 10 years' time. And I do appreciate that the current policies tells us to approve it, but policies will become history, and our decision will stay with people who live in Cambridge for maybe 100 years. So I just want to also maybe address the design team. I'm sure want to do a good job, and whether you would be comfortable to proceed with things that might become kind of outdated very soon. Sorry, it wasn't part of the yeah. So.
Yeah, no, that's useful. Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to respond in any way, or wasn't really a question? Nope. Okay. Just to say, Councillor, I mean, we're aware of the issue of fixtures and fittings being replaced by future occupants. Of course, you must remember that any replacement that uses more water will usually cost those said residents more money because they'll have water meters which could be deter them. The market economy may work in that respect, so we'll see. Anyone else? I thought I had a couple more ticks on my list. No, okay. So just in terms of your points earlier on, Councillor Locomover, about shading. We've got shading conditioned now. You also spoke about full height glazing. We haven't got that conditioned. We could have it an informative, but it would mean a redesign of the scheme to perhaps a larger extent. But if you wish to have that as an informative, that's possible, but I don't think as a condition wouldn't be reasonable on the applicant. Do you want to say anything about that?
I would probably like to advocate for future climate modelling, and based on this, deciding whether changes to the glazing are necessary, because you might see that in just 10 years' time, all those units will overheat, and you need to change the... it's better to get the fabric the fabric of the building right straight away, because it's so difficult to do it after. And so I would like to have a condition on future climate modeling written into the
Only smiling because I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll ask officers to explain it to me.
It's obliging the design team to carry out modeling for future climate scenarios and prove that, as designed now, the scheme will not overheat within 20 years, for instance. If it is overheating within 20 years, we'd probably like to suggest that the building fabric is changed, whether it's additional panels to the full height glazing or it's additional vertical fins.
So I may be getting the wrong end of the stick here, but as I understand it, we are obliged to use Part O of the regulations in order to measure that. So although what you're saying may make a lot of sense to you and others, including perhaps me, if I understood it fully, I don't think we can do it. But Toby, you wanted to speak on that?
Thanks, Chair. So I think there's a limit to which you can kind of affect change to the design of the scheme through a condition. I think if we're talking about kind of vertical fins, for example, or internal fan lights, then that's going to affect probably a limited number of the west-facing single aspect properties, and the overall impact on the look of the scheme would not be significantly different to the plans that you have before you. But I think if we're talking about alterations to glazing kind of apertures and the size of those, then that is quite a significant change. I don't think that is necessarily within the scope of the condition. We can add a condition to help with the kind of modelling, and then ask for a scheme to come forward to demonstrate that overheating is not going to be a problem. I think the precise outcome of that process will be for the applicant to kind of demonstrate through the discharge. And I think with that particular condition, whilst I'll be generally asking for the various conditions and informatives to be delegated to officers, I think with this one, I'll be asking when it comes to the vote that the precise wording of the condition goes through Chair Spokes and Vice for confirmation, just so that we're clear as to its scope.
Okay, thanks, Toby. Is that clear, Councillor? Yeah, okay. We're coming to the vote soon, I think, Councillor Thornborough, yeah, something else?
Specifically about that one, so I think that it could be done with asking for the modelling plus looking at the future proofing, and to ask that they, dependent on the modelling, they need to at least show that the building can be adapted to take these, not to change the size of the windows, but to put on the screens or solid panels or an opening window. So I think it's a combination of understanding the building in the future scenarios, but ensuring that it can be adaptable. So it's not saying they have to do it now, but buildings are much more successful if they're adaptable. So it's just recognising what might come and how it's going to be done. And I think that because we've done it before, with the gas-fired boilers and the air source heat pump, I think this is a reasonable condition.
Okay, so before we go on, I can see your hand up, Councillor Bora. So I'm going to ask Toby, Aaron, do you want to come back on that as well? It sounds like a simpler question to me.
I think I generally agree with the sentiment that Councillor Thornborough has said, that the condition is also around adaptation.
All right, okay, Councillor Bora?
I think for me, I would still prefer to defer, because we have to treat the council like another developer. And
I haven't forgotten.
Yeah,
come back to it, don't worry.
These conditions are useful, but we're asking them to put new fins on, to do all these different things. And actually, I think the developer has the right to look at that and decide if they can afford it, etc., etc. So I would prefer to defer, because I think that's what I'd be doing. I think we can't assume just because it's the council they want to comply. If this was another developer, I would be saying the same thing. I think they have the right to look at these proposals and say, is that reasonable, or perhaps it's not reasonable, and make their case to us after a deferral. Apart from obviously the issues around the M43 and the ventilation that I've raised separately, because it's really difficult. I take Toby's point that we can condition some of this, but to me this is slightly straying towards redesigning the scheme on the table without the developer having the right to reply. So I think that is why personally I think a deferral is fair all round, because it gives everyone the chance to, you know, have a look at it, because I don't know if the current building design is enough to support a fin, for example. So what, are we going to accept it and then force them to pay for a Section 73 if it's not? You know, I think a deferral for a short period of time, just to allow the developer to look at their costings and, you know, whether they can take any of our comments on board, would be fairer.
Right, thanks for that. I mean, in terms of all these things, Councillor, if I may reply to you directly, I think as far as I'm aware, it's just the shading fins. So there aren't a lot of other things. And the applicant can choose not to build the scheme, should they so not wish to do so, or bring forward another scheme. As you know, I'm not in favour of deferrals generally. I prefer to get the job done. That's what I feel we're here to do. So that would be my approach almost, you know, usually. So we'll see. But any more debate? No, in that case, let's have a vote on that deferral thing then. So a deferral has been proposed by Councillor Bajent. It's been supported by Councillor Porrer. All those in favour? Councillor Bajent.
I think that we've made lots of points. And I think the developers are here and listening. And they would be able to make those changes if they thought it was appropriate after it's been approved. So I'm withdrawing my proposal for a deferral.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So there's a proposal for a deferral on the table. Any seconders for that, please? No, that falls then. In that case, let's go to the recommendation. Toby, please.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on the amendment sheet on page 3 of that amendment sheet, and that is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out within the updated list of conditions, with delegated authority for officers to amend and add conditions where required. The satisfactory completion of the Section 106 agreement with delegated authority to officers to agree the final contribution amounts and minor amendments to the heads of terms as set out in the officer report, noting Aaron's verbal update that the heads of terms includes an additional £10,000 towards parking management. It includes a referral to the Secretary of State to determine whether it is appropriate to call in the planning application. And then we turn to the additional conditions and informatives, all of which officers would be seeking for the final wording to be delegated to officers bar the overheating condition. So the additional conditions are condition or amended conditions are Condition 10, which is amended to also encourage sustainable transport modes. Condition 58 in relation to letterboxes to remove the wording with regard to otherwise agreed. The amendment of Condition 61 to encourage the new locations of the commercial premises and associated signage to be put in place. A new condition for a scheme to demonstrate the proposal as designed to passive house principles would not lead to overheating in future climate modelling scenarios, with associated measures including measures for future adaptation such as vertical shading to be put in place, particularly for the single aspect units on site. The wording of that condition to be agreed through chair and spokes and vice. An additional condition regarding the location of the substation, its final location to be agreed through that condition, notwithstanding the plans. An informative for the applicant to liaise with the GCP with regard to the cycle lane protection measures that may be coming forward as part of Barnwell Road improvements. An informative in relation to car club spaces. An informative in relation to encouraging storage for the community and library facilities internally within those spaces. An amendment to Condition 11 to include reference to the urban heat island effect in the consideration of those materials and an informative in relation to the M43 and M42 units to encourage the flexible use and modelling for the adaptation of those units for future use. Chair, the recommendation is to approve.
Thank you very much, Sobi. So all those in favour of that recommendation? All those against? Oh, sorry, let's do it again. All those in favour of that recommendation?
This is in favour?
In favour, yes.
Yeah, okay, so 7.
Against?
None. Sorry, did I call that too soon?
And abstentions?
One abstention, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers and officers and councillors for this item. Thank you. There's a lot of robust debate there. Very good. If we could come back in 45 minutes' time, please. So that's 3:25 prompt. No later, please. We still have a long agenda to get through. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back after lunch. Next item on planning agenda is, where am I? Edward House, item 7. No public speakers. Let's get up on my screen a moment. So Kate is the case officer. Katie, you're online, aren't you? So do you want to present the item, please, Katie?
Afternoon, I will do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, just before you get going, Katie, I should just say that we plan to do item 7, item 8, so that's the 2 major items, and we hope to do item 9, the first of the minor items on the agenda. But in terms of timing, it doesn't seem possible we can do any more than that, and we might not even get to item 9, but we'll do our best. Okay, that's it. Thanks, Katie. Off you go.
Thank you. Right, I'm just sharing my presentation, so I'll just wait for that to be on the screen. So hopefully you can see that on the screen now.
Yep, that's there, thanks.
Fab. Okay, thanks, Chair. Okay, so the application before us today is for Edward House 8, Albion Row in Cambridge. It's for the demolition of a 15-bed care home and construction of a replacement building with 16 1-bedroom armed house apartments. Members will have noted that there was a written update in which there was a deletion of the last sentence in paragraph 8.74, which referred to a condition which has not been added to the recommendation as not considered necessary. The proposed site forms Edward House is outlined in red here, as you can see on the plan, and is 0.0753 hectares in area. It served as a care home which provided 15 single occupancy bedrooms for extra care. Edward House Care Home closed in 2021 and the site is therefore currently vacant at the moment. It's bounded by Albion Road to the southeast, which is a bit here, Mount Pleasant to the southwest, and to the northwest in the blue line, just here on the location plan, is Storey's House. Residential dwellings lie kind of to the north along Albion Row, just a bit here. Storey's House, which is outlined in the blue on the plan, provides sheltered flats. The applicant, which is the foundation of Edward Storey, are a registered charity and have a long history of providing almshouses in the area. Storey's House gives priority to almshouses to women who are over 60 who have a connection to the Church of England, who are parish branch, Chesterton or clergy widow branch beneficiaries. The proposal will form an extension to Storey's House. Currently, Storey's House is at 100% capacity with 7 people on the waiting list. The site lies within the Castle and Victoria Road Conservation Area and adjacent to the West Cambridge Conservation Area, which is marked on green here. So the adjacent conservation area, and this is the site here. There are a number of listed buildings on Lady Margaret Road and buildings of local interest on Haymarket Road as well. So this is the existing site here, which is looking from Mount Pleasant, and then you've got the side elevation here, which is from Albion Row, and then looking back on the site from Albion Row here. So the existing building kind of forms a modern building in the conservation area. So just a couple of wider site photographs here, which shows Storey's House adjacent to the site. Then number 2, which is opposite, looking towards opposite Mount Pleasant. Number 3, which is the Haymarket Terraces adjacent to the site, opposite the site at Albion Row, number 4, and then further up Albion Row, number 5. So this part of the Castle and Victoria Road Conservation Area is characterised by irregular medieval street plan with a fine urban grain and varied topography. The buildings are predominantly domestic and of 2 stories with traditional forms, materials and pitched roofs. So the proposal seeks consent for a demolition of the existing building and provision of 16 one-bedroom armed houses, which will be sheltered housing in use class C3. They'll provide an extension to Storey's house, which lies adjacent, and that currently provides 47 one-bedroom sheltered flats. The proposal will utilise the existing facilities and gardens of Storey's house. It will be an all-electric proposal with air source heat pumps and photovoltaic panels, which will lead to 85% reduction in carbon emissions and a 70 to 72% reduction in primary energy compared to Part L 2006. And potable water use will be of 0.239 litres per person per day. The proposal will ensure high performance fabric and airtightness, provision of mechanical ventilation with heat recovery, and provision of external shading on the windows and low output cooling to reduce summer overheating. We also provide 8 cycle parking spaces and provision for mobility scooters and charging points at ground floor. So this is the proposal at ground floor, provision of cycle parking. This is the courtyard that goes through at ground floor. The second and first floor plans and roof plan. And then the top is proposed elevation looking from Mount Pleasant, and then the bottom is the elevation looking from Albion Row. And then we've got proposed elevations from the East Courtyard and West Courtyards. And proposed Albion Yard elevation. The site is currently entirely filled by Edward House, with small areas of hard landscaped open space. The proposal is looking to create a courtyard with raised beds for low shrubs and vegetable growing areas, with a paved path to be used by wheelchair bound residents and wide low ramps and hard surfaces for accessibility. Breakout areas will be created to allow for tables and chairs and planting surrounding it, and the 3 ornamental trees are to be planted. So we've got the proposed CGI looking from Haymarket Road, and then the existing here, just showing existing and proposed there. And then the proposed CGI from Mount Pleasant, and then with the existing situation here at the moment. So in terms of material considerations, the proposal was in accordance with policies 3 and 47 of the local plan. In terms of housing provision, the proposal would provide sheltered housing to let at below market values, which should comply with policies 45 and 47 and the Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy and PPF. The proposed mix will provide 16 one-bedroom armed houses and comply with policy 47. So high quality development and design which will be appropriate to the area and contribute positively to its surroundings. The trees, kind of subject to conditions, the proposal was considered acceptable in regard to policies 59 and 71 and from the tree officer's perspective. The proposal would not harm the character and appearance of the conservation area and would comply with policies 60 and 61 and the MPPF. The proposal would comply with policies 28 and 29 in the Greater Cambridge Sustainable Design and Construction SPD in regards to carbon reduction and sustainable design. In terms of biodiversity, proposals would be appropriate and comply with policies 57, 69 and 70. Water management and flood risk considered acceptable and proposed to comply with 31 and 32. No highway safety or parking provision issues, and they would result in no harm to neighbour amenity. So the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Just details of the key material considerations there. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Katie. Debate. No speakers. Who wants to stay first? Katie, Councillor Poore.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I do quite like the look of this new building. I think it does. We've looked at the site recently for some other buildings right nearby, so I'm aware of it. Just had a few questions for the officer. Is 8 cycle parking spaces sufficient? I do appreciate we've also got mobility scooter parking, or is there somewhere else on site that people can access? The second, I do slightly agree with the conservation officer about the flat roofs being a little bit prominent, but we don't seem to have a green roof condition, which I think we do need to have because it's a flat roof on various parts. And if not, could the officer confirm if that's perhaps where solar is instead? The trees, I understand there aren't going to be any tree removals, but could we add a condition that if a tree is damaged, it must be replaced, or is that already going to happen because it's protected via any other status? And I just, finally, paragraph 8.82, it talks about the amenity areas of the upper floors, and it says they're going to have a bit of space set aside on the deckway, and I'm struggling to identify that and whether it's actually private space or not. And if it isn't, can you just confirm whether, because it's sheltered housing, this is a different criteria to the normal kind of private amenity space? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Bennett.
I just wanted to say that I note the favourable opinion of the access officer at 8.99. I think this is a very suitable location for independent retirement living. My only slight concerns are these are people who are likely to need visiting carer support. Like Councillor Porra, I wondered if the cycle access was adequate. You know, if you have people coming in, probably usually to provide meals, because towards the tail end of independent living where people are requiring carers to typically come in 4 times a day, that can be quite a lot of traffic. However, if that care is being provided by Stories House, I will draw the comment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Any more? Go back to the officer. Okay, I'll just add a bit as well then. So, space standards, I presume they don't apply in this instance as there's no table in the report, unless I've missed something. And seems to me the proposed development gives a sort of minimal, in my opinion, improvement to the conservation area from what's existing. I can't see the building looks very good to me, rather sort of brutal and garish, I'd say. But others may have other opinions. So perhaps back to the officer. Katie?
Thank you. Yeah, so the proposal is going to provide 8 cycle parking spaces. This is considered appropriate for the requirements of the proposal. As the proposal is with the adjacent Stories House, those cycle parking spaces can also be used, and the facilities are going to be linked. In terms of the green roof, we can add a condition for that green roof. There'll be no, in terms of tree, there'll be no harm to any of the adjacent trees adjacent to the site. There's not any trees on site which will be impacted, but so I don't see it to be kind of necessary to add a condition should any be replaced. I might just share my screen again in terms of private space, the question on private space. So in terms of the first and second floors, you've got the walkway here which goes to each individual unit. There is a small area here, which is 2 metres squared, which will
Katie,
provide a seating area.
Katie, which walkway are you
Yeah.
talking about? Just use your pointer or something.
Sorry, yeah, I've got the pointer here. Sorry, I'll repeat that again. So as kind of coming up the stairs, you've got this walkway here, 2 units, and then this one here as well. Within each unit, there is this indented area here, which is 2 metres squared, which will provide for a seating area for the first and second floors. And then you've got provision here, which is outside each of these units for space for amenity. In terms of, I think I've addressed the cycle parking requirements. And in terms of residential space standards, the proposal does meet residential space standards and is above the level required. Hopefully that addresses all the questions.
So is there a table in the report then that I've missed in terms of the square meterage per unit or not?
Paragraph 8.78, I haven't actually included it, but it's for a 1-bedroom, 1-person dwelling, the minimum space requirement is 39 metres squared, and the proposal, these units will provide 50 metres squared.
Okay, thanks. Normally we have a table, so that's fine then. Okay, right. Thank you very much, Katie. More questions? So, Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I like the scheme. I think the garden is really nicely detailed, and I think it will be a really good space for the people there. There seems to be, Unit 6 seems to be a single aspect dwelling, although I suspect that there may not be through ventilation, but because of the orientation and the garden, and it's only on the ground floor, I think it will be well shaded. So therefore, there probably won't be a problem with overheating. But maybe the officer could just confirm that. Thank you.
Yeah, so all of the units.
Hang on a minute, hang on. Are you finished, Councillor Thornborough? Yes, so hang on a minute. Wait, we've got a few more questions. So, Councillor Porrer?
Thank you. Just to come back on the amenity space, are you saying it's 2 metres by 2 metres, was it? But it isn't separate then, it's just open onto the deckway. Is it not fenced off in any way? Because I suppose that isn't policy compliant, though I do take on board that we have the garden downstairs. But if these were just normal flats, we would expect them to have a private, defensible space. So I don't know whether that's something we need to condition, or is there any exemption? I mean, I've described it as sheltered housing, that's an assumption. It's actually just described as apartments that are almshouses. So is there any policy exemption for that kind of thing? Thank you.
Okay, back to you then, Katie, please.
So yeah, all of the units are double aspect apart from unit 6, but it's considered appropriate in terms of overheating and their aspects there. It is acknowledged, and we have said it in the report, that that the outside amenity space is kind of rather limited, particularly for the first and second floor units. There is this provision of a bench and their private kind of space away from the walkway. I think given the use of it and the occupants that are living in these units, they have got this private amenity space, but they've also got the courtyard as part of this proposal, and also use of facilities within the adjacent Stories house. And given the kind of level of care and the stage that these people be using these accommodations, it's considered appropriate what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Can I just confirm, Katie, you said that each of these units is 50 square metres, because looking at the floor plan, it doesn't look like 50 to me, but you're confirming that, are you? 50 square metres?
Yes, yeah, on the floor plans, it details this, yeah.
When you say it details, does it say it somewhere then that I've missed? Or you just...
Yes, it's on the floor plans, yeah.
Where does it say that?
on each of the units.
Oh, I
Let me
can't
see
read
if I
it. It
can.
doesn't work on the online. I can't. I'll get a set of plans in a minute. Okay, all right. Any more questions, councillors? No. Okay. Oh, Councillor Lockham over.
It's more of a question rather than a comment. What dictated the shape of the corner unit with the arched roof? Because it seems to be quite alien to the surroundings. One that can be seen from the corner. So the question is, what dictated the shape of the arched roof?
Yeah, so just the buildings in the area, and just wanted to create, because of it being such a prominent corner within the street scene, that was kind of what they considered to make that a feature in terms of that design.
Okay, and my second question is, I haven't found a separate sustainability statement. I think there was a section in the design and access statement, which was kind of quite light on details. So I understand that it's not going for kind of energy targets that would be close to passive house. So is there a particular reason why it is not aiming for it?
Okay, back to you then, Katie.
So there is the application was supported by a sustainability statement, and then in terms of the proposals, the sustainability officer was happy with what's being proposed. I think, yeah, that's all I can answer in terms of that question.
Did you want to come back at all, Councillor?
Yeah, just energy targets that are compatible with passive house would be appropriate for this type of the development because of the comfort that it would provide. So I'm just wondering whether the development has been through the process and they designed it out, or it wasn't kind of even considered to begin with. So it wasn't part of the aspiration or brief.
I don't think so. I think given what they're proposing and the fact it's a charity, this is what they've kind of come in with, the best that they can achieve for sustainability level.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Porter.
Sorry to come back on the balconies again. I do accept the officer's explanation of having the extra space downstairs and that it's a particular use, people who may not want that. But I am a little concerned because where we have walkways in a lot of our council housing, for example, people are not allowed to leave stuff out because it's a fire risk, it's a trip hazard. So I'm concerned that we're going to consent these with an amenity space for then the letting agent to then, or managing agent to then say, no, you can't have anything out there. So I'm quite happy to delegate it to officers, but I think that we need to just make sure that those are defensible spaces, even if they're not fenced off, or perhaps that some mechanism needs to be made to keep the clutter, for want of a better word, in that space and not spilling out onto the deckway, because it just concerns me that we might be setting ourselves up for a bit of having that space removed in future. And it is, I do understand it mainly can't be fenced off completely, but I think if officers would be happy to take that away and ensure that that is protected, perhaps in the plans having a dotted line just showing where the allocated space for that flat is, for example. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. I think if it's not a fire-safe area, then it shouldn't have anything in it, I wouldn't have thought, regardless of whether there's a dotted line or not. That would be the approach of Cambridge City Council with their council flats. So, Katie, do you want to respond to that then, what Councillor Porter said?
I think we could add a condition, kind of subject to whether Toby think that's reasonable, to allow for that space to be for those specific units and allocated for those units.
Toby?
I think it's difficult, so I don't know what the interplay between the kind of fire safety regulations is going to be in relation to the design. So I think if you can leave that for officers to discuss with the applicants outside of that meeting, we'll see if we can get as much provision as possible for those residents.
Okay, thanks, Toby. Councillor Porter, do you want that to come back to Chair or Vice Chair and spokes, or not?
Yeah, it might be sensible, because it may well be that we have to put some kind of screen across, because I think that would then be okay for fire regulations, because it's keeping the deckway free. Yeah, I'm happy to, if you are, Chair, to have it come back
Yeah,
to us.
that'd be a good fix, I think. Let's find out what's happening. So we'll do that then, Toby, okay? Thank you very much. Any more questions? No? Okay. So just to clarify what I said earlier, I'm not that keen on the scheme, but all of the officer advice and the paper seems to suggest it's a reasonable scheme, so I'm willing to go with it. Haven't heard anything much else against it, so let's go to the recommendation and have a vote.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations set out on page 134 of the officer report, that is to approve permission subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It is with the inclusion of a green roof condition for the flat roof, and it's subject to officers and confirming through chair and vice chair and spokes the precise arrangements with regard to the first and second floor amenity space provision and how that could be utilised by future occupants. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
6 in favour, Chair.
Okay, those against?
None against,
Abstentions?
Chair. 1 abstention.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. Shall we carry on with the next item, everybody? You see nodding heads? Yep, no need for a comfort break. Okay, so next item is, where am I? Clayton Hotel, item 8. Officers Alice Young, and we've got speakers, I believe. So we've got Bruce here. Yep, hi Bruce. Attending in person. Agent and objector. Got a statement from an objector to be read out. So we'll get to that later. Okay, so this item, ready to go then, Alice, when are you ready? Or I'll give you a minute to get sorted. So this is the last of the major items. Perhaps we'll have a short break after this one, then go on to the minors, which we're hoping to do at least one of, but that's really the only hope, really, I think, but we'll see. When you're ready, Alice.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I was just getting the presentation up and the screens sorted. Let me just get my pointer ready. So the application is for the erection of an extension to the rear of the existing Clayton Hotel to provide 30 additional guest rooms, plus other associated works. The Clayton Hotel is a 8-storey hotel building located on the northeastern side of Station Road, approximately 30 metres southeast of Tennyson Road. The application site falls within the Newtown and Gliston Road Conservation Area and is within the controlled parking zone. To the west of the site lies an office block currently occupied by a tech firm. There is also office space to the east with residential flats sited to the north along here. These flats I'm going to refer to as the Vestra apartments, just for reference. And separating the site and the Avesta apartments is a pocket Park, located here. So this is the existing hotel. This is the rear aspect. So this is the northern elevation. These are photos from the Pocket Park. And you'll see that there is an existing kind of 3-storey section here, and this is where the extension is going to go. And this is the relationship between the hotel here and the Vesta apartments here, the office space here, and the other office space here. So this is the proposed site plan. You'll see that the red line is the extension. At ground floor, this is kind of a courtyard they're creating, so it's a little undercroft. I will zoom in here and show you the layout of this undercroft. There is proposing to provide 20 cycle spaces here, and then put in 6 Sheffield stands, 3 here, within the undercroft, and 3 here. So this is the proposed floor plan of level 1. You'll see that there is the undercroft still here. Level 2, you'll see that it's extending, and then just for reference, the existing DDA rooms are here and here at 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th floor, I believe. So the extension steps away from the boundary on this side here. This is level 4. Level 5, it steps back from the northern elevation. And then level 6, it steps further back. And then this is the roof plan. You will have seen that there is like an internal courtyard created in the centre here, and that will be clear, or more clear on the sections that are coming in a moment. So this is the northern elevation. So this is front backing onto the Pocket Park, and the elevation that the Vesta apartments will be opposite. You'll see that the stepping and form here. And then this is the plant screen. This is the eastern elevation. You'll see there's a zone for public art. And you'll see again the stepped form. The western elevation, so this is adjacent to the offices. And you'll see that it's, again, stepped in form. So this is a section through the courtyard. This is the rear of the rear extension, if that makes sense. A section through the building going south, north-south. And then this is another section going through the courtyard. Again, through the courtyard. So this is a CGI of the proposed extension here. This, obviously, the public art is TBC. This is a view from the Pocket Park. This is a more square-on, kind of almost elevational view. This is office space here. So the main issue that I will discuss in the presentation is amenity. So there's a bit of a planning history on site. We have approved an extension previously, and we have refused an extension on the impact on the Vesta apartments here. This application overcomes the previous concerns that officers had, and now doesn't impact upon doesn't significantly impact upon the Vesta apartments. The impact here is compliant with BRE daylight sunlight guidance. So officers considered that there wasn't a significant impact to those flats. There has been a third-party comment which raised concerns with regards to this office building here. The applicant team have provided further daylight sunlight assessment to detail the impact to the office. There isn't set standards for office spaces like there is residential units. So we have requested that they're measured against residential units, the residential standards, but BRE guidance also says that there is flexibility for office spaces. Basically, it provides flexibility given that there is different expectations for daylight for office spaces and office uses, given the patterns of use, and that it's a workspace, not just not an area just for relaxation and socialisation. So when assessing the impact upon the office space, it basically the impact, all of the open plan office rooms meet daylight tests, so that's VSC and NSL. All of the open plan office spaces meet the sunlight tests, so it's annual probable sunlight hours. However, there is a amenity space outlined here, which is used by the office, and that does experience a lot of sunlight in March, on the in the spring equinox, so March 21st, and that is a significant reduction. However, the impact reduces significantly in the summer months, so the summer equinox meets BRE daylight sunlight guidance for this area. So officers considered the office space against the residential standards and considered that given the amenity space was likely to be used in summer months, most likely, less likely in kind of March time, that the impact was considered acceptable to this space, and good light levels were maintained to this space in the times of that it's likely to be used. So yeah, officers considered that to be an acceptable impact here. So just to summarise, the application, officers consider that the proposed extension would increase the provision of high quality visitor accommodation in this highly accessible location, whilst retaining the character of the hotel, not harming the conservation area or amenity of surrounding occupiers, and therefore officers considered that the recommendation is one of approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Alice. So first off, we'll have the objector's statement to be read out. So if you could do that, please, when you're ready. Thanks very much.
Right on behalf of our client, Railways Pension Nominees Limited, RailPen, with regards to planning application reference 24/00943/4 for erection of an extension to the rear of the hotel to provide 30 additional guest rooms plus other associated works. Resubmission of a previous application. At Clayton Hotel, 27 to 29 Station Road, Cambridge. Our client owns 21 Station Road immediately to the west of the site, occupied by Microsoft Research Cambridge, and the site to the east of the site, 1 Station Square, occupied by Amazon Development Center. Neither our client or any of their representatives was consulted by the client through a letter dated 15th of March 2024, to which we provided a written response on the 8th of April. The applicant has prepared a response dealing specifically with the matters raised in our response dated 17th of May and uploaded by the Council on the 22nd of May. We are not aware of this document being published, but provide our response below. As set out in point 2's report dated 17th of May, the proposed extension to the hotel will have a significant impact on the amount of daylight and sunlight in the amenity area to the rear of our client's property, 21 Station Road. The report assumes that the space is most used during summer months, because during the height of summer, the area benefits from good levels of sunlight. There can be little objection from the occupiers of the space. This is not the case. In fact, access to sunlight is more important during spring and autumn months, when opportunities to enjoy fresh air and sunlight are fewer. Indeed, during the summer months when sunlight is most intense, those choosing to sit outside are more likely to seek shade at and around midday. Employees of our clients' tenants use the outdoor space regularly during these months, during lunch breaks, and to work outside when weather permits. The loss of direct sunlight from a substantial area of the amenity space, 44%, during the spring and summer to almost 0, 3%, is not acceptable and has clearly only been considered as an afterthought. The hotel was developed after 21 Station Road was developed and already has a significant impact on the availability of daylight and sunlight. To reduce the availability of sunlight further to the sole benefit of the hotel operator is not appropriate. On this basis, our client maintains its objection to the scheme as proposed, as it does not comply with BRE guidance and policies 35, 50 and 58 of the development plan. I'd be grateful if these comments are brought to the attention of members of the committee. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. So, Bruce, do you want to speak as well? The public speaker thing, look at the front there on the right-hand side for you. That's it, yep. And you've got 3 minutes to speak, and if you press the button on the right-hand side, it will light up, red. That's it. And half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Bruce, and I'm the agent for this planning application, and I am talking in support of the planning application before you. The applicant is seeking additional rooms at this location to enhance the vitality and secure the viability of this very high quality hotel in the city. The hotel constitutes previously developed land in a highly sustainable location. The proposal takes advantage of this to deliver a form of development that your officers consider policy compliant, that will also result in significant benefits, as well outlined by Alice previously. I wish to highlight several of the benefits of this proposal to you. The proposal achieves BREEAM Excellent and continues the hotel, which also achieves BREEAM Excellent. The proposal will utilise solar voltaic panels and air source heat pumps for its energy needs. And the proposal will result in a significant uplift in green roofing, enhancing the site's ability to manage surface water and to support biodiversity. The proposed extension will provide a suitable space for public art and an elevated position in view of the public space to the rear of the site. Your officers commend the applicant for engaging with an art consultant as demonstrated in the design and access statement and the initial public art concept. Public art can be secured via a planning condition which we do not object to. The application will secure the provision of beneficial public art that will add to the overall design quality of this area of the city. The additional accommodation proposed will support the economic vision of the council embedded in the development plan, which recognises the importance of tourism in securing the city's economic prosperity. Your officers acknowledge that the proposed development will deliver significant public benefits, including supporting the tourism sector through boosting visitor accommodation. To conclude, the scheme is in accordance with the planning policies at all levels and will deliver significant public benefits. The applicant welcomes your officer's recommendation to grant permission subject to conditions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Yep, thanks, Bruce. Thank you very much. So that's the end of the speakers. I think, yeah. So, debate. Councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm just looking to see if there is I noticed there are 5 credits in one for the water usage, and I'm just zooming through maybe to see if there's the condition about an independent assessor checking the water usage after 12 months. I just wanted to see if that's in there. Thanks.
The last condition, councillor.
Want to come back?
Yeah, I also, this area of Cambridge is blighted by Airbnb in residential accommodation, where there are blocks of flats where it's almost like they're almost like hotels because there are so few family, so many Airbnbs and so few family units now. And I think there is actually a demand. So I think this putting in more hotel accommodation reflects the demand in this area, and I think providing the more hotel accommodation space is important, and I hope that Brookgates will also recognise that when they develop their B1 building. So I think it is an appropriate use, and it seems to work quite well, I think, and I'm very pleased about the water condition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I don't think there was a question there in the end, was there? No. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. I have a few small points. The first is I welcome the offer of public art. This is a space which holds one of the top 5 most unpopular public art offerings in Cambridge. It wasn't perpetrated by us, it was perpetrated by the developer. And I hope the applicant who is here, or was here, will consult fully with the public art team and not land us with another horror. On a more serious note, I note from the comments of the access officer on page 151, section 6.13, that the new block is not going to be served by lifts and that no new accessible rooms are being proposed. I think this is particularly disappointing for the Clayton Hotel group. He's saying the whole extension does not appear to be served by lift, which is a concern. Sorry, I'd say it's particularly disappointing for Clayton Hotel Group because it's less than a year since I attended the Local Government Association Disability Conference, which managed to accommodate 30 disabled delegates very comfortably in one building with an excellent stand of accessible bedrooms. And it's disappointing that the Cambridge Clayton Hotel is not meeting the same standard. I do not know whether, I do not think we can have a condition or an informative on this. If we can, I'd be pleasantly pleased to hear it, but I do hope the applicant is listening.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Pora?
Thank you. Yeah, I had thought the officer said later that there was step-free access, but I would be grateful to clarify because it's a bit unclear in the paragraph. In terms of the public art, so in effect, the bit that sticks out the back of the hotel at the moment with the stripy wood on is the bit that's going, isn't it? And then it's going to be replaced with... So I personally quite like the stripy wood, so I would hope that the public art can pick up just something quite interesting there because it sort of breaks up the massing of the building when you stand in that pocket park and see the current stripy wood is not a technical term, but that's kind of what it looks like. So I hope that the public art, when the officers are looking at that condition discharge, you can make sure that there is still something sort of visually different that kind of takes away from the quite, obviously, the blockiness of any kind of building of that size. You mentioned the additional cycle parking in the Undercroft, which is obviously welcome. Could we perhaps put a condition about lighting and safety in for that? Because I'm mindful if bike stores are underneath an Undercroft, it can be a little bit off-putting at times. So again, I wonder if the officer would accept some kind of conditions just to be satisfied that, I think we did similar in one on the Addenbrooks estate recently. And again, could the officer just comment, the objector, was Railpen, I think, were talking about usage of the garden space. So it's interesting, they didn't object to the overshadowing or any loss of light in the actual building. They were only talking about the park. Could the officer just talk about the loss of light? Because they claim it's between 44 and 3% reduction, or a reduction to that amount in winter and spring. So obviously that is something I think I'd just like a little bit more information in, and why you think it's still policy compliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. No more hands, so I'll just add to that. So in terms of the did I miss one? Oh, sorry, yeah, Councillor.
So yeah, I'd just like to follow on from what Councillor Porter just said on the loss of daylight within the hotel itself. I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with the guidance for hotels. This courtyard seems to be extremely narrow, and I would probably not qualify it as a kind of high quality design, but if it's compliant with the guidance concerning hotels, it's probably fine. I just would like to highlight that. Yeah, it would be interesting to know how it's possible to achieve daylight credits for BREEAM, kind of having this very narrow courtyard. That's it.
That's it. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yep, that's it now. So I was just going to pretty much say the same thing, but does it meet policy? Is it policy compliant? This space, this little park area that the objector is speaking about, is it BRE? Does it meet BRE guidance? And the public art, I'm pretty sure you can, but I presume you can see it from the public domain. It's not. It is visible. Maybe you just point out where it is visible from. That's it. So if you could answer those questions from other councillors as well, then please, Alice.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on Councillor Bennett's point, let me just get my pointer out again so it's clear. This is the extension. I've used level 2, but they're basically all the same as you go up the levels. The lift lobby is here. So it is serviced by lifts, albeit it is a relatively long route to these areas, but they are serviced by lifts. I believe the extension is to be level access. There's no steps here. It's not on the plans that there are any steps, so I would presume that there would be access for all users in the extension. You'll see here that it's the same kind of layout. There is alternative stepped access down here, but it is accessible via the lift provision around here. In terms of no new accessible rooms, I understand where you're coming from, but the overall provision of accessible rooms within the Clayton Hotel as a whole does meet our policy standard of 5%. I believe it actually exceeds it marginally. So that was Councillor Bennett's points. In terms of public art, obviously that goes through, we've got a condition on that. It's condition 17 or 16, where we require public art strategy, which goes through kind of engagement process and the selection process. The public art officer goes through that process with the applicant team and is quite involved. But with regards to kind of making it visually different, I think any public art on where they're selecting it to be would break up the massing. Obviously it's quite stepped and form already, which is something that officers consider to break down the massing further. But I think most things in this area would break down that massing further. In terms of lighting and safety with regards to the cycle parking, I'm happy to alter the standard condition wording in condition 18, which requires further details for cycle parking to include a lighting strategy or details of lighting in that area as well, because I think that is a very good point made with regards to lighting. Regarding the amenity area, sorry, I referred to it as amenity area, which may have I did talk about it in my presentation, so there might have been a miscommunication. So let me just get to the slide again so we can see it. So in terms of the impact on this garden area here, there will be a loss of light, as I said, on March 21st, which is the spring equinox. I believe the reduction is from 40% to 3% in that area, which will be noticeable. Obviously, this is the spring equinox. The closer you get to the summer equinox, the better, the less impact there would be. At the summer equinox, 88% has direct sunlight. So there is kind of a sliding scale within that, within those months. Obviously, March tends to not be great weather. So we obviously factor that into our decision-making process. In terms of the standard, this is measured against the residential standard, which officers consider is a higher standard than is required for office spaces, given the nature of the use. And while officers note that it is regrettable that there would be a reduction in direct sunlight in March and perhaps a little bit of April, this impact would be lessened closer to the summer equinox, and it's likely that the use of the outdoor space is limited in March, given the weather. Officers consider that the impact on this space in terms of overshadowing in the early spring would not be greatly felt by employees because of the use patterns. Most use would be at lunchtime, which is probably when most some would be there. Overall, obviously, as I've said, there is alternative spaces for users of the office to kind of eat their lunch or work in that pocket park. Obviously, because of the greater distance away from the extension, there would be better sunlight, direct sunlight in those areas. So there are alternatives, literally the other side of the fence, where office workers could sit and enjoy, being outside on days where it is sunny enough and warm enough to sit outside around the spring equinox. With kind of taking all those factors into account, officers considered that, the impact on the outdoor space, given its high density context, would be acceptable. As I said, there is no specific figures for office space, particularly office outdoor space. So it's very much based on experience and understanding of how the spaces are used, and the office use itself, and historic applications of assessments on these types of spaces. But as I said, BRE guidance does provide flexibility for office spaces. They typically don't have as high a standard of daylight sunlight for office spaces as you do for residential dwellings. So hopefully that has covered those aspects. If I've forgotten anything, please do come back to me.
Was there something else? Yes, Councillor Bora.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm the pocket park, so the green triangles, that's completely open. It's not fenced off, not so they can office workers can definitely use that. It's not sort of attached to the hotel or the flats. Okay, thank you. Which suggests to me there is other areas that people could go. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, councillors. And yeah, there was one other thing I said about where the public art is visible from in the public domain. Is it just from from the Pocket Park and Station Road? Is that the view? Is it?
Yes, so it will mainly be visible from the Pocket Park here. It's going to be on the side elevation here of the extension. So you're not going to, you might have glimpse views from Station Road, but it's mainly going to be from this Pocket Park here, and maybe glimpse views from Great Northern Road.
Sorry, I'm speaking to the officer. I'll speak so everyone can hear transparently. I was just asking who the public park belongs to. I believe it's public open space. And would, when he say S106 money come to, say, us to compensate for the lack of amenity in that public space, so to sort of plant things in other spaces, or to improve this space with planting that will grow in the shade, that kind of thing? Just a thought. Is there any chance of that?
So they have allocated an area on the extension for public art. They're not proposing for example, a statue to be located within the Pocket Park. They're putting it on the side of the building as that's within the site and an area which they can control.
Yeah, I didn't mean that, Alice. So, I mean, Percent for Art is a scheme all of its own, isn't it? I mean, I was just thinking, sort of common sense terms, you know, the space is being compromised to a certain extent by the light being cut off from it by the applicant in this scheme, and I was wondering whether anything could be gotten from that. So, Toby?
So the part that's being compromised is a smaller section of open space within that pocket park that's used by the Microsoft office workers. The larger part of the part which you can see on the view there in Alice, I think that is secured as public open space, but I'm not sure if it's managed by the City Council. I would assume it remains within the domain of Brookgate or its appointed management agent to ensure that it's kept to a sufficient standard.
Yes, so the if you see this fence here, this is the area of fenced off space, which is the ownership of this building here. This area here is public open space. There are regular benches, street furniture, etc. People to sit in, and it's not fenced off.
Right, thanks, Alice. So, Councillor Thornborough?
There's actually between the existing hotel and the back of the office blocks to the left of this image, there's actually a lot of activity in the summer. There's kind of outdoor cinema and jazz bands, and it's becoming a very nicely used space in the summer. And I think it is managed by Brookgate, but also along the back of the building, just to the left, you can't see it, is where the Chisholm Trail will go. So there'll be more people passing through the space in the future.
All right, thanks for that information. Okay, I think we're ready for the vote then, probably. There's no more questions, so recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 167, that is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It includes an amendment to condition 19 to secure, in addition to the cycle parking scheme, a lighting strategy for the Undercroft area in the interests of the safety of users.
Right, thanks, Toby. So recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? Okay, item approved. Thank you very much. Let's have a short comfort break now. Come back at 1:45, please, for the next item. Claire? Okay, welcome back after a short break. Planning Committee, next item is item 9, Mayflower House. So Dean is the case officer. He's online. Hi, Dean. Good afternoon. And speakers are Helen, objecting, Richard speaking about objecting as well, and John, the architect. We've got several here actually. I don't know who's speaking. John, you're Nigel Grimshaw, and that's it, is it? Okay. So, yep. Okay, Dean, present the item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to share my screen. Can I check you can see that and hear me, Chair?
Yep, see it, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so this application is at Mayflower House, Manhattan Drive, and the proposal is for the erection of 8 flats on top of Mayflower House, following the removal of existing communications. The development also includes provision of refuse storage and cycle parking. So where the site is located just westwards of Elizabeth Way, which runs along here. Got the River Cam further to the south. Although the site is not specifically located within a designated conservation area, it is within the setting of 3 conservation areas. These are highlighted in the different colours. So you have the Freville Conservation Area here in blue to the north and northwest, Riverside Conservation Area further to the south, and West Chesterton up here in pink. And this image just shows the context of the site. So Mayflower House is this building here, and it forms part of a wider site which comprises existing residential flats in these buildings here. The site mainly comprises hard standing, which is used by car parking, but also has an area of soft landscaping situated to the front of the site. This is the existing north elevation, just shows the existing building with the existing telecommunications on top of the building. That's the south elevation. Then the existing west elevation on your left, and the existing right elevations on your right. So this is the proposed north elevation. So this shows the modest scale of the extension, which will be on top of the building. As you can see, it's in proportion with the existing scale of the building, and is overall considered to be acceptable in design. Also shows the rooftop plant, which will be on top of the building, which will house air source heat pumps as part of renewable strategy for the development. This is the proposed south elevation. So you probably can't see this annotated text, but during the course of the application, overheating was discussed with our sustainability officer, and the applicant is now proposing to install solar glazing in the windows of the south-facing units. And this will absorb sunlight and reduce overheating, which will obviously help mitigate that issue. This image on the right is a CGI representation, just showing the design of the flats. So as you can see, the windows serving the flats will be set back, and you'll have the roof profile will project forwards beyond the where the window is, which will create a shading effect, and this will also be increased by the central sort of pillars in between each flat, which will also create a shading effect to reduce any overheating. Condition 22 secures these details and also requests an overheating impact assessment for all the flats proposed to ensure no significant overheating occurs. So this was the proposed west and east elevations, just showing that design of like a butterfly roof profile. This is seen at nearby developments further to the east along Riverside, which also has the butterfly style roof design, which this proposal tries to replicate, and therefore is considered to be in keeping with the character of the local area. So this is the proposed floor plan of the extension. The existing lift, which serves the existing block of flats of Mayflower House, is to be utilised and used for future occupants for access for the proposed development. There's also wheelchair refuge, which has had to be incorporated at either end of the floor plan for fire safety reasons. The application has been consulted with the Health and Safety Fire Executive department to make sure that the development is fire safe. That has been agreed by them. In addition to these areas, you have 2 stair lifts as well to enable fire exits. Each of the units will have their own balcony areas, which will be screened. The screening is to prevent overlooking of neighbouring properties, which I'll discuss in a minute, but there is a condition recommended to secure the glazing of these balconies. I think it's condition 21. And yeah, we comprise 8 flats, 4 studios, 2 2-beds and 2 1-beds as well. So due to the height of the existing building and the proposal, policy 60 of the local plan is triggered. Policy 60 seeks to preserve the skyline of Cambridge. So the applicant has undertaken a town visual impact assessment, which has been submitted with the application. And I'll now just go through some of the key viewpoints which have been illustrated in that document. So this is viewpoint 2. So this is taken from Elizabeth Way Bridge to the east-southeast of the site. So this is the existing image, and then this is the proposed image on your right. This is viewpoint 13, which is taken further down or further up Elizabeth Way Bridge, further to the southeast. And again, existing image on your left and the proposed on your right. This is viewpoint 23, which is taken from Midsummer Common, which is to the south of the site. Again, this is the existing situation here, and there's the proposed development on your right-hand side. And then this is viewpoint 26, which is taken further west or southwest from the site on Midsummer Common, with the existing situation on your left. So, and the proposed building, or the proposed extension, just coming up on top of there, just above the roof line of the existing boathouses in the foreground. And this is another image taken directly to the east of the building from St Andrews Road. Again, the existing buildings here, and the proposed building or proposed extension is on your right. So in terms of neighbour amenity, I've just annotated this image just to show the varying distances to help you understand the varying distances of the neighbouring buildings in the immediate locality to Mayflower House. So this blue line here just represents 31 metres distance from the building to a rear extension, number 62 Humberston Road. The yellow line is 16 metres distance from the building to the rear boundaries of these dwellings here. The red line just shows a 40-metre distance from the building to the rear elevation of the existing dwellings on Humberston Road. This green line shows 11-metre distance between this existing block of flats here in relation to the proposal. This distance is the shortest distance between the proposal and existing residential flats. However, given the angle at which these properties are located, officers consider that the level of overlooking would not be significantly harmful in this instance. And of course, all the balconies are going to have obscure glazing on them as well, which we secured by condition. So overall, officers are content that no significant overlooking impact will arise. And then this orange line just shows a 23-metre distance from the existing residential flats here to the west and between Mayflower House, which is considered significant to not result in any significant overlooking impact. Also, in addition to overlooking impact, these distances are not considered to arise in any significant overbearing or sense of enclosure upon these neighbouring properties. So in terms of overshadowing, the applicant has undertaken a daylight sunlight impact assessment, which concludes that the proposal will not result in any overshadowing, loss of light to neighbouring properties in accordance with BRE guidance. These shadow maps just represent the amount of overshadowing caused by the proposal in the autumn, spring equinoxes and the summer solstice and winter solstice. So the dark grey area represents the area of overshadowing which is caused by Mayflower House at the existing situation, and the red area is the extent at which the proposal will result in overshadowing. So looking at the autumn equinox, yes, there is some overshadowing, but it's considered not to be substantial on these neighbouring rear gardens of Humberston Road. Given their size as well, they're quite lengthy in size, so the amount of external amenity areas for these known properties is still retained as acceptable. In terms of the summer solstice, there's not much change at all, and therefore is acceptable. The spring equinox is very similar to the autumn equinox situation, and therefore is considered to be acceptable. And for the winter solstice, as you can see, the amount of existing overshadowing is far beyond that of the neighbouring properties on Humberston Road, and therefore the amount of overshadowing caused by the proposal was considered to be acceptable in terms of overshadowing. Lastly, the applicant is proposing to provide 32 cycle spaces in and amongst the existing cycle spaces for Mayflower House, and these are going to be located to the northern edge of the site. In addition, there's going to be a new yew hedge which is going to be planted just to screen off the cycle parking. This hedge will match the existing species of this hedgerow along the northern boundary. It's also proposed to put in a new shelter for the existing cycle parking, which is obviously a benefit for existing residents and new residents, of course, as well. On the right, there is going to be a new refuse store located within the existing car park, which is going to be located here. It's understood that the waste team have been consulted on this location, and they're happy with that location to serve the new residents of the proposed scheme. All these details are secured by condition 12, which is recommended by officers. So in conclusion, the application will provide residential development within a sustainable location. The proposal will remove the visual clutter of existing telecommunications on top of the building and has been carefully designed to provide a modern addition whilst preserving the character and appearance of the area and settings of nearby conservation areas. So the screening of balconies will mitigate any significant overlooking impact upon neighbouring properties, which is secured by condition. Given the modest scale of the extension and sufficient distances to neighbouring properties, no significant harmful overbearing or overshadowing impact is considered to arise upon neighbouring properties in this instance. And there is a condition which is recommended to secure the details of the proposed solar glazing on units facing southwards and overheating impacts in assessment for all units to mitigate any overheating issues. Therefore, officers recommend approve subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dean. Sorry, Sue. Oh yeah, Dean, can you just go over the amendment sheet, please?
Yeah. Do you want me to share it or?
Just highlight whatever is on the amendment sheet for this item.
Oh, sorry. Yes, so we have received some photographs from a neighbour, but these are unverified, even though they have been uploaded to the public file for public viewing.
Okay, got that, everyone? Unverified views. That means they're not verified by officers, I believe. So, speakers. So first up is something to be read out from Helen Zhu. You want to do that, please, Sarah? Thank you very much. And it's 6 minutes in total speaking time, both ways. So that's the Helen one, and then Richard Turner's after that for the rest of the 6 minutes, and then we've got the architects after that.
I'm the leaseholder of one of the flats within Mayflower House, and I strongly object to the erection of 8 new flats above the existing flats. The development raises significant concerns that would impact existing residents in the surrounding community. Point 1. The structural integrity of the existing building would pose a major concern. Adding more flats would compromise the safety and stability of the existing structure that could put existing residents' lives at risk. The additional weight and construction work may lead to unforeseen damage and significant disruptions. Point 2. There's a presence of asbestos in the roof of the building. Therefore, any building works involving the roof would be a serious and major health hazard to all residents within Mayflower House. Point 3. The construction process itself would bring prolonged noise, dust, and health hazards that would severely affect the day-to-day lives of all the residents. We chose this area for its peace and quiet, and this development would undermine that. Point 4. The addition of more residents within the complex would strain already limited resources and amenities in the area. More residents would mean greater demand for car parking spaces, cycle park spaces, use of the paths and gardens, increased use of waste disposal areas and lifts, among other required services, which are already stretched thin. There would also be far more noise and disruptions from any new floors above. This would inevitably lead to a decline in the quality of life for everyone in the neighbourhood. Point 5. The lift is not even adequate enough for the existing residents and would not cope with the addition of more residents within the building. It's small, old, and breaks down often, even in its current state. More residents would result in even more incidents of the lift being broken, major inconveniences, and the costs associated with fixing it. Point 6. Impacts on the service charge and heating bills would have a negative effect on the existing residents. And then it's just reiterating to bring these concerns to the attention of the Planning Committee. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Sarah. Just stop the clock a minute. And next speaker is Richard Turner. Richard's here, isn't he? Yeah, hi, Richard. Yeah, go to the public speaker thing over there, yeah. So you've got some pictures as well, but the case officer can show us those on the screen. Is that okay, Dean?
Yeah, I'll share my screen now.
Okay, so Richard, how many minutes has Richard got left? You've got about 4 minutes and 10 seconds, Richard. So if you want to, we need to just press the button on your microphone in front of you, lights up red, that's it. And then half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. All right?
Thank you. Members of the committee, I'm representing the other 14 objections made. Policy 58 of the Cambridge Local Plan about altering and extending existing buildings states that extensions will only be permitted if they do not unacceptably overlook, overshadow or visually dominate neighbouring properties. Mayflower House at 7 storeys is already by far the tallest building in the area. The design is not in keeping and the size is completely out of proportion with the surrounding properties, particularly the low-rise homes in the conservation area to the north of the building. The existing building of 7 floors gained permission at a time when local planning was not giving full consideration to city impact. Now we have policies 58 and 60. Would a building of Mayflower scale be allowed to be built on that site if presented to the committee today? Adding to another floor to this unsympathetic and oppressing building will only further dominate the area. Mayflower lies to the south of Humberston Road. The developer's light assessment looks only at the equinox, and as we saw, height of summer and height of winter. But unfortunately, there's a subtlety in the extent to which this affects the houses in the all-important winter months when light is limited. Based on our calculations, using the arcs you can see there, you find that the extra floor actually, unfortunately, has quite a significant effect on our winter light, and means that for a couple of months of the year, we'll not be getting light into our houses. And of course, the assessment you've seen so far just shows it in 3-month increments. That's a very significant thing for some of us who suffer from seasonal affective disorder. Additionally, the 14 overhanging balconies will cut light from the apartments on the floors below, and it's likely there'll be an increase in outdoor noise for the Mayflower inhabitants. The balconies on Mayflower's north side will provide the occupiers with an unobstructed view into the bedrooms, bathrooms and gardens on Humberston Road. If we can have the next photo, please. So we're concerned that the photo that you see here from Mayflower's roof that was submitted in the developer's visual assessment has been cut to not show the view into Humberston's bedrooms that the photographer would have had from up there. If you see the next photo, please. There should be a next photo, please, Dean.
Sorry.
It's showing Mayflower from Humberston.
Yeah, we've stopped the clock, by the way. Don't worry about the time.
Sorry, hold on.
Yep.
Is it that one?
Yes, thank you. So this is the view towards Mayflower from Humberston. You'll see there's a free view between the second floors of Humberston and Mayflower's current roof. So that previous photo is a little intriguing. Allowing another floor with such a free view would be inconsistent with previous council decisions, where Humberston applications for windows have been turned down due to the effect on Mayflower residents. Next, Policy 58 further states that any extension needs to retain sufficient amenity space, bin storage, vehicle access and car parking. Residents in the 117 properties of Mayflower House have raised concerns over amenities that are already stretched too thinly. There's only one lift that is already overused, as is the laundry room. Mayflower House was originally designed as a hotel with less need for parking and shares only 68 car parking spaces between 192 flats, admittedly studio flats. At 2.8 flats per space, this is about a third as many spaces as the current Cambridge parking standards. Of the 68 spaces, only one is disabled, and they're also failing to provide guest places at the recommended ratio of 1 for every 4 units. We're worried that with the new flats, many of which are 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom, there's going to be a much higher likelihood of need for parking. Adding another 8 apartments will increase the traffic in the residential streets. Lastly, policy 60, tall buildings and skyline. Any tall building needs to deliver a high-quality addition. In conclusion, we believe the project is detrimental in several ways, overlooking and dominating its Humberston neighbours, stretching further the amenities and increasing noise for its Mayflower neighbours. There we go. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. You're on time. Thank you. Right, if you want to vacate that seat, then we'll have the next speaker. Thanks very much. So, next speakers are John, and Nigel Grimshaw. Do you want to come to the public speaker thing in the front there, please? Thanks. Okay, so like I say, just press the button on the right-hand side. Lights up, yep. So you've got 6 minutes to speak. I presume it's just you speaking, is it? Just you. Okay, so 6 minutes.
No, sorry, so John as well.
Oh, well, do you want to come forward as well? Because then you can sort of like take over when one's finished. That'd be better, wouldn't it, really? 6 minutes between you then, and half a minute before then the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end, all right?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Nigel Grimshaw. I'm CEO of Mayflower Manhattan Limited, which has run Mayflower House for over 40 years, together with the wider estate. There's just one matter that I'd like to give further clarification to on a matter that's been raised recently. The planning report says that there's not an alternative location for the telecommunications equipment approved, and its loss must therefore be balanced against the merits of the proposal. I'd just like to clarify that the use of the term loss may infer that the telecoms coverage may discontinue or even become diminished if the mobile network operators vacate Mayflower House. This isn't in fact the case, and I submit that it therefore shouldn't feature, as I don't think it does, in the assessment of planning balance. The reason is that the telecom companies have a commitment under the terms of their licenses from Ofcom to provide coverage throughout the UK. Urban and inner city areas have already had coverage for about 10 years. There's also a duty, which you probably all know about, that has been covered under the terms of an agreement reached with the government in 2020 that commits each of the 4 telecom companies to provide good quality data and voice coverage to 88% of the country's entire landmass, that's going right out to the Outer Hebrides, by 30th of June 2024, about now, and 90% by 31st of January 2027. This is funded by the UK government grant for shared rural network. We as the applicant, together with our professional advisors, have been active in constant contact with the telecom companies and their advisors to give them sufficient time to find a relocation. It should be noted that the telecom companies themselves have not objected to this planning application, which indicates that they are confident of maintaining coverage in the area. It's also not the case that the telecom companies have not sought to find alternative sites. MBNL, which represents 2 of the 4 telecom companies, made an application, in fact, in October last year to resite its equipment on the roof of Bridgeacre, which is the apartment building next to Mayflower House. It's unfortunate that there wasn't consultation with the planning officers ahead of the submission, but that was outside our control. But both the reasons given for the refusal, the effect of X-rays from 5G equipment on aviation services at Marshall's Airport, and the failure to provide a townscape visual impact assessment and to seek to minimize the impact of the ECA through camouflaging and making them lower profile, appear to be readily addressable. The agent has advised us that it's almost certain that if this committee is minded to approve this application, then there will be a resubmission to that refused application. So if that, in the event, hopefully unlikely, that a reapplication should not succeed, the operators have also identified another site considered to be very suitable in the locality. I can't, for commercial reasons, divulge where that is. And failing all that, the telecom operators have emergency powers under their telecoms code to install temporary masts. So it's inconceivable that coverage will not continue. In fact, the agent for the telecom companies has said that it's not envisaged to lose coverage even for a single day.
Thank you, Chair. I am John Muir, the principal of 4D Studio Architects, who are responsible for the design of this proposal. My practice has designed over 1,100 homes in Cambridge and 123 mansion blocks nationwide. We've been involved with all the buildings on the Midsummer Estate, except for Mayflower House. Mayflower House, as the first public speaker said, was built from plans originally intended for a hotel that was in fact built in Portsmouth. It's not an attractive building, we accept that. The additional floor will enhance it. It is a significant and relatively rare opportunity to enhance an existing building. The pre-application process provided us with a comprehensive list of items to address in progressing the designs, and all items have been addressed. The report to committee identifies that. Finally, on a point of accuracy, the unverified photographs you've just been shown by an objector do not show the considerable amount of extra and large telecom equipment that has already been approved but not yet installed on the roof of Mayflower House. It is considerably more than exists at the moment. And the figures just given for car parking are not accurate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. That's it. That's your 6 minutes. So if you'll turn the microphone off, please, John. Thank you very much. You can stay there if you want, or move back to somewhere else. It's still on. Press it again. You never pressed it hard enough. Press the button again on your microphone, John. That's it. No? Must be broken. Okay, thank you. Nearly there. You've done it. Good. Well done. Thank you. Okay, over to debate then. So, again, just before we start, just clarify speaker comments with you, Dean. Presume you're still there. Yep. So, three things. Firstly, the light analysis, a different presentation was given by the objector, Richard. I don't know if you wanted to comment any on that at all before we get into debate. So we've got a bit of clarity, perhaps. Also, the view into bedrooms and bathrooms of adjoining sort of close by properties, and if you wanted to comment on that in terms of distance in meters, that kind of thing. So we have a steer on that. And finally, I presume the comment on resident amenity in Mayflower House is a civil matter, not for us, I'm presuming, because that was commented on by Richard again. So if you could just respond to those, please, Dean, and then we'll get into debate proper.
Yeah. So in terms of the overshadowing impact, the applicant did submit a daylight sunlight impact assessment with the application in accordance with BRE guidance, and that assessment undertook the impact upon all neighbouring properties in the vicinity, and they all accord with BRE, and therefore the amount of overshadowing impact is considered to be acceptable by officers. In terms of overlooking impacts, I think I went through the distances from the building to all the neighbouring properties within the immediate locality, and all those distances are considered to be quite significant to not result in any significant overlooking impact. The balconies are all screened with 1.5 metre scored glazing, which is secured by condition 21. So therefore, officers are very satisfied that no overlooking impact will result. And the last issue I think you said was regarding the arrangements with the servicing of the existing, was it the laundrette?
It was the effect on existing tenants by the proposed development, but I'm presuming that would be a civil matter for individual tenants, not for this committee to consider. Is that correct, or am I wrong there? I'm not sure.
Well, in terms of things like noise impacts and whatnot, there was a comment raised by one of the objectors regarding the removal of asbestos. There is an informative attached, I think it's number 4, which ensures that any asbestos removed prior to, sorry, I'm just going to get it. There's informative 4 just ensures that the applicant contacts the building control department before removing anything from the roof which may cause harm to existing residents in the area.
Yeah, all right, that's fine, Dean. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything from the speakers' comments before we move to debate. So, councillors, debate then, please. Yes, Councillor Poorer.
Thank you, Chair. I do have some real concerns about this application. It's single aspect, again, though I do understand it is a constrained site.
but the corridor running down the middle, which I'm assuming is enclosed, is going to be very hot. I do agree with the officer we should remove PD rights. And just to note, I think these objectors said that the houses would lose light, but my understanding is the light and shade diagrams didn't suggest that, it was just the end of their garden. But my biggest concern is 8.5, it's the telecoms. I don't think this should have come anywhere near committee until the telecoms had been repositioned somewhere else. And I'm quite worried by the applicant's statements about the fact we've already had an application to move it rejected. So I'm aware from my own ward, because these emergency powers that the people have, the telecoms, are huge. So as you may remember a few years ago when Park Street came down, rather than trying to find a different site, well, trying hard enough, one could say, the applicant just put in a prior approval application to stick a massive mast on Jesus Green temporarily for 18 months to 2 years, I believe. Now, thankfully, the council were the owners of Park Street, and we were able to apply a lot of pressure to find a different site. But my concern is, if this comes forward with nowhere else for those telecoms, we'll probably end up with a temporary thing. They always go to the nearest open space because the council has an obligation to facilitate it under the prior approval, I believe. And also, where else is it going to be? Because for me, there's a benefit to more housing, I understand that, but there's also, whilst I appreciate the applicant saying the telecoms people are obliged to provide a supply, there's nowhere for it to go. There's no other big tall buildings apart from the one where it's been rejected. And I would much prefer this to be, deferred until that's sorted out, because for me that is such a material planning consideration, because otherwise we will permit this, quite legitimately the telecoms will then go, but what will actually happen is it will come through a prior approval something later where we have very little control in a potentially a conservation area, or worse, on one of our protected open spaces, and I'm not comfortable in doing that. And I appreciate the applicant's honesty, and I do think they're probably trying really hard to get it relocated. But if we've already had a refused application for the only other big building nearby, and I don't know enough about that refusal to comment whether it could be overcome, this is a huge concern for me, because I think we're storing up problems. And there is a benefit of the extra houses, although they are single aspect. But I think the benefit of maintaining a 5G Wi-Fi signal to a huge proportion of our very populated city outweighs that for me at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks. That's important matters to get resolved. I'd like to get Dean to clarify on that. So is there anyone else who wants to speak about the telecom stuff? Yeah, well, let's have those questions then as well before I go back to Dean. Councillor Thornborough first.
Well, this application is to remove the telecoms that are there now, and I think that therefore policy 84, which is telecoms, is part of our considerations, because it's regarding the development, if you like, telecommunications development, because it's a provision here that needs to be re-provided somewhere. And I completely agree that it is imperative that part of the development of the telecommunications is understanding where it's going to go.
All right, you've made the point.
I completely agree with Katie Porra.
Same point. So is this the same point, Councillor Bajan, or different? Go on then. Yep.
Yeah, I hope this hasn't compromised my decision making, but I've always thought as I cycle over that bridge, when I look over there, that monstrosity of all the different sorts of telecommunications thing ought to be, never should have been approved. So I don't know about whether we've got a judgment to make about whether it's good or bad that the comms equipment is moved from a communications point of view, but certainly from the way it looks, it's an absolute improvement, because it's just looks terrible. But I don't think that's compromised my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I suppose it depends what replaces it. But Dean, can we have some clarity on that then, please, in terms of the weight we need to apply to that in terms of this planning committee making a decision, please?
Yeah, completely appreciate the points raised by members on this. Policy 84 of the local plan doesn't actually provide any protection against the loss of existing telecommunications equipment, and neither does the MPPF. Having said that, there is a balance because obviously we are where we are, and residents do require 5G service to live and function in today's world. So it was an unbalanced call. There was an application which the applicant has referred to for the installation of telecommunications on top of Bridgeacre, the building directly to the west of Mayflower House. That was refused due to a lack of information regarding interference with the masts on which serve Cambridge Airport, and there were some other design issues as well. So officers did try and engage with the applicant on those issues, but unfortunately the applicant didn't come back to us with any sort of further information on those points. So we had to refuse the application, but we are pretty adamant that the new application will be submitted for the telecommunications to be put on Bridgeacre. But yeah, I understand the concerns raised. But yeah, in terms of policy, there's no protection against the loss of telecommunications, and as Councillor Bagent alluded to, officers are of the view that the design of the extension is an improvement to the existing apparatus on top of the building. So it was on balance, but on balance, we wanted to support the application. Thank you.
So that's sort of useful, but you could say it's clear as mud. So if you just stay there, Dean, because I'm not quite clear myself, maybe others aren't. We need planning reasons to make decisions, and are you saying, in terms of what the MPPF said, National Planning Policy Framework, and what local policy and plans say, that we have no reason to decide that this could be a reason for refusal in terms of moving the telecoms equipment?
Essentially, yes, because in terms of policy, if you were to refuse the application on the loss of telecommunications, policy 84 doesn't actually strictly protect against the loss of telecommunications. So if you were to refuse on those grounds, you would have to relate to a policy somewhere to back up the reason for refusal. I might have to refer to Toby on this, but that's my view. You might be on a bit of a sticky situation if you do refuse it on those grounds, but I completely understand where members are coming from. The loss of telecommunications is a potential issue with this.
Sorry to take up time, Councillor. So I think that what Councillor Poran might say is that the policy would be that there's a policy to allow a provider to install telecoms equipment on an emergency basis, which might be in a position we would prefer it not to be, potentially. But I'm not quite sure if that's, if you like, a policy, because it's related but not the policy that we're talking about, is it? So it's maybe of no consequence, I'm thinking. Can you clarify, or shall I go to Toby?
I think the main policy here is, well, the only policy link here is 84 in the local plan.
Okay, Toby, you want to add to that?
Dean's correct, Chair. I mean, we have flagged this issue, as members are aware, and I'm certainly aware of the emergency powers, but there is no policy that can be relied on to resist the loss, either through the local plan or, I believe, the NPPF. I think in addition to that, given that we haven't got a representation from any of the telecoms operators objecting, we have no evidential base, but one can assume that there would be a loss of coverage. We'd have no evidential base to rely on in terms of the effect of the proposal.
Right, thanks, Toby. I will allow you to speak. I just want to say one more thing. So from what I've heard so far, I've had one councillor speak about the concerns they have over the loss of the telecoms equipment and then being replaced by emergency equipment. I've had another councillor speak about how ugly the current telecoms equipment is on the building, and that I presume that councillor feels that then new telecoms equipment replaced somewhere else will be an improvement. I don't know, but I think we've had clarity from officers there, so I'm not quite sure who was next, but Councillor Thornborough?
Well, I think in NPPF 2023, paragraph 20B, it refers to its strategic policies for infrastructure, and it says that it's important that there is sufficient provision for infrastructure for transport telecommunications. So I think that there needs to be a consideration about sufficient, where this is at the moment, what's up there must be providing a service. And I think, I agree that it looks pretty awful, but what we don't want is an equally awful solution elsewhere, and mainly in public open space. So I think the development of this includes the development of the location of the telecoms, and I think linking it with another app, I think this should be, if we agree this, it should be contingent on a location for the telecoms communications, because I think NPPF says we have to make sufficient provision for that. And what we don't want, we want it to be done in a proper way, in a location that supports beauty and placemaking, and not in an emergency location in an open space. I wonder what the officer thinks about that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you've interpreted NPPF differently to how the officer has interpreted it, and the officer is our expert here, not you. So, do you want to speak on the same thing, Councillor Pora? Yeah, you go as well, then, before we go back to officer.
So I'm just looking at policy 84. It's annoying because it only talks about additions, but if you read the supporting text, it said new communication technologies continue developing, and it's important that residents and businesses have the best access to new technology, making the most of resulting lifestyle changes, such as reducing the need to travel. To me, if we take this down, irrespective of the risk to open spaces, we are agreeing to remove a 5G service with no plan. I mean, my suggestion, obviously, as Councillor Thornborough says, if we can have a phasing condition to say this can only go forward once it's been agreed elsewhere, but I'm guessing Toby might say no. But if not, I strongly feel, I mean, I don't particularly want to reject it per se, but I think we should defer until we have clarity. My other concern, I think the Chair or Toby alluded to, none of the telecoms people have responded. And I mean, I know they're not perhaps a statutory consultee, but for me, I want them to respond. Because actually, Councillor Bajart's point is quite valid, because if these aerials are kind of pig ugly, pardon my French, they're going to be pretty ugly on whatever building. So, we can't get rid of it here and then mean that we never approve them anywhere else, because what if, and I'm just really uncomfortable about this. I'm also really uncomfortable because it is single aspect hot. I think they were south facing, there is some solar glazing and stuff, but there are reasons that concern me, but I suppose for me that could possibly be overcome were I confident we weren't also losing the 5G signal. Because for me, I appreciate Dean saying it's an on-balance decision, but where I'm sitting at the moment is I'm balancing it slightly differently. Because I think this committee has a responsibility to make sure the city can function, and removing that mast with nowhere for it to go. Even if we have an emergency application, the open spaces nearby isn't actually that high up. We're creating problems. So my suggestion would be, if it can't be conditioned as a phasing condition, I would prefer to defer to get more information and find a solution than reject. But equally, I'm struggling to see how we could approve this and look our residents of the city in the eyes when we know that we might have cut off their mast with nowhere else for it to go. We've already had planners refuse a 5G mast on the corner of Victoria Road, is it, by Jesus College? And that was only one of those little sticking up ones. So we have no... I mean, Toby said there's no evidence. It can't be, but I would say there is. We've had that refusal. We've had the refusal for the one on Bridgeacre House. I would say there's quite a lot of evidence we're going to have problems relocating this. And if this goes through today, there's no mechanism to ensure it happens, which again is what happened initially with Park Street, but we were able to use the council's influence to help with that because we own the site. So sorry, I've gone on a bit, but I think
This is
you
right.
can take my point,
Let's
Chair.
stop there, though. Yeah, good, thank you. Okay, I'm not convinced by either of your arguments. The officer has said what he thinks to be the case, and he is the expert, but Toby also is going to comment.
Thanks, Chair. So I just take this in step sequence. Policy 84, telecommunications. So the actual policy bit, planning permission will be granted for telecommunications development where it can be demonstrated that. So policy 84 is not engaged through the application because there is no proposal for telecommunications put forward. I don't think the supporting text provides any get out for the council in terms of protection of existing telecommunications equipment. The MPPF, the paragraphs that Councillor Thornborough referred to are around the development of strategic policies. I don't think that can provide any policy basis for a refusal. And lastly, I would say, notwithstanding the application, the space on the top of the roof will be leased by the freeholders to the telecommunications operators. The council has no control over whether or not those leaseholder arrangements continue. They could cease at any point in time. So, and I've already mentioned that we don't have an objection from the telecommunications operator. It's obvious that they are aware of the proposals and hence their efforts to relocate. I'm sorry, councillors, but I do think on this issue you are between a rock and a hard place in terms of there being a policy vacuum for you to be able to resist the planning application.
So, councillors, just want to take Councillor Bajan. I mean, I'm afraid you've had the case officer and the senior officer both contradict what you're saying. So you can choose to propose deferring and get a seconder, and we can have a vote on that if you wish. But at the moment, we're just going to be back in the same place when we come back, unless some new information comes forward, which we're not aware of at the moment. So on this matter of telecoms, as Toby said, between a rock and a hard place, you're nowhere. It's just your argument and nobody else's. So I'm happy to listen to any more argument from you, councillors, and happy to listen to the proposal for a deferment on that basis if you wish. It's been mentioned already, but I've not got anything else to go with. Did you have your hand up first, Councillor Bajan? I think Councillor Bajan, and then...
Thank you, colleague, for the new technical term, pig ugly. It's much better than the one I was using. I mean, it's a good one. My comments now move on from there. One of the complainants or people against said that they considered it was a danger to the existing structure. I take it that that's not possible to happen. It'll have to go through building control who will deal with that. The other point that they made was about the lift being inadequate. Now, I'm interested, and this is getting a bit technical, I suppose. The lift doesn't go to this new floor. So therefore, I think it doesn't go to the new floor. It does. Well, the lift room doesn't seem to have got any higher.
Team will be able to share the plans, but
Yeah.
the lift
Okay,
goes
well, if the lift goes to that floor, then that takes away my argument. So I'm now going to be quiet.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot I dislike about this proposal. I'm uncomfortable that the developer is happy to inflict the building works on the current tenants, whereas I know our own housing development agency has instituted policy that where it adds further stories to blocks, they will actually decant the tenants. But I don't see a planning objection here. I'm very reluctant to vote for this, but I think that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, if we get there. So what's about this thing for a deferment then? Does someone want to propose it and second it or not? Councillor Porrow.
Yeah, I would like to propose a deferral because I think it's a dereliction of our duty if we don't have a response from the telecoms people. I mean, perhaps they'll write back and say, yes, there's 8 different sites, all of which will provide it. But I know from my experience of others in my ward, it is quite hard to find a high enough and a point with enough range.
So, and I think I'd like more information about what's gone on, whether there is a realistic proposal of something coming back that might be approved, preferably linked to that. But if not, I would also like more information about what the loss of 5G would be, how big an area. It might be a tiny area for all I know, but my understanding is because of the density of population. Because for me, I do take Toby's point, but the officer in his report says it is a material consideration that there's a loss of telecoms. So I would say a deferral is warranted because we could at least get some more information about, you know, maybe it'll only affect 3 houses or it might affect 3,000. You know, that would help me make that balance. And I would note as well, if we are deferring, more information about single aspect homes and how they'll be ventilated and any sustainable measures as a reference to the previous applications that could be added would be welcome, because I do also have concerns voting for something that is clearly southern facing with single aspect. So I propose a deferral if someone would be willing to second that.
Just on your main substantive point there, Councillor, do the telecoms agency give a damn? I mean, if they're just going to get their stuff up anyway, whether it's emergency or not emergency, there's no skin off their nose, is it really, as far as I can see? But you've made your point. So, Councillor Thornborough, did you want to say something about this deferral proposal? Yep.
Well, I'm also really concerned about the effect on the amenity of the existing tenants or people living there. And I think actually because it seems to me that their amenity is very, very minimal. And I think that the addition of 8 flats on the top could actually make their minimal amenity provision unacceptable. And I think that, again, I would like to have had a visit there to actually understand the conditions of that the residents live in now, to understand the impact of another 8 resident flats on the top floor, like the lift, like any external space where they might have to dry laundry, the bins, the bikes, the cars, all of that I think is really important. And I don't understand that, and I'm very concerned that it's not sufficient.
Right, so you're seconding the proposal to defer, I presume. Is that right? Yep. You've got your hand up, Councillor Okamoto. Are you going to speak on that as well, or are you?
Yeah, so if the proposal is indeed deferred, I would like to see proper information on the overheating risk assessment, because it's this application is not accompanied by any assessments of overheating, and it's a statutory requirement to do so. So if it is deferred, I would like to see this document in order to make my mind.
I couldn't hear all of that. Something about a heat assessment?
Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired, but yeah, so I'm saying that at the moment, the proposal is not backed up by any overheating risk assessment. Risk of overheating is a statutory requirement, and I feel that for this proposal, it should be part of the documentation that we consider.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. So, Dean, just to be clear on that, then, is that something that we're missing at the moment?
In terms of, on that last comment, in terms of an overheating impact assessment, one hasn't been submitted with the application, but it is secured by a condition 22. So, I mean, we will get that information via condition, which officers will obviously assess in consultation with the sustainability officer to ensure that the units will not overheat. So, I mean, the applicant will have to do that for Part O regulations of building regulations anyway. So, yeah, the applicant's going to have to undertake that assessment anyway.
Councillor Lokomatova, you've got your hand up again.
So, yeah, I do understand that there is a condition to address it. However, it states that it must be addressed prior to installation of glazing, which might be way too late. So for Part O simplified method, it actually stipulates the amount of glazing permissible on the south-facing facade, or as an alternative, you can undertake the kind of full dynamic modeling. So I feel that the condition as it's formulated right now is just too risky. And at that time, we won't have any opportunities to enforce it.
Okay, useful comments. Thank you, Councillor. I hope you got that, Dean. That seemed like a useful addition to what's required. Any more additions to what's required? In that case, those are the reasons for deferral. Let's have a vote on that then. Who's in favour of deferral?
Six in favour
Yeah.
of deferral.
Against?
None.
Abstentions?
One abstention.
Okay, the item is deferred to a future meeting of this committee for those reasons. Thank you very much. Now, councillors, I've been, the next application is a much smaller one, and I've been asked very, very kindly by the people concerned, applicant and objector, if we could possibly do this next application. So, I mean, in theory, we should have a vote for if we go past 6 o'clock. I'm fairly confident it won't take too long. If you need to go, you need to go, but if possible, if you're willing to stay to do this last application, we need 3 people. I can stay. Okay, we've got 3. Thank you very much, councillors. So, yeah, if you need to go, that's fine, councillor. Okay, so we'll do the next application, but we really must stop then. So the next one is 15 High Street, Trumpington. I'm glad we've been able to squeeze it in. The presenting officer is Dominic. He's online, good. And we've got objector Uma over there. Yep, hi. And the agent Daniel Nichols here as well. Good. Okay. So if you want to present the item, then please, Dominic, and then we'll have speakers.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm you can see the presentation and hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, so as stated, this application is at 15 High Street in Trumpington and is proposing the construction of a new dwelling following the demolition of the existing property within the site. Just as a matter of update to the application, since the report and plans were published, there have been 2 additional third-party representations received an objection. Officers do not consider that these change the recommended decision. One of the representations was raised a previously raised material consideration, and the other provided 3D visuals of the development, which aren't approved and not to scale. And this slide shows the location plan for the application on the left. As you'll be able to see, the existing dwelling has a relatively expansive footprint that consumes a large amount of the site's area. To the west of the site is Trumpington High Street, from where the site is accessed. To the north of the site here is the neighbouring single-storey dwelling of Menai. And to the east of the site is the private residential garden of Tanglewood. And then to the south of the site are the residential dwellings of number 19, 19C and 19D. And on the aerial image to the right, you can see that the site is surrounded by a number of mature trees that contribute to a verdant character of the area. And here we have a GIS map showing the relevant constraints of the site, and the site outlined in red here. The outlined areas in pink highlight tree preservation order areas. So as you can see, the western half of the site is fully within the tree preservation order, with a number of other areas immediately surrounding the site also covered by these. And the orange property down here, number 19, is just highlighted as a building of local importance within the area. And this is the proposed site plan for the site. The proposed dwelling can be seen extending almost to the northern and southern boundaries, with a roughly 1 metre wide access to the northern side. And there's a slight protruding element here close to the southern boundary. Elsewhere on the site, private amenity area is located to the east of the dwelling, with a detached garage in the northwestern corner here, and the cycle store to the southwestern corner here. This image is the proposed block plan. Shows the proposed dwelling here outlined within or filled in with grey here, and the garage here. And the blue dashed line illustrates the existing footprint in comparison to the proposed dwelling. It should also be noted that the proposed garage here is located no further forward than the existing front elevation of the property. And these are the proposed front and rear elevations for the dwelling. as is clearly evident, the proposed dwelling is a full 2-storey in height with an eaves height of approximately 5.2 metres at the highest point and 4.7 metres where it's set down here. The front elevation, the proposed detached garage is also shown here, and it might be slightly hard to see, but its location in relation to the main dwelling is shown by this dashed line here. The rear elevation also shows the step down element to the north here, as well as the protruding element here, and also it's not particularly clear on the plans, but the external brickwork is shown to be Cambridge Galt brickwork on the external walls. This is the southern elevation of the proposed dwelling, with the garage shown on the left, and there's only one single ground floor window proposed on this elevation, and the dashed line here is the existing boundary fence and proposed sort of extending beyond the rear. And this is the proposed northern elevation that would face towards the neighbouring property of Menai. Shows again the effect of the step down element to the north. There are no windows proposed within this side elevation of the dwelling, and again the dashed line here denotes the boundary fence. And this is just a slide to show the proposed floor plans for the dwelling. The ground floor plan on the left with the first floor plan on the right. These windows here are within the rear elevation of the property and the front elevation to the bottom here. Here we have plan and elevations for this proposed cycle store to be located to the front of the dwelling, with parking for 4 cycles, which is policy compliant with Appendix L. And these are just some 3D visualizations of the proposed dwelling within its context. And now we just have some photos of the site and the surrounding context as existing. So firstly, this is a view into the site from Trumpington High Street. As you can see, owing to the boundary treatment and the single-storey nature, it's largely screened from view. And this is the street scene for number 19 to the south. As you can see, this is a full 2-storey in height property and is more visible from the public realm. Now we just have some photos of views from Menai. The little map on the right-hand side with the arrow shows where the photos are facing. So this is the northern elevation, the existing dwelling within the site. And again, you can see the boundary fence here with the roof protruding above that. And this is another photo from Menai, taken within the northern elevation, or sorry, the western elevation of this element here. You can see the trees along the boundary with the existing property there. And these are the photos of the amenity areas at Menai. So there's 2 main areas, and this area, the photo on the left, shows the area to the south of the existing dwelling of Menai, and the photo on the right shows the amenity area to the east of the dwelling. As detailed within the reports pack, none of the consultees for this objection have objected to the proposed development subject to requested conditions. Important points to note that there are 5 trees proposed to be removed, all of which are either category C or category U trees, and therefore of relatively low amenity value. The tree officer raised no objection to this subject to conditions. The application has also provided information to demonstrate that it's capable of achieving a net gain of 1.87%, which due to when it's submitted is compliant with the requirement for measurable net gain, and the ecology officer has raised no objection to this subject to a condition. This is a brief overview of third-party representations that were received. All of these have been considered and assessed within my report. And finally, in conclusion, due to the balance as detailed here, officers recommend this application is approved subject to conditions suggested within the reports pack. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. So speakers, so Uma, you've got 3 minutes to speak. So the thing at the back there, public speaker, thanks.
I just wanted to say thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
No worries, just hold on a second. I just want to ask a question of the officer. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, no worries. I didn't expect it, but you were right. We managed to squeeze it in. So you've got 3 minutes to speak. And just half a minute before the end, the bell goes to let you know you're coming to the end. So if you come to the end, just finish your sentence sort of thing, Yeah. Okay, over to you.
This proposal ignores the neighbourly harmony of two bungalows, Menai and 15 High Street, as enjoyed by their occupants for several decades. The bungalows are screened from two-storey buildings by 100-foot tall trees to their east and north, with no overlooking. However, this leaves Menai with only its southern aspect receiving good sunlight. Due to its proximity, sheer bulk and scale, the proposed building would result in loss of Menai's only visual amenity space by overshadowing and creating a feeling of enclosure. The developers enthusiastically describe their occupants being greeted by a vista straight through to their rear garden and sky. Sadly, this building will have quite the opposite effect on anyone looking out of the living areas of Menai. While Aldred's case of 1610 may imply that an individual has no right to a particular view, the Landscape Institute's 2019 technical guidance on residential visual amenity emphasizes the overall quality, experience, and outlook from gardens and outside domestic spaces available to occupants of residential properties. In England and Wales, any building that has had 20 years of uninterrupted light through its windows can claim a right to light. I have lived in Menai for 24 years. The proposed building will place a jarring, light-obstructing mass of brick wall in front of my south-facing bedroom and indeed living room. The developer's design statements and drawings do not clearly represent the impact of the proposed building on Menai. The developer's shadow study shows non-existent trees. The impact on Menai in winter is not shown, and I have yesterday sent some pictures to Mr. Bush. The back windows overlook my main outdoor amenity space, and this is not shown by the developers either, and again, pictures have been sent. As for drainage, Judge Corson's landmark judgment of 2021 and subsequent Court of Appeal cases discuss interpretation of excessive use of drainage easement rights and the burden imposed on the servient land. Replacing one bathroom without a bath and a small ensuite with 4 large bathrooms and bath is an excessive use of easement rights. I urge the developers to plan their drainage access directly via Trumpington High Street for any new development on this site. Finally, the registered owners and developers should review the restrictive covenants for title deed number CB 44309. They prevent erecting any building until plans and specifications are first submitted to the transferor and approved in writing. I therefore respectfully request that this application is rejected. I'm not opposed to the developers erecting a modern, one-story family bungalow, despite a year of noise and disruption it would cause, and I'm happy to review and comment on those new plans. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Emma. So next speaker is the agent, Daniel Nichols. You're here, yeah. So you've got 3 minutes to speak. You can, yeah, just down there, that's fine, yeah. It says ward councillor on it, but I think we all know who you are. So, yeah, you've got 3 minutes to speak, and half a minute before the end, bell goes, let you know it comes to the end, so when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Nichols. I'm the Director of DCN Architectural Design Limited. I'm acting for the agent for the proposals. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. The objections raised by the neighbour principally relate to bulk and scale and loss of amenity to their garden at Menai. We do not believe our proposals are detrimental to the amenity of the garden or that the proposals have a negative impact on Menai, especially if we consider what exists. The existing bungalow at 15 High Street has been vacant for a while. It does not successfully work as a family home, is of poor quality materials, has no features of architectural merit. Internally, it suffers from poor natural daylight, offers poor thermal performance, and dominates the site with its huge 265 square metre footprint. The proposed drawing, PA08, demonstrates a scale comparison between the existing and proposed as viewed from Menai. The bulky massing of the existing bungalow consists of a 23-metre continuous linear length along the north boundary, which in itself has a negative visual impact on Menai. The existing bungalow is being replaced with a dwelling only 6.5 metres long along this boundary. The proposed dwelling sits 13.5 metres away from the adjacent Menai, which will continue to enjoy the amenity space all around the property. Following our pre-application response, a full planning submission was submitted in November 2023, and from the outset, the planning department has been supportive of development in principle. The neighbour's objection triggered a request from the planning officer for us to provide a response and help alleviate the concerns of the adjacent neighbour. The planning department were helpful in permitting us time to explore multiple redesigns to achieve a solution that the planning officers felt would overcome the neighbour's objection. Shadow studies were carried out to confirm that even with the existing large trees shown, the proposal does not have detrimental impact on the adjacent Menai. There are no windows overlooking Menai, and the distance from the proposals ensured that it does not dominate Menai's amenity area. The proposal offers a gain in biodiversity for the site, and the design layout seeks to respond and work within the constraints of the existing trees. Reducing the footprint will also alleviate surface water drainage for the area. The proposal offers much needed open market housing. Using traditional materials that reflect the vernacular would be a huge improvement on the existing bungalow that currently dominates the site. We have worked extensively with the planning team to achieve a solution to the site that helps mitigate the adjacent neighbours' concerns. We genuinely believe that this is the most viable solution for this site, and we kindly request that the planning team support this proposal. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Daniel. Thank you very much. If you want to turn your microphone off, please. Thanks very much. Stay there if you want, or go back on the seat, whatever. Okay, debate, councillors. Yep, Councillor Thornborough.
But one of the few things that our parking management policies and our provision, the policies
Can you speak a bit closer
regarding
to the microphone?
cycle and car parking is very clear that they should be integrated in part of the original design. And this is a very big house. It's actually 5 bedrooms. And it does seem to me that the car parking and certainly the cycle parking seems to be an afterthought. I think the cycle parking in particular is deficient. I think there are 5 bedrooms, not 4, but there's because on the ground floor it does say bedroom 5/study, so it can be used as a bedroom, and also it doesn't allow for modern family bikes, which we keep referring to. So I'm concerned about that. I do think I would like to see some shadow sun path diagrams in the winter, because we have had large buildings adjacent to other buildings, and we've refused applications where the important external spaces have been overshadowed if it's a significant amount, or to affect the amenity of the adjacent house. So have we got some sun path diagrams to show the overshadowing from the 2-storey aspect of this property, of this proposal? Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. No hands up at the moment, so let's go to Dominic. So Dominic, on that thing about lights, and the objector also spoke about light obstructing wall on the proposed development. So, and also with reference to what Councillor Thornborough just said, can you give any information about that? Is there any light study, etc.?
Thank you. Yeah, there is sort of 4 images for a shadow study within the design and access statement provided. I'll just share my screen. Appreciate that they're either September or June that they're taken. I think officers acknowledge that there's going to be a certain level of impact in terms of loss of light to Menai. But given the width of the dwelling from front to rear, that this impact would be acceptable. Yeah, I think that would be our view on this, is that the impact, whilst appreciated there is some impact, would be acceptable in terms of loss of light. There isn't a full shadow study provided that I have.
Okay,
sorry.
I presume the lack of a shadow study is acceptable, because that's often the case where it's felt that it's not very serious in terms of lack of light. Is that right?
Yeah, we didn't feel it was reasonable to require one prior to determination in this case.
Okay, yep. And I visited the site on the site visit, as did some others. So we've seen it ourselves in terms of where the shadow would fall. Any more questions, councillors, for, yes, Councillor Poor.
Sorry, Chair, just had to run back from looking at the screen. Just having looked at those shadow ones, I could see there was a note to say those shadow studies were done as if there were no trees, but there are trees there. So I don't know if the officer could just comment on that, because I think that means that the garden is already overshadowed by the trees, but someone could. Can I just check, there's no EV condition. I'm guessing that's because an EV charger is shown on the plans, but if officers could confirm, because I think it is a new build in effect, so we need to have a EV condition. The officer also said they haven't included all the conservation officer's conditions and have sort of merged them into one. Again, just wondered why, because obviously it is quite a significant build, so I think my view is if the conservation officer has lots of issues, I'd rather they were in the conditions. Could the officer also comment on the width of the passageway? I think it's mainly on the side of the Menai bungalow, and whether there is access on the other side, because I think you said it was only a metre. And I reiterate, again, I really, really want officers to push people to at least 1.2 metres, because although the cycle store is at the front, though I agree with Councillor Thorber, it's not in perhaps the best place. Yeah, it's nice to have access to the garden if you're pushing a cargo bike or a wheelchair indeed, or a scooter through. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Do you want to answer those questions then, please? We've got a few there, Dominic.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, firstly, there are, as the shadow study mentions, some trees on the boundary. I think when we visited the site yesterday, it was clear that they've been pruned quite significantly. There would be a certain level of loss of light from those trees anyway. I think any impact from the house is better to be assessed without the tree shown, as they've done in the shadow study, to fully assess the impact of the dwelling as proposed. The EV charging point, again, the condition wasn't added, but it is shown on the plans, and I understand it's also a building regulations requirement, hence the condition not being there currently. The materials condition requested by the conservation officer, they were involved in the pre-app initially, but they requested a number of conditions for materials, I assume largely due to the impact or potential impact on the BLI to the south. Having spoken with Toby, we felt that given that was the only sort of heritage constraint of the site, that a single condition amalgamating the materials would be sufficient in this case. And the final point, the access, I believe, is only to the north of the site. There is a very small gap shown on the plans to the south of the dwelling, but I don't believe that would be wide enough for pedestrian access. And yes, the northern access to the rear is, I believe, between 0.9 and 1 metres in width.
Did you want to come back on any of that, Councillor Pora? You look dissatisfied.
Well, it's just my ongoing objection to having these. If this is a new build on a new footprint, we really need to be leaving, well, at least a metre, if not 1.2. Otherwise, the garden becomes completely inaccessible to anyone who needs to, well, roll there rather than walk there, for want of a better word. And it just means things like bikes. If people did want to put them in the back garden, like kids' bikes, yeah, I don't know if we can't really change it, can we? But it's a bit depressing. And I mean, I suppose I take yours and Toby's point. If you're satisfied that the materials condition is sufficient to ensure that all the concerns of the conservation officers will be upheld and that's discharged, that's good. And I think I'm right, you did say then, in effect, that the trees there will provide some additional shading to that garden. So actually the scale and massing of the second two-storey extension is actually reduced if if those trees are included. So we've got the worst case scenario is what you're saying in those shadow studies. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. So Councillor Thornborough.
But we don't have the worst case scenario because we've only got September and September and June, and the worst case is always in the winter when the low level of light. Is there any low level winter light going into the living room that will be taken away by the two-storey extension?
Right, did you hear that question, Dominic? And if so, can you answer it?
Yeah, so you're right in that the shadow studies don't show the winter impact. As you say, it shows the worst case scenarios for the dates when the shadow studies are provided, but we didn't consider it reasonable to require a full shadow study, including the winter. the winter dates in this case because of the impact that we foresaw in terms of loss of light. We thought it would be acceptable, and we think is acceptable and not too significant in this case.
There's your answer, Councillor. Anything come back on that?
Well, no, yes, if they can produce the study for September and June, why couldn't they provide it for December? I think we need to know and be certain that the neighbours are not compromised. And
Okay.
That's my opinion. We need to know.
Sometimes, yeah. So, Toby?
Chair, thanks, Chair. So the BRE guidance in terms of loss of light to neighbouring properties, gardens, advises either a September or spring equinox assessment. So that is the basis for which one tests kind of loss of light on neighbouring land, and the test is something like, for it to fail, you'd need more than 50% of the garden to be overshadowed. You'd need 50% of the garden to receive at least 2 hours of direct sunlight on any given day. It's quite obvious from looking at the September plans that, and the extent of the garden available to Menai, that the proposal would come nowhere near close, failing that BRE guidance. I don't think it would be reasonable to request full daylight sunlight assessment of the applicants in this case.
Councillor Thornborough?
I'm not talking about the garden. I'm talking about loss of light into a habitable room. And it may not be affected, but it would have been just as easy to provide that information in December as it has been for June and September. And when it's been raised, it's not about it's about if there is sunlight into that room in the winter, there is a right to continue that light in the habitable space, not in the garden. That's what I'm questioning.
Toby, you're being questioned. Do you want to? I think the BRE guidance is pretty clear, Councillor. If it doesn't fail, it doesn't fail. And
so, officers can't say categorically, but I think I've seen many a daylight sunlight assessment. I don't think that this proximity, given the narrowness of the gable to the building footprint of Menai and where it's located, it would mean that there would be any significant loss of daylight either to the garden or to internal rooms to warrant a full daylight sunlight impact assessment. There is no automatic right of light through planning legislation. Planning legislation does allow for some loss of light to internal spaces, and that's usually around a 20% loss on existing daylighting to rooms. I don't think that we are in anywhere near that arena. That is mine and Dominic's kind of professional judgment that it would not be reasonable to require assessment. I can't really say anything more, Chair, than that.
so there we have it. The only path you've got, Councillor, is to defer for more information if that's what you want, but both officers are saying it isn't there for the finding. Do you want to come back?
Well, we've refused household planning consents where there has been a compromise of main living spaces because of loss of sunlight during the year, whether it's September, June, or December, and it's nothing to do with BRE requirements or not. It's to do with a right of light. If you have the light, it's a material planning consideration to see if there's a loss of light. And I just don't understand why they didn't provide it in the same way as they did it for September and June. But I think I might be the only one. I don't know. So I'm not happy about this, but I might be the only one. So.
All right. Well, as I say, if you want to defer for further information, you can. I suppose the only thing I'd say is what I see in front of me is a bungalow that's due to be demolished and replaced with a two-storey house in a residential area. It's a biggish house. It's been described as very big. It's not really very big. We've seen much bigger in this committee, like 500-600 square meters. This one is 200 and something, I think. It's a five bed, so it is a big house. The bungalow is unattractive and in poor condition, and et cetera, et cetera. This house is fairly mediocre looking, but not bad looking. A bit too much glazing for my taste, I think, in terms of overheating, but there you go. So in terms of planning reasons, I can't find any planning reasons in my mind that calls this to be something that I could refuse. But your point is certainly important, Councillor Thornborough, and I'm thinking about it, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to get anywhere with it, that's all. Any other debate? Councillor Poore.
Just to say, I do agree with you, Chair. It's not ideal, this, but I'm struggling to find reasons to refuse it. It would have been nice to have the assurance, as Councillor Thornborough said, about the winter loss of light. I don't know if we can add anything like a condition to say the applicant needs to provide proof that it is meeting the, I forgot what the phrase Councillor Thornborough used, but light to the living space before, to provide some reassurance. Because I think, as Toby says, it is very unlikely that it would affect that. But it is, you know, because the trees would not be in leaf at that point, it's probably the one point where that house might be more dominant. But I think, on balance, I'm struggling to see how it could be refused. So I agree with you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough, are you doing more research, or you want to speak, or let's check with the case officer, because we've not spoken to you for a while. Is there anything you want to come back on? Because we've been going on our own route.
Just on Councillor Bora's point about the condition, I don't believe we could condition permission subject to a further study, because if the results from that study came back as being unacceptable, then the whole development would be undeliverable. But yeah, I agree with Toby's comments on the reasonableness of further information. I think that's my view on it.
All right, I think we seem to be coming to a bit of a halt here. So just to be clear, in terms of the objections to this proposal, I understand, living in a property for 24 years, that it's difficult to then come to terms with something big like this being built next to you, but this is a quasi-judicial committee. We have to deliver planning decisions in terms of a set of rules and regulations. So we're not free to just make up our own minds about things in the sort of normal common sense way that we do in our everyday life. This is a particular kind of decision making. So I think, aside from anything else that anyone might come forward with, unless Councillor Thornborough wants to come forward with anything further, I think not. In that case, I think we'll go to the recommendation then, please. Oh, Toby.
Yeah. Chair, kind of by way of an olive branch to the objector, myself and Dom were talking about whether there was any further means on the back end of the first floor of the proposal to try and limit some of the overlooking that might occur at the kind of rear of Menai's garden. And it was apparent that when we did the site visit yesterday, whilst the majority of the garden would probably be out of view, some elements would be in view from the nearest first floor bedroom window. So, Dom, we discussed whether or not some form of condition to put a blinker return on that first floor window might be appropriate to try and kind of mitigate some of the overlooking from that window. And I think, kind of through you, Chair, I think as officers, we'd like to amend the recommendation to include that as an aspect that could be quite easily delivered by the developer.
Yeah, that's useful. I mean, we did see on site that there would be a diagonal view into the Menai back garden area. So it wasn't exactly clear there. You said a blinker, is that some sort of technical term?
So a return screen on the side coming off the first floor of the nearest bedroom window that would just kind of mitigate the sense of being overlooked into Menai's garden.
As opposed to obscure glazing?
As opposed to obscure glazing.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Patient?
Chair, I'm not quite sure what Toby's talking about. I mean, if we're talking about some sort of shield at that height level, first floor level, is that what we're talking about? Because that means that you're likely to create more shadow in the winter because the development's got bigger, and the people that are living in that bedroom won't be able to see the trees that are all there. Is that what we're talking about, Toby? I mean, you're redesigning this, are you or not?
Sorry, Chair. So I'm talking...
We get told off for redesign.
I know, I'm sorry. I am talking about, it doesn't need to be particularly deep, but it would only kind of, be inserted on that particular level where that window is, but it would be a return extending a limited depth out, and it would still allow the occupants of that room to look out onto the rear garden and that nice verdant landscape, but it would kind of avoid the sense of overlooking if you were standing in Menai's garden at the rear, and it was something that myself and Dom discussed yesterday. I apologise for complicating matters, members, but it was an option that we discovered that we discussed.
But wouldn't that increase the shadowing?
Very marginally, but it would be insignificant compared to the overshadowing caused by the majority of the actual that gable end onto the garden.
I think this would be a useful fix, Councillor Bajan. I mean, you still see the nice big trees at the back, but you just couldn't see diagonally into the neighbouring garden, so there is an advantage. I've got some more.
I'll have to remember that when people are building extensions in Romsey, Chair, where they're coming out across people's back gardens and completely cutting out their view. And then blinkers, I'll try and remember that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I have found some more information. There is a Rights to Light Act 1959, but it's not relevant for planning. But there has been a case where an extension was built, I think this is in 2020, and the extension did affect the light, and it was shown to do that, and there was a court injunction so that the extension had to be removed because the adjacent owner could prove that they had photographs of the light before and after. So I think that you're right that it would be a civil matter that could be dealt with later.
Thanks for that clarification, Councillor. Councillor Porter.
Sorry, Toby, could you just clarify which window you're putting on and which bedroom? I'm getting a little bit confused because I think the plans are a different way around on each page. So is it bedroom 2 that you're proposing to put?
It might be easier if Dom points to it on
yes, so you're just proposing a small thing, just like 50 centimetres or something that would just mean you couldn't look back, basically.
Dominic,
sorry, can you see that plan there? It's the left-hand window on the first floor plan. So yeah, the rear elevation of bedroom 2, and just envisioned a small screen on this left-hand side here, which would block views towards the southwestern corner of Menai. So here.
Okay, anyone want to speak against that? Councillor Bajan.
Well, as I said, Chair, we get houses built in Romsey that are so close they're almost touching the fence, and we don't object to those. So then this one is like 30 foot away, and we're putting on a blinker. Well, I think this is a real redesign on the. Why is it? What's the difference?
The difference
if this situation was in Romsey, if this situation's in Trumpington.
Context. It's all about context. So different places, different arguments.
So if you've got a bigger house, you get more rights than you do if you've got a smaller one. Is that how it
Not
works?
necessarily. They could be different. They could be much smaller, but it's still about the context. That's the reasoning here. But let's come to Romsey, and you can make the argument when we have a Romsey application. But let's talk about this one today. So, councillors. Oh, Councillor Bennett.
Did the objector actually say that she was concerned about overlooking? Because I only remember her talking about overshadowing and loss of light.
Yes, but future occupants, that sort of thing. Have to consider that as well. Okay, I think we're all done then, councillors. It's a very robust debate. Thank you very much for staying to do that. Let's have a vote then. So kind of recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 236. That's to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to them as drafted, delegated to officers, with the addition of a condition with regard to a first floor linker to the rear-facing first floor bedroom window adjacent to Menai.
The recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? Against? Abstentions?
That's 3 in favour.
Okay, the item is approved then. Thank you very much. So thanks to speakers, members, officers. So thanks very much. So safe journey home, everyone.